McClunky. Mc-
What's going on, guys? TowerNumberNine here, and I am joined by my McClunky Gaming teammate, GrumpyElephant, as we are bringing you commentary on the Top Deck Games Planetary Qualifier. Grumpy, how's it going?
Hey Tower, I'm doing well. Happy to be here with you online as we have 76 players at Top Deck Games in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, getting ready for round one of what's going to be a 7-round Swiss for one of the first set 6 planetary qualifiers that we have. We've got a new set, we've got new cards. Tower, how do you feel about set 6 so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty interesting set. We've seen the new of the new mechanics. I think that I have been more excited by the plot mechanic compared to Disclose, but I think there's definitely some cool stuff going on. Um, Now, Grumpy, we were both at the Beatle event not so long ago. And while that was a set 6 event, most of the decks that did well were leaders from previous sets. Do you think we're going to see that changing at all this time?
That's a great question. I think you're right to point out that some of the new mechanics are particularly interesting. Plot shows a lot of potential. Even those little spy tokens having essentially what is a one cost value token that can nonetheless hit for 2 has the potential to make an impact. But leader wise, I think the consensus is a lot of the set 6 leaders, at least pre rotation, maybe don't have what it takes to stack up against some of the strong leaders that we've seen from earlier in the game. If we are going to see some leaders from the new set, we might see a Dedra, for example. Folks have been playing Dedra with both the aggression aspect to lean into her synergy with Tarkentown and powerful legendaries like aggression. But we've also seen Dedra Blue Control, sort of a hard control deck that relies on card advantage from Dedra's leader side ability. We might see something like a Palpatine leader. Folks have been playing around with Palpatine, making great use of that plot mechanic in a traditional blue-green villain shell. And then there's folks who, of course, always make their own builds, take their own spin. We've seen Padme with Tarkentown. We've seen folks try and pair Sabe, oftentimes with Cunning. So I think at the level of competition like a PQ, right, we're going to have strong players, 76 folks, but your Swiss bracket is going to be unpredictable. I think there's definitely the possibility that someone has taken a leader that they really like, tuned it to the best they can, and has a good run. Of the leaders that I mentioned or any others, which do you think has the greatest shot of breaking through to the top 8 of this PQ?
Yeah, of those, I think my personal favorite would probably have to be Dedra. I don't know if we're going to see Dedra take over I don't know that we're going to see Dedra take over the event necessarily, but I've been liking the sort of control oriented version of Dedra that you can make with playing Dedra with kind of like a one of the Iden red decks that people used to play where you have a lot of
Mhm.
removal and stuff. And I think Dedra's early deployment and relevant leader ability can actually be quite strong in that sort of shell. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure we're going to see her rip it up. We'll have to see what all people are going to be fielding.
Yeah,
Um,
one challenge with leaders like Dedra, certainly a very powerful leader ability. The ability to deploy early can help stop some of the aggression from an aggro deck. But anytime you have a leader ability that requires your opponent to make a choice, so in this case, Dedra's leader ability, you spend 1 to either deal 2 damage to a unit or draw a card, but your opponent chooses which of
right.
those options that you'll get. Anytime you give that to an opponent, a smart opponent is going to make the choice that is worse for you. And it's one thing that we've seen with the Boba pilot leader from set 4. When you deal non-combat damage, you can exhaust your leader to deal 1 indirect damage, but your opponent chooses where that goes. And so I do think that there might might be a cap to how good those leaders can be because the stronger your opponent is, the more likely they will identify which choice is worse for you. And then all of a sudden, every time you're not sort of getting optimal use out of the leader. That being said, someone definitely could build a Dedra that breaks through. So we'll have to see how the tournament plays out.
Yeah, I think in some ways it ends up being, another card that I think really exemplifies this is the old I am your father. And that's one of the reasons that I'm a bit more optimistic about the control oriented version of the build because I am your father was like actually a pretty relevant card in the Iden control decks, the blue that because you can essentially make it either like it becomes control in a lot of
Yeah,
situations because either they take the damage or you draw more cards and get more removal and you use that. But you're absolutely right. If you're in that situation where it's like, I have to stop this guy, like I have to stop this unit from attacking or I lose, it's not going to do you much good. I guess
that's
unless you have
exactly
just
right.
like a huge surplus of resources.
Yeah, but here we are with our first match of the day. On one side, we have Glue, a McClunky Gaming teammate, a member of the team, choosing to bring that set three leader, Quinlan Voss, paired with Tarkentown, a traditional pairing that we've seen. And on the other side, we have Jim the Tank bringing a throwback leader, Grand Inquisitor from set one, paired with Nabat Village. Tower, do you think that Jim the Tank is going to be trying to get off the new infinite combo from Secrets of Power?
Grumpy, when you said Grand Inquisitor, that was one of the first things that I thought of the potential of the infinite combo. I'll be real with you, I've never seen anyone actually do it in a real game. I'm not sure that it's something that is really that worth it, which is, probably good for the game, quite frankly. So, we'll have to see, but I kind of doubt it to be honest with you.
For folks
Maybe
who
though,
don't
I don't
know,
know. Maybe.
Grand Inquisitor has the ability to ready units with two or less power, but they take damage. A new card, Darth Treya, on attack allows you to ready your non-unit leader. So theoretically, readying that Grand Inquisitor, which could then be used to ready Darth Treya. The problem is then Darth Treya will take increasing amounts of damage. But if you pair that combination with the tragedy of Dark Plagueis, one of your units cannot be defeated by damage that phase. And so Darth Treya effectively gets infinite health. You can repeat the process ad nauseum and go for lethal. Jim the Tank playing yellow with his Grand Inquisitor. So that blue
Hey,
spell would be 7. But here's the Darth Treya.
yeah.
Um, so even if no infinite combo is unlocked, we may nonetheless see repeated uses of that Grand Inquisitor leader as Darth Treya swings in multiple times.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Grumpy. A thing about Darth Treya also is that Darth Treya is a good card for Grand Inquisitor. Like
Yep.
combo or no combo. Like yeah, so the combo can win the game automatically, but it requires setup and there are a few things the opponent can potentially do to counter it as well. It's not like a completely guaranteed victory. But Darth Treya is still quite a relevant card even without the combo. And Glue here, is that was that L3 showing up?
That's an L3 used to exhaust the Quinlan leader and add 1 to the HK-47.
And it looks like a buff for Treya. Was that sudden
It's a
ferocity,
Vambrace
maybe?
flamethrower, which is going to let Jim
Oh,
the Tank distribute 3 damage to Glue's side of the field. That's enough to just take out that Sabine unit and still push 3 to base.
yeah. Okay. I was originally thinking this was maybe going to be used to ping off the shield from L3, but it looks like it's going to be going to clear Sabine, push the damage to base. Tarkentown now used to get HK-47 off the field. This Vambrace flamethrower, this used to be something that was popular with the Django Fett decks before he was
Mhm.
suspended. But I think this is maybe the first time since that I've seen this card being used.
And it's possible that Jim's idea is to put it on a unit that naturally only has one power, something like a Nile Marauder, 1/5 raid 3, and then try and get multiple uses of that flamethrower off each turn. Putting it on the Darth Treya certainly was impactful here, allowed him to keep Glue's board relatively clear and brings the Treya up to 6 health. Although notably, Glue's arrived at the 5 resource turn, so something like a Plo Koon that we see there in Glue's hand could come down and finish off that Treya immediately.
Yeah, Plo Koon, an extremely relevant card, really in the game as a whole. But I think that Quinlan makes some of the best use of it of any leader because it synergizes very well with his ability when removing certain units from the board, especially when it comes to enemy leaders.
Yep, and that Grand Inquisitor on Jim the Tank side of the field is not going to be deploying this turn. Will come out on the 6 resource turn, but the stats are a little underwhelming for what folks tend to expect. Just a 3/6, and so if Glue doesn't play the Plo Koon this turn, could hold it in reserve to try and ambush that Grand Inquisitor. Even if he does, the Plo Koon will threaten to hit for 6 on deploy if it sticks around.
Yeah, I think in the early days of the game, there was a developer diary thing that said that Grand Inquisitor had originally actually deployed at 5 resources, but was nerfed late in testing because the 5 deploy Grand Inquisitor was too strong with Super Laser Technician.
Oh,
And
sure.
I could certainly see that being a menace, but I do think that he came out a little weak for a 6 deploy leader.
Now, a card we haven't talked about much in this matchup because it hasn't done much is that red 5 over on Glue's side of the board. The ability to do 2 damage to a damaged unit is one reason why we're seeing Jim the Tank not using his Grand Inquisitor leader ability this game at all. We're at the 5 resource turn, and he has not turned Grand Inquisitor sideways. He'd like to use it on that 5th brother, be able to swing in for a potential 4 damage, possible 5 with a ping, but the second he uses Grand Inquisitor on one of his units, Glue's going to throw that red 5 into base and use that 2 damage to finish it off. So there's just no point. Glue here, his board doing a really nice job of pinning down what Jim can do on this turn and threatening to keep that Grand Inquisitor flip hostage next turn. So although Jim the Tank has Glue at 11 already, it seems like Glue may have ground this game to a little bit of a standstill, and then we'll have the time to push through the remaining damage he needs.
Yeah, that's a good point, Grumpy. You know, the ability may not have been used yet, but I think the threat of that ability is very significant. Um, Especially, I mean, this is really not, I think, the matchup that Jim the Tank wants to see. So, in addition to the red 5 over there, Tarkentown
Yeah.
is extremely strong against Grand Inquisitor. Let's see how he deals with it. It's certainly not looking good at this point with just that TIE bomber left on the field. He has managed to do 11 damage, which is something, but
Yeah,
he's
but
going to
that
need
tie
to do a
bomber
lot
can
more than
only
that.
deal 3 indirect, so Glue can choose to put that wherever he wants. Just Glue saying, "I'm not going to put any of this on my base. You are going to have to work incredibly hard to get that 12th point of damage, let alone the 13th through the 25th that you need to win this game 1."
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's a very, very reasonable choice from Glue there. You know, if the in this sort of situation, he seems to be the control. His opponent is the beatdown, and he is absolutely fine taking more damage on these units. Ooh, a pilot there, I believe, for the strike ship.
That's a Dengar, and what that's going to do is it's going to allow Jim to use Grand Inquisitor to ready the strike ship so that it won't just immediately die from a ping from the opposing Quinlan. It'll at least allow him to get in likely one attack with it. But now Glue has started to take an edge in the damage race, bringing Jim to 19, so that one attack likely to be too little too late.
Yeah, it's looking like a tough game here for Jim the Tank. I won't I won't lie. There's some indirect damage being generated, but Glue continues to just not put it on
Yeah.
his base. Still has 10 HP left, and he has such a stronger board than Jim.
Jim has managed to put Glue in an awkward spot. Glue is attacked with that Plo Koon because he's holding a Depa Balaba, which could ambush the Grand Inquisitor and ping. But if because it was Glue's action, Glue had to spend resources, which would have allowed the Grand Inquisitor to flip, attack base, ready the strike ship again and attack base, and all of a sudden Glue would be one action away from dying. So Glue instead is forced to pass, which I believe then allows Jim the Tank to claim to now hit in again with
Yeah, we
this
will.
strike ship.
And yeah, and there, I think we're getting that damage going in. The indirect damage from Dengar. Once again, Glue sending that all to his units. Only 6 HP left on his base, but I think he has lethal on board here.
Yeah. Yeah, this hotshot blaster on the Plo Koon, I believe Nabat Village is a 27 health base, so Plo
Yeah, I
Koon now
think
for
that's it.
8. That's gonna be a wrap for Jim the Tank.
Yeah, so he did manage to. Another nice thing about the way that he navigated that last turn is Glue ended up not spending any resources, but he was so far behind that even with that, it wasn't enough to put him into a good spot. Glue's This is a tough matchup for a Grand Inquisitor deck. Um, as we were saying earlier, the potential Quinlan pings, the Red 5, the Tarkin Town. There's a lot of things that really serve as a way for Glue to suppress Jim's combo. I think of the game's leaders, Grand Inquisitor is one of the most combo oriented. That's an archetype that's common in other games, but really not so present in this one.
Well, the
And
developers tower have been quite explicit that they're intentionally not trying to introduce combos to the game. That said,
yeah,
sometimes combos do arrive, that Darth Treya combo that we mentioned earlier, but to make those combos happen, you have to go through so many hoops and typically play cards out of aspect, whereas many other card games have combos built into the fabric of how those games are developed.
yeah, and honestly, I don't mind I don't mind the designers wanting to make combo less of a thing in this game compared to some. I think it can be a very frustrating playstyle to play against, especially because another thing that doesn't exist in this game is like true permission effects like counters and so on.
Mhm.
And generally speaking, those sorts of effects are very important against combo decks. So if we had strong combo without permission, it could be a big problem overall.
That makes a lot of sense. For folks who are just joining us, we are going into game 2 of round 1 here at Top Deck Games in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. If you'd like to get more information about the day, there's a link to the Melee link for this tournament in the YouTube description. And if you'd like to learn more about Top Deck Games, you can visit their online store, Card Titan. The link to their store, Card Titan, is also going to be in the description for today's YouTube stream.
Yeah, and this is going to be the second game here. Let's see if Jim the Tank can do any better. The first round was rough. Glue was able to suppress him. He did get a fair amount of damage. It's not as if it was like, oh, I did 10 total damage. So it was respectable, but I think one of the things that really helped Glue was that he had a bunch of units with high HP that he was able to send all that indirect damage to avoid having to take it on his base.
Well, and as you mentioned, Tower, just the threat of that Tarkin town means that Jim is faced with a tough choice from the very beginning. He can use Grand Inquisitor to try and ready his first turn play, but that allows Glue to just use Tarkin town and clear it. At some point, he is going to have to get that Tarkin town out of the way. And so the question for Jim will be, is it better to just bite the bullet early and make Glue use one of his best cards in the matchup? Or try and delay. Glue potentially pulling the trigger already. The Staring Raid likely to be followed with a Tarkin Town, keeping both boards clear going into the 3 resource turn.
Yeah, and I think Glue is pretty happy with that, to be honest. Um, Preventing Grand Inquisitor from getting that damage on early is desirable. Although I mean, I know Glue is our teammate. I do think it would be really fun to see someone actually do the infinite combo.
I agree
I
with
don't
you.
I don't think it will happen, but I think it would be fun to see.
I don't think it will happen against this Quinlan Tarkentown deck in particular, but Jim now playing a 2/3 Rage 2 in space. Glue's ping with that red 5 coming down again, preventing Jim from using his Grand Inquisitor to ready his unit. And now Jim's going to be forced to throw his ship into that red 5 because if he doesn't, if he tries to send 4 to base, then Glue's going to be able to send his red 5 into Jim's base and throw that 2 damage onto the unit.
Yep.
Jim's
There's
Frozen and
Karis
Carbonite,
Nimic.
though, taking care of that red 5, so allowing his ship to hit in for 4. And this starts a clock. Glue only spending 2 resources out of his 4 resources on that turn to play that Nemic. A bit of a weaker start for Glue, potentially giving Jim the window that he needs to push damage through.
Yeah, that's right, Grumpy. Nemec might be a very strong card, but it's not, I think, really what Glue needed in this situation. He wants something that can interact in space to try to deal with that ship. And it looks like Jim is going to be bringing out Pilot Dengar. Oh, but there is a Bamboozle played for free, exhausting the ship and sending that Dengar right back to hand. Jim contemplates his options. Strike ship hitting the field.
Normally, Jim would want to ready that strike ship with his Grand Inquisitor, but that's going to leave it with 1 HP. Glue, having all of his resources remaining, holding onto that Plo Koon, would be able to use the Quinlan Ping now deployed to throw that 1 damage on any unit with equal or less cost, and that includes that strike ship, which would finish it off.
Yeah. Plo Koon hits the field and pings the strike ship.
So the players have separated into arenas now. Glue has a fairly strong presence on the ground. Jim has managed to get 2 spaceships in the air that threaten for a total of 7 damage per turn. And we've arrived at the Grand Inquisitor flip turn. The challenge being Grand Inquisitor is going to flip to the ground. And so long as Glue keeps that Plo Koon ready, he'll be able to hold that leader flip hostage and is going to push through damage. Glue already a little bit ahead on the damage race, 6 damage on Jim the Tank space. Again, it's hard to see how Jim is going to be able to push through the 25 needed.
Yeah. And that, yeah, the space arena, even though Jim does have a nice spot in that space arena, I don't know. It's just not all that much damage that he's swinging compared to what Glue is now doing. And Glue also has some tools here that are really not going to leave that Grand Inquisitor in a very safe spot to flip.
And with 12 power on the ground able to attack this turn, it may not matter, even if Jim can get a Grand Inquisitor flip off safely. Glue may be able to just finish this race before Jim can really get his gears going.
All right, all right. Now Glue is pushing into the space arena as well. Green
More important
Squadron A-Wing.
And more important than the spaceship is just the fact that that A-Wing allows him to throw another Quinlan Ping. That strike ship died over a series of small cuts. 3 units, the Plo Koon, the Kira, and the A-Wing, served to just kill it slowly over time, meaning it got a single attack in and Glue able to take care of it without having to dedicate an entire card.
Grand Inquisitor's ability finally being used. stands up that ship. He is going to be able to push something there, but Glue looks very ahead. It's a tough matchup here, I think, for Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah, not how Jim the Tank wanted to start his day for sure, but a single loss does not mean you're out. Can do what's called the submarine, where you lose a first round and then proceed to win out for the rest of the day and still make it to top cut.
Yeah. You're by no means out of the event with a single loss, at least not with this format and this number of players. So a tough break early does not take you out of the tournament altogether. Although certainly you'd rather be winning, but not out of it.
Yeah, now this sneak attack is going to be a powerful play. It's going to allow Jim to get in for 4. The coast is clear to now flip the Grand Inquisitor. Grand Inquisitor will get in for another 3. That's going to bring Glue to 21. Did Jim the Tank just sneak victory?
Well, it's
Yeah,
I don't I
it
don't know
looks like.
exactly how it happened, but we were maybe speaking too soon about Glue having a victory and Jim being forced to
Yeah.
submarine it. It looks like Jim may have come out on top there, getting Grand Inquisitor out and maybe readying a ship for another hit.
Yeah, I think what happened there is Glue perhaps was a little hasty in swinging in for 6 to base with that Plo Koon. Potentially needed to try and play the action economy game a little differently that turn, to hold it in reserve to make sure that the Grand Inquisitor was pinned down. As soon as Glue sent that Plo Koon to base, that cleared the way for Grand Inquisitor to flip, which then gets Jim the Tank 2 more attacks, one from the Grand Inquisitor leader and another from the spaceship that he was able to ready.
Yeah, in that previous game, we saw him just sit there and not use any of his resources in order to maintain the ambush threat from Depa Balaba and prevent the Grand Inquisitor from entering the board and doing anything. This game, maybe maybe like us, he got a little ahead of himself and thought, I've got this in the bag, but ended up opening a weak point where the Grand Inquisitor was able to do a surprisingly large amount of damage upon hitting the field and ultimately turn things around.
The other lesson for Glue that game may have been he played Akira, and I don't know if we ever identified what he chose to call with Kira, but that sneak attack from Grand Inquisitor, one of the ways that the deck is able to finish quickly out of the blue. So that's going to be an important card for Glue to shut down if he can, either with targeted discard, something like a Spark of Rebellion or Jammed Communications, or to name with Akira, making sure that he closes off Jim's avenues to burst damage on the 6 resource turn.
Yeah, and the sneak attack can really do a surprising amount of damage. I have used it quite a bit in Cunning Sabine, and in that deck, boy, you can be hitting people pretty hard with a sneak attack in that sort of thing. In particular, things like Sneak Attack K2 or Sneak Attack, the new Light Maker, can really do a lot of damage. Here, though, we're seeing a space start for both players. Strike ship for Jim the Tank into an A-Wing.
Yeah, and I wonder about Glue's decision to not use Tarkentown last turn. That would have cleared the strike ship and allowed him to preserve the A-Wing. Now the strike ship is able to clear the A-Wing. Glue follows up with a red 5, which will threaten to finish off the strike ship. But Jim already has gotten somewhat of a favorable trade from that exchange.
Yeah, it's interesting. That surprised me a bit as well. It's interesting. Yeah, I don't know quite what I think about that. Um, Now, Red 5 here does offer the opportunity to clear that in multiple ways. A Nile Marauder Now, once again, Glue not using Tarkentown.
No, well, Glue had claimed initiative, which allowed Jim the
Right.
window to ready the Marauder and swing for 4. Glue now faced with the decision, do I want to clear this strike ship first with my red 5, or do I want to use Tarkentown? My instinct would be to use Tarkentown to prevent that 4 damage. He is able to throw 2 onto the Nile Marauder, but that's going to get 4 more damage in. Glue will be able to finish the Marauder with another ping from Quinlan if he has a 3-drop in hand, but Jim showing from game 2 that he doesn't need his units to stick around, he just needs them to get damage in.
Yeah, if I were Glue, I might be a little worried about letting this much damage in. He has conserved Tarkentown, but I
Yep.
often feel like in these sorts of matchups where I am the control and my opponent is the beatdown, with bases like Tarkentown or Energy Conversion Lab, because they give you a limited total HP supply and their abilities can be relatively impactful, I often want to fire them as quickly as possible to try to just get my opponent's momentum stopped from the start. Like a thing that I really like doing if I'm playing Energy Conversion Lab into an aggro deck is like using it on turn 1 or 2. Like I'll totally use Energy Conversion Lab to ambush a Battlefield Marine to kill my opponent's Sabine unit, for instance. I think that's completely worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. If your goal is to stabilize the board, you know you're going to take some damage. Getting board control early lets you prevent some of those larger swingier turns later. The longer you keep Tarkentown, the higher the risk is that the chip damage getting in will just be too much. And even if you stop their big blowout combo, they'll still be able to push enough damage through to get you to, as you mentioned, Tower, that very low 25 total.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to
Wow.
see what comes next here.
Yeah, Jim feeling pressed against the corner chooses to pass, potentially trying to bait out a Millennium Falcon attack. Glue very happy to just claim the initiative, with Jim having an empty board and having spent none of his resources for that turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation where I think he's quite content with that outcome. And now Quinlan on the field and the ground, red 5 in space. Blue has options in both arenas. We do see this bomber hit the field, but I think it's going to take a quick ping from Quinlan, after which red 5 can kill it in one hit. And we may be running into that same problem for Jim that we saw in game 1, where there's high enough HP on Glue's units that indirect damage like that from the bomber might not be that impactful.
Yeah, Kira played used to ping the TIE Bomber. We're not sure what card is called with Kira. Jim with a number of cards in his hand.
Now, Glue could use Tarkentown here to clear the bomber and allow Red 5 to keep attacking the base. It'll be interesting to see if he does that. I kind of suspect he might keep hanging on to it and just swing, but I could be wrong.
At this point, uh, with the ability to control the board largely through units, Tarkentown potentially could be held back. Looks like Jim the Tank pointing to Darth Vader Pilot potentially as the card that was called with Kira that would be able to slot onto the TIE Bomber to allow it to survive a Tarkentown. But with TIE Bomber exhausted, means Jim would not be able to attack this turn. Although I suppose he could ready it with Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah, but I think that Red 5 could swing into it for 5 total damage and stay alive, and then Glue could Tarkentown. I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
I think it would still end up being cleared one way or the other. And actually, I have it. Yeah, I have an update here from Claire. Darth Vader Pilot was indeed the card that was called for that Kira play from Glue. So that's going to cost additional resources and not be in budget. Instead, just another ship.
Just another cartel interceptor, that 2/3 raid 2, a powerful card in Grand Inquisitor, but one that lines up quite poorly into the pings that Quinlan is able to throw at it. The 2 damage from red 5, the Tarkin Town, the pings from the Quinlan leader. Glue
And
now going into the 6 resource turn, again keeping Jim's board perfectly clear.
yeah, Glue finally used that Tarkentown, clearing the bomber. Then Red 5 swings into the 2-3 ship, gets it off the field as well. And like you said, Grumpy, Jim has nothing on the board as we move into this turn. But it was looking like he was in trouble game two, and he was able to turn things around. He did
Yep.
manage to do at least some damage with those early units. Let's see if it's going to somehow
And we
in a
see
more favorable position.
in Glue's hand there, we see another copy of Plo Koon. So if Glue's able to play the action economy game, we'll be able to hold up that Plo Koon to prevent any sort of disastrous flip from Jim the Tank this turn.
There's another TIE bomber for Jim. I'm wondering if Glue. Well, we'll see. I think it's. Is it only 3 damage on Jim's base right now?
It's 3 damage on Jim's base, 8 damage on Glue's base. That Darth Vader still in hand, but still being blocked by Kira.
Ooh, this is interesting. So Glue is going to bring out a Millennium Falcon, and that does mean that he is no longer in range
Uh,
for. Isn't this illegal? Wasn't this
if
named
the
by
Darth
Kira?
Vader was called by Kira, yep.
Okay, looks like they've caught it. So Glue played the Falcon, pinging the TIE Bomber. That does mean Plo Koon is no longer an option. Jim attempts to play Darth Vader, but it's not legal, so I think they're rolling that back, and we'll see what he's gonna do instead.
And Jim should have 1 additional resource. He should have 4 remaining. He's just spent 2
Yeah,
on the
he's only
TIE
spent
Bomber this
2.
turn.
I think I see a Nile Marauder in hand. Maybe that will be the play here. Yep, it looks like Nile Marauder on the field. And I'm noticing now it looks like Glue is maybe not going to have the opportunity to kill Grand Inquisitor immediately. But with this setup, Red Five's ability will be able to be used to throw 2 more damage onto that Nile Marauder, as well as attacking and clearing the bomber. So Blue's still kind of sweeping the board here.
Yep, a Grand Inquisitor attack is less threatening on an empty board, but Glue saying, I'm not even going to let you do that. I'm going to use Bamboozle. I'm going to exhaust your leader, and I'm going to buy myself a little more time to clean up on this 6 resource turn.
Jim in some trouble here. Now there's the attack that I just mentioned. Red 5 clears the bomber and the Nile Marauder with the combination of the swing and the on attack ability. And then it looks like Glue is targeting the base with Kira and the Millennium Falcon, probably thinking that he has that Plo Koon to kill Grand Inquisitor in one hit. Doesn't need Kira to put any extra damage there. Just starts adding the damage onto Jim's base, and now I think we have 9 damage on Jim's base, 8 damage on Glue's base, although Jim's base is 27 HP and Glue's is 25, so Jim is still a little ahead on base HP.
Yeah, though Jim starting the 7 resource turn with 3 power on the board, just that Grand Inquisitor leader, compared to the 4 3 power units that Glue has, representing 12 total power.
Yeah, he may be a little ahead on base HP, but he is a lot behind on board. And we'll see. Looks like we're gonna see Red 5 exhausted, kind of taken out of the fight there with that upgrade, but Plo Koon hits the field, clears Grand Inquisitor. I'm not sure if Jim even has another play this turn, and it's going to be 9 more damage to base. Looking bad here for Jim.
Yeah, when you're already so behind on board, spending half of your resources on an upgrade like Frozen and Carbonite to stop just one of many threats uh, cannot feel great. Um, Unlikely that there's any combination of cards that could get Jim back in this game, facing down now 15 power on Glue's side of the board.
Yeah, it's looking really bad. It's sort of goofy that Frozen and Carbonite can even be played on vehicles, to be honest with you. But regardless of that, I don't think it's going to be what Jim needs here. He's looking very behind.
Yep, this is going to be 8 more to base from a Plo Koon bearing a Hot Shot Blaster, bringing Jim to 26 with 3 lethal attacks available to Glue.
Darth Treya hits the field, but if Jim even had the rest of that combo, he's not going to get a chance to apply it. Blue swings on in to end the game. 2-1 victory here for our McClunky Gaming teammate and his Quinlan Tarkentown versus Grand Inquisitor Nabat Village.
Yeah, Quinlan, a leader that many folks put to the side after the Force Throw ban, shined on the world stage because of the powerful synergy between Quinlan, a Force leader, strong Force units, and that one cost event card Force Throw. But potentially making a resurgence now in set six, the powerful pings combined with Tarkin Town, combined with just the tempo nature of an aggressive style Quinlan deck means the deck might have legs even without its signature one cost event.
Yeah, and I think some of the I do think some of the negativity on Quinlan ended up proving a bit premature. Um, which isn't to say that I think Quinlan is invincible or even a I don't know. I mean, I think Quinlan is a strong deck, but I wouldn't say a overwhelming one.
No, it's certainly
Um,
proven itself a mainstay of its time here in Star Wars Unlimited Premiere, one that I'm sure many folks will be sad to see go. The question after rotation will be, is it strong enough to play against the likes of Boba Leader or Django Leader if there are no bans in Eternal? That will remain to be seen.
yeah, and yeah, I mean, like you said, we'll have to see. I think there's going to be a lot of shakeups, um, one way or another for some of these decks. I think there are going to be a lot of shakeups as we move into rotation and take a look at the Eternal format and see what's going to happen there. But for now, we are going to take a quick break as we wait for the first round of Swiss to conclude. I'm TowerNumber9, joined here by GrumpyElephant, and we will be back soon with more from the Top Deck Games Planetary Qualifier.
I'll count us in. Welcome back, folks, to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the PQ at Top Deck Games in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. I'm Grumpy Elephant here with my co-caster, TowerNumberNine. Tower, how's it going?
It's going good, Grumpy. We had a McClunky gaming teammate win the first round. I'm hoping we see a bunch more McClunky gaming wins on stream today.
I feel the same way. A couple of pointers to orient folks who are joining us for the stream. If you want to learn more about Top Deck Games, you can visit their online store, Card Titan. There's a link to their online store in the YouTube description. Similarly, if you want to follow along with what's going on in the tournament, it's going to be a 7-round Swiss tournament that cuts to a top 8. We have a link to the Melee link again in the YouTube description, so you can find all the information you need about either the store or the tournament today there.
Yeah, and PQ season is starting up. I think this is the first weekend of the current PQ season, and it's going to be exciting to see how things go. We were talking earlier about the new set and what it has to offer, and at least thus far, the new set has a lot of cool cards, but its leaders have not necessarily been doing as well.
Yeah, one thing that will be interesting is folks got a little bit of a sneak peek at what the set 6 meta might look like a couple of weeks ago in Atlanta at the second Boston Invitational. And there were a couple of decks that did well or overperformed. One of those being the McClunky Gaming signature deck, Anakin Data Vault, that has become quite popular with players. But their players have also had a couple of weeks to prepare for certain matchups. And so while it might have been an unknown a couple weeks ago, players coming today almost certainly have thought, for example, about what their matchup into a deck like Anakin Data Vault looks like. So it'll be interesting to see, even just over the course of the 2 weeks that have passed, how has the meta evolved, what counters have people identified, and what new decks that we might not have thought about 2 weeks ago rise to the top because of how well positioned they are into what seems to be some of the top decks of the format.
Yeah, should be very interesting to observe.
Looks like the players have their pairings for round 2 and walking over to their seats. We will be up and running momentarily with our feature match for round 2, where we'll provide play-by-play commentary both this round and the rest of the tournament today.
Yeah, let's get into it as we await this next thing. Who's your favorite to win this tournament, whether that be a player or a leader?
Well, I, of course, am partial to the deck that I have played for months, starting with the Galactic Championships in Las Vegas, continuing on through the Boston Invitational in Atlanta, and that is Anakin Data Vault. I would love to see an Anakin Data Vault navigate these Swiss rounds, make it the top 8, and continue its strong performance by taking down a PQ today. What about you, Tower?
Yeah, Anakin Data Vault's pretty cool. I would like to see, we were talking about this deck earlier. I'd like to see some Dedra. I'd like to see one of the new leaders really mix it up. And I know it's been a little tough for them early on, but maybe this is going to be the time for someone to show their crazy creation that's going to be able to really, really change things up with respect to how these Secrets of Power leaders have been doing in competitive play.
I think that would be pretty cool. We have now our feature match players for round 2. On one hand, a name familiar to many, we have Wu from Team KTOD, keeping with a color pairing that he is known for, blue-green, but switching from villainy, known for Kira, to the light side for today's tournament, choosing to bring Yoda, green, Data Vault, facing off against Lunar, bringing a tried and true combination from sets past, a CAD, Bane, Tarkentown, looking to combine CAD's natural ping from playing Underworld units with that Tarkentown to get early board control and push damage to the base. The challenge for Lunar in this matchup will be Wu has a whole lot of base health to deal with. That Data Vault sitting there at a hefty 33, making it a tall task for Lunar to close this game before Wu's Yoda flip will both regain board control and start threatening to restore damage turn after turn.
Yeah, Yoda is Yoda's got a powerful flip for sure. And we'll see what version of CAD this is. I know there's different versions, so there's kind of a swarmier one drop focused version that might be stronger in this particular scenario, as it can be a very aggressive type of deck. But if it's going to be one of the ones that's more tempo-y, we'll have to see how it goes. We'll have to see how it goes.
I think that many of the CADs have been switching back more towards a mid-range focus away from that double one drop start. And we see that here with Lunar beginning with an Aura Sing, a powerful 2-drop, 1/4 hidden raid 2, but matched by Wu with another powerful 2-drop, Mina Bonteri from the newest set, a 2/4 for 2 with a lot of relevant bonus text. The ability to restore 1, very helpful for Yoda's game plan. And when Mina Bonteri is defeated, if Wu can disclose 2 command cards and a heroic card from his hand, he'll be able to draw a card, effectively allowing Mina Bonteri to replace herself. One of the signs that FFG has really been pushing the power of 2-drops in its most recent set. We see powerful stats, 2/4 that we wouldn't have seen before, and multiple beneficial abilities.
That's right, Grumpy. 2/4 was not at all a common stat line. There were a few cards with it. So like Republic R2, I think was a 2/4, for instance. But by and large, 2/4s were not much of a thing, and we're now seeing not only 2/4s, but 2/4s with very powerful abilities like that Mina Bonteri.
Yep, and Wu getting off that crucial turn 2 resupply, ramping to 4, bringing him closer to his leader flip. And what that means is Lunar's going to hit his 6 resource turn when Wu hits his 7 resource turn. Both leaders will be flipping now at the same turn. Meaning Wu has sort of kept parity with the pace of play and is positioned to stop any potential aggression from Lunar 1 turn early.
Now, what unit is that Lunar has there?
That's going to be a crafty smuggler.
Oh, you know what? That die on top of the unit was I had a bit of a brain fart there, and I thought the die was part of the art, and I was like, huh, I don't know of a
Oh,
unit that has
fascinating.
art that's that blue. What is that?
Yeah,
All
so
right,
we see the
traitorous
players
from Wu.
trading some tempo back and forth. Lunar was able to use his Tarkin Town on that Mina Banteri last turn, and Wu did not have the disclosure requirements to be able to draw the card. But Wu able to get some tempo back by playing a traitorous to claim that Aura Sing for his own, but then Lunar regaining some tempo by playing that Cham Syndulla, ramping and deploying a 5/4, meaning that Lunar will once again be able to deploy his leader 1 turn before Wu's, threatening a leader deploy now on this coming 6 resource turn, unless Wu has another source of ramp, something like a resupply carrier, something like another resupply. If he does, then he will be able to deploy Yoda this turn. If he does not, Lunar will have a 1 turn window to set up a powerful Cad Bane and push damage. Although the fact that Wu is only at 4 HP out of 33 on his data vault means that he's not particularly worried about the game ending anytime soon.
Yeah, it looks like Aura's thing there going to swing into the crafty smuggler. But on this next turn, Lunar plays a ruthless raider. That's going to be 2 damage to Wu's base and 2 damage to clear the stolen Aura Sing, preventing her from swinging again into Lunar's board. But Wu has a bunch of resources left. Let's see what he can do here. Lunar is now tapped out. Although, of course, we can see not only some swings, but also a Cad Bane deploy this turn.
Yep. That Ruthless Raider killing the Aura Sing, though, allows Wu to turn on his Yoda leader ability. That would let him do something like stack his deck if he has a Luke in hand, plus a card like You're My Only Hope. He'll be able to cheat out that Luke for fewer resources, giving something -6/-6. He looks, and it looks like he chooses to put something on the bottom, suggesting perhaps that he's digging for answers and doesn't have a clear response to this sudden aggression from Lunar.
Let's see here. So Captain Typho, pretty reasonable defensive option.
Yeah, an interesting choice from Lunar moments ago. Wu chooses to pass instead of playing as Captain Typho, wanting to prevent the crafty smuggler potentially from killing it combined with the Cad Bane. But Lunar had already spent all of his resources, which means Lunar chose to attack with for 2 damage into Wu's base, and then ultimately only flipped his Cad Bane before ending his turn. Lunar could have claimed, depriving Wu then of spending any resources on this 6 resource turn.
Interesting point. Rival's Fall is going to get Cad Bane off the field without a single attack having been made. On the other hand, that's a huge resource investment from Wu. Only one resource left for this turn. But
Yeah,
Lunar doesn't have a awesome option for killing Captain Typho here unless he spends some resources. I guess he could take a trade.
or he could capture it.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. Now the only problem I see with this is a Yoda flip could bring that Typho right back onto the field, depending on
Yeah,
what
and
card ends up
the
on the
fact
top
that
of
the
it.
capture means the Captain Typho has left play turns on Wu's ability to stack the top of his deck with Yoda, almost certainly putting something 6 or higher so that when Yoda flips now, it will be able to defeat the Ruthless Later and return that Captain Typho to the board.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what we're seeing. Now the Ruthless Raider does get to resolve its when defeated ability. So we could see 2 damage to the base and then 2 damage either to Typho or potentially to Yoda there, I think. Um
Players likely just talking about the ordering of those operations. Does Captain Typho return to the board before or after the Ruthless Later? I believe that the capture return is immediate, and so the Captain
yeah,
Typho should be on the board to then take 2 damage from the Ruthless Later if Lunar so chooses.
I think that's correct too, although I am not by any means an expert on that. One way or another, though, if there is or isn't 2 damage on Typho, we could still see a trade there with Shams and Dula. Um, in fact, well, I guess it depends on what's in hand and so on, but it isn't even clear to me that putting the 2 damage on Typho would be correct, even like regardless of whether or not it's legal. It might be better to have the damage on Yoda.
I think that's right. With 3 resources left, Lunar is likely going to have to throw his Champs and Dula into the Typho, which,
Yeah.
as you point out, Tower would be able to kill it with or without the 2 damage.
And so the 2 damage does end up on Yoda, but we do see something being played here, a waylay for Typho. Okay, so I guess that's another good reason not to put damage on him. But this does now mean Yoda's able to clear Cham. The crafty smuggler swings into Yoda, and we're left with a completely empty board.
Completely empty board with Lunar at 2 damage on his target town base, Wu at 17 damage on his 33 health base, 16 health remaining. But we're now at the stage of the game that has to favor Wu. Powerful threats like that Bo Katan we see in the discard, Luke Skywalker, likely things like Ewan reinforcements. We know that he has a Sentinel in hand. Lunar's going to have to play things like potentially Devastator, that 8 cost 9/6 that can deal 4 to base to present the kind of top end aggression that he needs to close this game before Wu's powerful haymakers start hitting the board turn after turn. Something like a Kellerin Beck, here we see it now. Something like a Home One threatening a Restore Engine. Wu's deck is built around getting to this phase of the game and then taking over.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's gonna be an easy stride to victory here by any means, even though Lunar has inflicted way more damage on base. This composition from Wu has a much stronger end game, as you were saying, Grumpy. And it
Yeah.
looks like we do see some options here. It's a Kellerin Beck for Wu that brings out a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, the 3/2, and Lunar plays a Mist Hunter, which is a 3/4 ship that can conditionally draw a card, as well as Forlom pinging the A Wing. Now, if you're Wu, you kill Forlom, right? Yep, that's what
Yep.
he's doing.
One saving grace for Lunar is that there's not currently any restore on Wu's side of the board, and here's this Devastator that we talked about, able to finish off of
Oh,
both Wu's units. Although my guess is Wu's holding on to something like a Luke Skywalker that he could slam down and give that Devastator -6/-6, to once again return the board to relative parity, but then with a 3 restore on the board for Wu. So we'll see if he has that Skywalker here. If he does, I think that's a quick play.
yeah, I mean, I think it's a very strong answer. Looks like he doesn't have it.
Oh,
It's gonna be a resupply carrier, and I have to say it's a little
oh,
late for a resupply carrier. This is not
yeah.
what Wu wants to see.
That could make the difference right there. He needed a clean answer to that Devastator to prevent it hitting in from 9. But now that it does, it's going to hit in for 9. It's going to bring Wu to 29. He does not have any restore on the board. So something like a second Devastator from hand, even if it's required to be killed immediately as a result of the unique rule, would be able to finish Wu's base off. This has looked from potentially a stabilized game for Wu to something that he's very much at the risk of losing in the next action or two.
Yeah, absolutely, Grumpy. We were talking about Wu's deck having a strong endgame, and I think unfortunately for him, he may not have been able to find it on that last turn. And a Ruthless Raider, that is a huge problem for Wu. The resupply carrier was able to clear out Mist Hunter, but Lunar throws down a Ruthless Raider. The 2 damage clears the A-Wing and 2 more damage on
Yeah.
base. And if it's defeated, the 2 damage would win. So Wu sees no path to victory and scoops it up.
Yeah, this is one of the challenges that we see from a deck like Yoda Data Vault. It's suffering from two potential issues. The first issue is that Data Vault requires you to play 10 additional cards, and so sometimes you just you get what's called Data Vaulted. You don't draw the right cards that you need because your deck has been diluted. But then the other problem is that compounds with how a deck like Yoda is built. Yoda is a ramp deck, which is required to play some early game cards, some ramp cards, and some late game cards. So you essentially have 3 categories of cards, and you're hoping to draw from those categories of cards in the right order. You want your early game cards, turns 1 and 2. You want ramp cards starting turn 2 to bring you into that late game, and then you want to see your late game cards. And what we saw from Wu is he didn't draw those late game cards. He had an early game opener with Mina Bonteri. He was able to resupply into Traitorous. He had a resupply carrier, but then he didn't have anything powerful to close it out. All he had was a Keller and Beck, nothing like a home one, nothing like a Luke Skywalker. We saw Bo Katan put into the discard from the Yoda flip ability. And so it seemed like his deck was only able to do 2/3 of the job. It got him to the late game, but then when he needed those late game cards, it let him down. And unfortunately, in a variance based card game, when you bring a deck like Yoda Data Vault to a tournament like this, that is going to happen in some of the games. You just have to hope it only happens in one game at most out of a best of 3. He's going to have to hope games 2 and 3 he draws a little more consistently.
Yeah, it looked like he was in a good spot, but he didn't quite have the end game options he needed to seal the deal. And now we're moving into the next round, and Wu is playing from behind. Another issue is Yoda can take a while to resolve the game. There is a risk of going to time if Wu wins this next one. I mean, Cad Bane is pretty fast. It's not like a worst case scenario, but if we had had the situation where Wu had got what he needed to stabilize and then killed Lunar over another, let's say 2 turns or something, we could be looking at not a great amount of time left for potentially two
Yeah.
games.
It's the difference. That's exactly right, Tower. It's the difference between a 15-minute game, you can comfortably fit 3 in over a 55-minute round with 10 minutes to spare, and a 20-minute game where all of a sudden you're at 60 minutes and you're probably going to time with a last action phase or two. The players finish that game one and are ready for game two with just a total of 15 minutes spent. So they're going to have to average, if Wu wins game two, they're going to have to average 20-minute games to finish their best of 3 match before time is called.
Yeah, and now of course you do have that extra time with the finish 2 action phases rule, and you can bring the game to a normal conclusion in overtime. But I think these players are probably going to be hoping not to get some draws here.
Do think Woo's likely to want to see game two begin the same as game one. He likes that powerful two drop into a resupply. The thing that threw a wrench into his plans was that Lunar had Cham Syndulla to counter the resupply. Essentially, a a 4 cost resupply that also deploys a 5/4 unit. So Lunar was able to keep resource parity with Woo, but also present a threat on the board. A lot of players will put something like Cham in the sideboard. So the fact that Lunar has put Cham Syndulla in the main board suggests that he's expecting to see a lot of ramp decks at the tournament today and wants to be prepared for them. Wu, now knowing that Lunar has access to Cham Syndulla, might think carefully about ramping, but because of how he's built this Yoda deck, is almost certainly going to want to ramp regardless.
What do you think about ramp as a strategy overall?
I think it's very interesting. I think the fact that we have a guaranteed free leader deploy in this game means that ramp is a little bit more impactful. Than potentially in other games because you are guaranteed to have some mechanism of controlling the board. That being said, we're seeing a slightly different start play out here in this game too. Lunar taking the hand control approach started with Bazine to take out Wu's only turn one play, and then followed up with this new card Garandon to name a card from Wu's hand, choosing the Captain Typho he saw. Wu, however, did draw into that resupply, so was able to resupply, bringing him up to 5.
Yeah, I mean, there's the ramp that we were just discussing. Um, and and there is Queen Amidala, one of the most popular cards of this set with competitive players. And the Bothan spy tokens from the Beatle event that we attended earlier, just the same as a normal spy token, 0/2 raid 2, but Queen Amidala is able to have units that share traits with her get defeated instead of having her take damage. And those spies do have the official trait. So that is a potential way to save her from damage if Lunar would try to remove her.
Yep, and Lunar did have the Chamson duel of this game, so he is again able to keep resource parity. Wu able to take out that Chamson Dula using Queen Amidala, sacrificing a spy token instead of killing the queen herself, leaving Lunar with just his 2/1/3s on the board, 3 damage on Wu's base. So again, we're seeing a similar rhythm. The players are reaching the 6 resource turn, but this time Lunar's aggression is quite limited, only threatening 2 damage. One of those 2 damage goes into the spy token, potentially going to finish it off with the Garandon. It's hard to say
Ooh.
who's.
Village protectors on the field, 2/2 sentinel unit. Going to potentially stop some aggression here from Lunar. Garandon swings in, clearing their shield, but the protectors are still there as a sentinel. Spy trades for Garandon.
And
Cad
critically,
Bane.
Tarkentown not yet used. We talked about this in game one, that oftentimes bases like Tarkentown can be more impactful if used early. Lunar's still trying to find a window to take advantage of that base epic action ability. There hasn't been one yet.
Cad Bane hits the field, and then it's a second resupply from Wu. Yoda could be deployed this turn as well, but Wu's going to use the leader ability, take a look at his hand, and try to get the perfect card on the top of the deck there for Yoda's when
Yeah.
deployed, I believe.
Obviously, the second resupply very powerful, allows Yoda to flip on this turn. The only potential challenge being is that the only target right now for Yoda's ability is a Bazine. It cannot feel good to use your Yoda leader's flip, remove a unit on a Bazine. That being said, Lunar now offering another target, this Ruthless Raider. So if Wu just put something that costs 6 or more on top of his base, we're likely to see a Yoda leader flip to then take down that Ruthless Raider in a turn. Oh, but he didn't. He went for the safer play, choosing just to put a 2 Mina Bonteri, allowing him to kill that Bazine. But that's going to leave Lunar now with a Ruthless Raider in the space arena.
Ruthless Raider, uh, very solid unit, decent stats, 4/6 is actually a very convenient stat line against blue because it is out of range of both takedown and fell the dragon, kind of a sweet spot there. And then if the opponent does manage to remove it with a rival's fall or with unit combat or something, the when defeated effect can be quite relevant as well.
It's one of the reasons why we've seen some players potentially start to favor Vanquish again in their decks. The 5 cost unconditional unit removal just to get out of those sticky situations where the stats don't line up for either a takedown or a Fell the Dragon.
Lunar firing off the planetary bombardment, and I believe that Ruthless Raider is a capital ship. So it's going to be quite a lot of indirect damage hitting Wu's side of the board.
Yeah, more impactful if Wu was already at, say, 15 or 20, but the fact that
Right.
Wu is able to throw almost all of it on the base and is going to be able to clear the Cad Bane unit with the Yoda leader and continue a restore engine means that Lunar is not developing his board at all this turn. He's likely to be left with just a Ruthless Raider, and if Wu can get a restore engine going, he doesn't matter to him whether his base is at 5 or 15 or 20.
Luke Skywalker on the field, clearing Cad Bane, setting up even more restore. Luke is kind of the crucial card that Wu didn't have last game, but he does have it this game. And now, like you said, Grumpy, there is a lot of restore going on for Wu. I don't know if Lunar's going to be able to get there in time.
Yeah. It feels like he's going to need something like a Devastator into another planetary bombardment, throwing all 12 at the base. But even that, with Wu now restoring as many as 5 a turn, potentially more, depending on what he continues to develop to the board, this is a race that's going to become incredibly difficult for Lunar to win.
All right.
This Cad Bane
Ye-
unit will come down and capture the Luke Skywalker. That will restore, will slow the restore a little bit. But Wu has a clean answer here. There's that Vanquish that we talked about, returns the Luke Skywalker to board, meaning that the net effect of this turn is that Lunar attacked for 2 or attacked for 4. Wu also attacked for 4 and restored 2. So Lunar was able to put 2 total damage on the base.
Wait, it's not
And
over though. You're my only hope is being played here.
Wu, potentially hoping to see something like a Captain Typho or a Restore unit, chooses
He
not to
doesn't
play
see
whatever
anything.
he sees.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Both players now having reached 9 resources that turns on potentially powerful cards like Bo-Katan from the new set for Wu. But here comes another Ruthless Raider with that tricky 4/6 stat line. So presenting more threats in space, Wu still able to restore on the ground, but neither player particularly solving this race.
Yeah, the two ruthless raiders now
One with
firing
sudden
away.
ferocity, which is going to hit for
Yeah.
7, which brings Wu to 22. But Wu now has 11 health remaining on his base to what has become just 7 health for Lunar. One attack from Luke Skywalker plus 1 attack from Yoda next turn, threatening lethal for Lunar. That restore means that Lunar's 11 power on the board, not going to be enough to be lethal on Wu's base. Although there is 11 health remaining, that 11 is soon to become 13 or 14 with Wu's first attack this turn.
Yeah, and we could see some tricks here. If I'm Lunar, I don't know. I want to see exhaust effects, surprise strike. A single surprise strike wouldn't do it though. 20 damage on Wu's base. Yeah, Cad Bane strikes again. Another unit Cad appears, captures
Now,
Luke.
I believe Lunar should have 2 additional damage on his base. He was oh no, that's not. I was misreading the dice. He's at 22 now. A single attack from Yoda will be enough to end the game, but Yoda going to be down to 1 HP remaining.
This is a very odd situation. There's 20 HP on 20 damage on Wu's base, 13 to go. And Lunar has 11. A second Luke appears and okay, so it debuffs the sudden ferocity raider. It can't actually kill it because no unit was defeated. The Luke was just captured. But that does mean the -3 is putting Lunar pretty far out of range. He ends up taking the initiative.
Yeah, and now with Luke Skywalker threatening lethal, um, Lunar's now the one in a tricky spot. He has initiative, but is only able to deal 7 with that Ruthless Raider. Even a surprise strike would be 10, leaving Wu with 3 health on base, which means Lunar now has to figure out how to stop an immediate loss. He can't do it, so it's going to be a scoop from him, and we're going to go to game 3.
Yeah, and thankfully for both of these players, it was a pretty quick game too, even though they got to a large number of resources. We are now looking at a bit more than 28 minutes on the clock. They should have time to complete this one naturally if it follows a similar pace to their previous matches.
And as the players sideboard or adjust their decks for game 3, I want to take a moment to shout out this incredible initiative token we see on the screen that the traders have been passing back and forth. You can see it as a McClunky branded metal initiative token. This is a new token that the team has designed by Tim and Claire. It's an incredible product that we're so excited to have. And if you're interested, you could have the chance this weekend to get one of those initiative tokens for yourself. There's a link to the McClunky Discord in the YouTube description for today's stream. If you join the Discord, you will see a giveaway that you'll be able to enter where McClunky Gaming will be giving away over the course of the weekend 5 of these signature metal initiative tokens. They look incredibly nice. They're modeled, I believe, after a Sabak card from the Star Wars universe, but branded with McClunky Gaming's image. Just a really cool offering that we're so thrilled to be able to share with our community.
All right. I think we're about to get into it. Let's see how game 3 occurs. Wu is finishing his resourcing. We're leading off with Aura Singh from Lunar, Mina Bonteri from Wu.
So far, recreating game 1 play for play. This is exactly how the players begin.
That ended up being good. That ended up being good for Lunar in the end that time, but not sure how it's going to go this time.
No ramp from Wu on turn 2 this time. Instead, an Obi-Wan to match Lunar's Boba Fett 3/5 unit, a throwback to the Spark of Rebellion days. Lunar now choosing, do I want to take initiative or do I want to use my Target Town on that Mina Bonteri? Chooses to take initiative, preserving for himself the opportunity to attack again with the Aura Sing. Potentially into the Mina Bonteri, potentially into Data Vault before Wu is able to defeat her with either of his units.
Lunar sends in 4 Lom there. Damage on Mina. Nice little ambush play.
Yeah, this
Now
time Wu
Mina
does
in
have that
position to be
close.
cleared with a Tarkin Town. Or no, I'm sorry, Mina was the one who was ambushed here.
Yep. The ping goes on Obi-Wan. If Obi-Wan now attacks into that Aura Sing to clear her, he would have 2 damage and could die to either the Tarkin Town or the Boba Fett trigger. So Wu in a little bit of a tricky spot figuring out what to do with the Obi-Wan. Potentially the best thing would be to throw it into the Forlom to clear that and prevent something like a Zuckuss ambush next turn. Or if he has a Force unit in hand, he could turn on Obi-Wan's Sentinel. Neither one of Lunar's units currently enough to clear the Obi-Wan in one hit. And so the Obi-Wan then would be able to present a pretty good wall against the remaining attacks from Lunar's side of the board this turn.
Yeah, it's interesting. Although if Obi-Wan did swing, Boba Fett would then be able to eliminate him in one attack with that on attack ability. We do see another unit being played here. No, no, it's not a unit, it's a takedown, clearing Boba, but that does leave Aura Singh in a position to swing into the base again. 3 more damage onto that base. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Wu's only unit, could clear either of these units on Lunar's side of the board, but if he kills Forlom, he's off the field. If he kills Aura Singh, he's in range of that Tarkin town. Wu opts to maybe slow things down a bit using Yoda's ability instead. Lunar takes the initiative. What will Wu do? He could swing base or either unit. Goes for the kill on Aura Singh. This does leave him vulnerable to Tarkin Town, but because Lunar took the initiative, Obi-Wan will survive at least into this next round. Although wait, it looks like Wu is rethinking it. Grumpy,
Yeah,
what
now
would you do in this situation?
he chooses ultimately to go for the Forlom, turning off the Zuckuss ambush play. The reason I might have gone into the Aura Sing is because it would allow Wu to have a unit on the board going into the round, which means Obi-Wan is certainly likely to die, potentially from that Tarkin Town right off the bat, but that would turn on the Yoda leader ability. So if Wu has something like a You're My Only Hope, the ability to use Yoda's leader to stack the top of his deck would allow him to play something like potentially a home one this turn, bringing the Obi-Wan back. Now he's going into the 6 resource turn with no units on the board, or I'm sorry, the 5 resource turn with no units on the board. So it wouldn't be a home one, it would be something like a Luke Skywalker, but he's not going to be able to use the Yoda leader ability to stack the top of his deck, which means his options are slightly more limited.
Yeah, this could be interesting. I think that we will so right now what's happening is Lunar's played Bazine and he's thinking about what to clear. Ends up
Yeah.
going for a village protectors. And Wu may have forgotten to draw.
Off of the Bazine.
Yeah, I think he should have taken a draw from that Bazine and did not. But we're seeing a blue leader ambush from Wu. So spending the extra 2, going into the ground arena, ambushes and kills Aura Singh. I believe, yeah. So I believe they're now seeing. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
needed that draw. So draw taken, ambush still. That's still the play. The nice thing about this ambush is that the 5/5 blue leader is not in range of Tarkin Town. But the problem is, if another Cad Bane ping goes off, it is in range of Tarkin Town. Now, what
Now
is that?
it looks like it's an unrefusable offer, which would let Lunar, when he defeats the blue leader, play it that turn. But he's gonna play it as a 3/3 in space, and will have to spend 2 resources of his own um, to give it the 2/2 and ability to ambush on the ground. So a little bit of an awkward play there. It's not usually you want to use unrefusable offer on something more powerful, something like a Luke Skywalker, or something like a home one. Um, Wu
Tarkin
saying
Town
I'm going to give you
used.
a chance to play it right away. Lunar saying I'm going to move it to the ground, spend 2 resources to give it 5 power. But once again, we've arrived. We're at the 7 resource turn. Uh, Wu's going to be able to flip this turn. Um,
Lunar has not yet flipped.
yeah.
One other
Wu-
note about this blue leader is that it only counts as a 3 cost unit for Yoda's ability, so it will be very likely to be able to be removed on Yoda's deployment.
Well, it's going to be removed at the end of this phase anyway because of the terms of unrefusable offer. So Wu's not going to be interested in using the Yoda
Oh yeah,
destroy ability on the blue leader.
yeah. That's interesting. I wonder more why the unrefusable offer was used there. But I don't know. I mean, maybe that's what he's thinking. Maybe it's like, hey, I'm getting upside with this in a way that is going to be difficult for my opponent to counter if he takes his flip. Whereas if he had just played a big unit from hand, then the flip could be more annoying for that. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Ooh, I think that was a manipulated "You're My Only Hope" into Luke Skywalker with a big debuff for Cad Bane.
Yeah, but just no, the blue leader did die this turn, so that's going to be -6/-6 on the Cad Bane, which
Yeah,
means that when Yoda flips, Yoda will be able to attack into the Cad Bane leader and defeat it, restoring 2.
smuggled Bazine Natal shows resupply carrier, resupply Queen Amidala, and takedown. Removes Queen Amidala. It's possible if I were in that spot, I would have just said whatever, you know. Oh, you know what? I think this
This
was
was a 6
I
resource
think he
turn.
only had 6 resources this turn.
Yeah. In my head, they were 1 turn farther along. Um,
I think Wu didn't ramp this game. Well, we have seen him ramp in the previous
yeah.
games. And as a result of that, the debuff from Luke Skywalker prevented Cad Bane from doing damage, but there wasn't the immediate Yoda follow-up. Now Luke is going to swing into Cad Bane. 6 damage there, 3 damage healed. Now Cad could swing back and clear Luke, but would die himself. Goes for the base instead. 15 damage on Wu's base now. Now a takedown on the weakened Cad Bane. So Cad Bane is cleared, but Wu has spent like a lot of different resources to do so.
Yeah, but Cad Bane being defeated turns on the Yoda ability, which means Wu's going to be able to stack something potentially powerful on top of his deck. Lunar is now forced to play resources. He plays this Ruthless Raider. The question will be, once again, Wu's had a choice. Is he putting a 2 to take out this Bazine, or did he put something higher? There's the resupply carrier to take out that Ruthless Raider, which then in turn takes out the Luke Skywalker, leaving the boards with a clear advantage in favor of Wu. He's going to be likely to take out this Bazine on attack, restoring 2. And we now have a 4/8 Yoda leader remaining, threatening to restore every turn, restore 2 every turn to Lunar's nothing.
Yeah, and it looks like Wu is maybe going to add insult to injury a bit there with the Phoenix Squadron A wing hitting the field. Now, one thing that was good for Lunar was that the when defeated ability on that Ruthless Raider did let him get Luke Skywalker off the field. That's value. That's something. But Lunar now in a pretty disadvantageous position, has to figure out what
Yeah.
to do, and he is against an opponent with a stronger end game. But we see a crafty smuggler hitting the field from Lunar and Cad Bane's ability used. Single point of damage gets put onto the
Yeah.
Phoenix Squadron A Wing, only 1 HP left there, but Yoda has a bunch more. Now we see another copy of Queen Amidala being played. One was removed by Bazine, but looks like Wu has drawn another one. Lunar then ambushes in Forlom to kill one of the spy tokens and take no damage in return. But Forlom is quickly cleared by Yoda, who also gets to restore some damage. Lunar takes the initiative, and Wu swings in with the A Wing and then sends another A Wing onto the field. Lunar has managed to get that crafty smuggler to stick, but Wu's board has developed a lot more in this last turn.
Yeah, those kinds of small units, the Crafty Smuggler, the Forlom, they're really impactful in the early game. But once we're at this level of resources, Lunar is really looking to stick things like new Ruthless Raiders, things like Devastators, potentially need something like a Cad Bane to capture the spies and effectively defeat them. Just to point out these tiny threats gives Wu even more time to stabilize the board to get a restore engine.
Ooh, it's a sneak attack Cad Bane. And he could capture, I think, everything on the field here.
It is limited to 3 units, but it's likely to be Queen
Oh,
Amidala.
yeah, yeah. It's 8 total HP, but 3 units.
Yeah. That should be
Wait,
incorrect because I believe it is limited to 3 units, so he's not
let me
able to
make
take
sure it
out.
is limited to 3 units. I didn't remember that myself. I thought it was just the HP, but you could be right. So Cad Bane,
Up to
yeah, up
3
to
enemy
3
non-leader
enemy
units.
non-leader units. They did misplay
Yep.
that. One of those units should not be captured. Uh, So probably I think I would have left the wounded A-wing on the field there.
Yep.
Cad clears that Captain Typho, but Wu gets the opportunity to reveal, use disclosed heal there. And because it was a sneak attack Cad, he will be leaving play at the end of the turn, which will in turn put all those units from Wu back on the field.
Yeah. So
Blue
the net
leader
effect
ambushes
of
in, knocks the shield off of the crafty smuggler, but doesn't kill it. The smuggler goes for the base. Yoda can now kill the smuggler and restore. Yoda barely alive here. Garindan on the field. And in hand, we see, I think it was a Gonk droid.
Yeah, so the net effect of Cad Bane capturing that additional unit is essentially that Wu missed out on a potential 3 damage attack from one of the Phoenix Squadron A-Wings. Unlikely to make a long-term difference in the game, but nonetheless still a technical error that may
Yeah.
be too late to correct for now, but something to keep in mind as we go forward.
Yeah, and it did capture too many units. Okay. What do you think now?
So a second Cat Bane comes down, does capture the correct number of units. Wu choosing to push damage to base, and now spill out his hand. Wu now with 5 units on the board to Lunar's 1. Wu sitting at 13, which is 20 health remaining. That's a long way to go. Um, Lunar with 17 health remaining. Neither player playing particularly powerful haymakers at this stage in the game. Wu would have liked to see more Luke Skywalker's home ones, Bo-Katan's, Keller, and Bex. Lunar would like to see more Ruthless Raiders, more Devastators. So we're seeing, high resource count, but nonetheless, both players sort of relying on their smaller, more mid-range units. Cad Bane being the exception, which is really good if you have other presence on the board to finish off a game, but on its own is going to have a difficult time to deal the full 20 remaining health that Wu had at the start of this turn.
Yeah. I think well, we'll see. I think that's another unrefusable offer, is that right?
Yeah, and now put on an Obi-Wan, which again is not the kind of unit that you want to collect with that bounty. You want to use it on those powerful hits, things like Luke Skywalker's or Home Ones.
Ooh, my clunky use there.
Which has the effect
Bounces
of
the Cad
returning.
Bane. Does kill that blue leader, but now all those like units go back on the field for
Yeah.
Wu.
And
We could
Lunar does not
wait.
have enough resources to replay the Cad Bane this turn. And
Yeah, I'm
so
wondering if this is gonna be like, oh, I can replay it and then use on the unrefusable offer. But if so, it's not gonna be this turn. Boba
yeah.
Fett Disintegrator hits the field. It's hard to believe now that Boba Fett Disintegrator was at one time considered one of the best cards in the game. That's really not the status that he has in the current environment. But back in the set 1 days, Boba Fett Disintegrator was a menace.
Well, 3/5 was an unusual stat line for 3 drops to have with a powerful additional ability, did put him ahead of the curve for at least the first few
Yeah.
sets.
Yeah, I mean, in Spark of Rebellion, Boba Fett was the only 3 cost 3/5 in the entire game, and the way that the on attack ability worked, there was a rule book change that made it no longer work like this, but it used to hit leaders immediately the turn that they deployed, which made him extremely dangerous. You often saw Energy Conversion Lab used to ambush in with Boba Disintegrator and to kill someone's leader on their flip turn.
Yeah, this Lunar facing down an unstoppable onslaught from Wu. There's going to be the fist bump, a home one fighting in for lethal. That'll be 2-1 for Wu from Team KTOD. This Yoda Data Vault taking down Lunar's CAD Tarkentown. Despite the CAD taking game one in what looked like a strong showing, Wu ultimately able to grind out games 2 and 3, and the players finishing with a full 10 minutes to spare in this Swiss round two.
Yeah, and we were saying earlier that Wu's deck has a big advantage in a long game. In game one, that wasn't as evident with the way that that game turned out, but I think in some ways we saw games 2 and 3 be sort of a return to normalcy in that respect,
Yeah.
where the powerful end game from the Luke deck was able to make its presence felt, even though it hadn't necessarily been as relevant in the first round.
Now, here, Tower, we see some interesting statistics that Claire has compiled about the meta for today's tournament. Right at the very top, the most represented deck was the deck that we talked about, Anakin Data Vault, a powerful mid-range value deck that takes great advantage of some of the new Secrets of Power cards, Nemec, the 2-drop, Mina Bonteri, the 2-drop, Queen Amidala, the 5-drop, but coming in at just 13%. Not too overwhelming in terms of a meta share. Two decks that I want to point out right below that, Gar Saxon Energy Conversion Lab, the second most played deck at 8%, and then two below that, Admiral Piet coming in at 7%. My hypothesis is that folks are bringing these Gar Saxon ECL decks and these Admiral Piet decks because they believe they have strong matchups into Anakin Skywalker Data Vault. So this is one way that we see the meta self-adjusting after the early results that we had for Beatle. People saw this Anakin Skywalker deck. They said it's very powerful. I don't want to join them. I want to beat them. What beats them? Potentially the shield-heavy Gar ECL with powerful targets like Darth Vader to ECL and defeat the Anakin Skywalker immediately. And then Admiral Piet's ability to ramp into large capital ships to then clear Anakin Skywalker's board using things like Turbo Laser Salvo or Overwhelming Barrage gives both of these decks game plans into Anakin Skywalker Data Vault.
Yeah, and I'll be frank with you, I'm not the biggest fan of that Admiral Piet deck. It does not seem all that good to me. But if you're specifically targeting Anakin, I think there's a much stronger argument for that build.
And the challenge for both of these decks is as you suggest, they do both have other weaknesses. They are targeted decks. They are designed to really thrive oftentimes on the mid-range decks that we see. So they may also do well into things like Han Solo Command 30, but it's possible that they'll struggle into decks like Kira Data Vault that we see on the fifth line here representing 5%. It's possible Piet certainly struggles into Sabine Wren Energy Conversion Lab coming in as the seventh most popular deck, albeit only with 3%. So given that of our top 8 decks, we drop from 13% to 3%. That suggests that this field is wide open. That once you get outside of those top 8 most played decks, you're going to have decks played by just a couple of players, which means we're looking at a field with dozens of leader and base combinations, which means nobody is going to be able to predict with any amount of certainty what their Swiss pairings are going to look like through the day. That means, Tower, it could be an open field, and we could see almost anything rise to the top depending on which pairings they get through the first 7 rounds.
Yeah, and it's always interesting when you have that kind of open meta. Um, One thing that I do note is that we're existing right now in I would call it a very mid-rangey meta. In fact, I think Kira, I guess, is a soft control. Sabine is aggro, but everything else on this list, I think, is some version. I mean, I don't know. I guess Pilot Bobo, you can call that aggro or burn or something. But
Sure.
a lot of mid range up there.
Well, and that's one consequence of a couple of different design decisions that FFG has made. We talked about earlier on the stream when we were talking about the Grand Inquisitor deck from round one. FFG has decided not to intentionally print combos. Combo decks can often be another pillar of the meta that sometimes have great game into mid-range and even control decks. But the fact that Star Wars does not have that pillar in the meta means that it's one less angle that you might attack a value-based deck like Anakin Skywalker Data Vault. And then the other consequence is FFG has made two other decisions. They've chosen to increase the power and impact of units. We're seeing really powerful 2-drops like Nemec. We're seeing powerful 5-drops like Queen Amidala. And they have intentionally decided to weaken event-based removal, meaning that event-based removal is no longer able to keep up with the value that units are being able to generate. All of those things means that control is going to have a more difficult time stopping mid-range, and mid-range is going to have an easier time stopping aggro. Normally, you relied on control to keep mid-range in check, mid-range to keep aggro in check, and aggro to keep control in check, but that traditional balance is being diluted a little bit by some of these design changes that are impacting the relative strength of cards and archetypes. So I'm not at all surprised, given the design direction that FFG has been leaning towards, that the result is really strong mid-range piles that play incredibly impactful individual cards and look to generate significant value over the course of the game. That is the strategy that shines with the way that the cards have changed from set 1 to set 6.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know that there are some players who are fans of these decisions and others who are maybe not so happy with them because it really does lead to, different environments. We've seen periods in this game where event-based removal was much more relevant than it is now. Um, and I don't know. I think in some ways these things are going to become even more pronounced after we see rotation come in, because some of those early cards that were maybe designed along different lines than how they're thinking now are going to go out of the meta.
Yeah, we'll see a couple things. One, we'll see those cards leave the meta, but then two, we will have sets that will have all been designed with the same philosophy. So when the entire card pool is filled with sets with the same design philosophy, we'll either see an even stronger reversion to the mean where mid-range is the name of the game, or potentially we'll see that FFG thought about that from a bird's eye perspective with their new design perspective and has left room for other archetypes to shine. We're not going to know until rotation hits, until we see what 7, what set 8 bring, so on and so forth. But for now, we've got just a couple minutes left in this Swiss round 2. We're going to take a short break and be back with you shortly for this 75% planetary qualifier at Top Deck Games.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the top deck games Planetary Qualifier, one of the first of this new season. I'm TowerNumber9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant, and we are about to bring you the third round of Swiss play here.
Yep, we've had 2 rounds so far, and we've seen 4 different leader, and base combinations, and indeed 4, unique leaders. We had a Grand Inquisitor Nabat Village versus a Quinlan Tarkentown round 1, followed by a CAD Tarkentown Yoda Data Vault matchup round 2, and we're gonna keep that trend going with 2 new leader and base combinations for round 3. On the one hand, we have an Obi-Wan blue force deck facing off against a Piet red deck. So again, 2 members of this mid-range brawl. This Obi-Wan going to be looking to use the leader ability combined with the force effect to get small units that present slightly larger threats and chip through damage. On the other hand, we're going to see Piet hopefully trying to ramp, deploy a leader, and start churning out capital ships early. The question for this matchup will be, can the Obi-Wan get enough damage to base before the Piet player is able to clear the board and gain board control through those powerful board clear effects from Overwhelming Barrage and Turbo Laser Salvo.
Yeah, should be interesting here. In a war between two mid-range decks, often the bigger mid-range deck is at an advantage. There's kind of an old saying that you either want to be like way under your opponent or just a bit over. And I think of these two, well, we'll have to see exactly what cards we'll have to see exactly what cards feature in each of these decks.
It
Obi-Wan
seems like
Blue certainly has a fair number of large cards that could be included, but it's hard to know exactly what's being run.
yeah, how high has the Obi-Wan player gone? Do they have Luke Skywalkers? Do they have Keller and Bex? Do they have home ones? Do they have Bo-Katans? It's almost guaranteed that Cluis, our Piet red player, is going to have Devastators, is going to have Fulminatrixes, is going to have those top-end capital ships paired with removal. So in a vacuum, I would say that the Admiral Piet player is likely favored here. But of course, anything can happen.
All right, it's going to be a Gunji on the field here for cardboard, while Cluis plays the new Dark Trooper, which is a 3/3, essentially a Battlefield Marine.
Yep, finally
3/3
in set
vanilla
6.
versus 2/5 vanilla.
Set 6 giving Villainy finally access to that 3/3 for 2 stat line that has been a core part of heroic green strategies since set 1.
Gunji swings for 2 to the base. Now, I believe they should also generate a force token. Yeah, there it is. And now Obi-Wan's ability being used to buff Gunji, now a 3/6, which puts him in a better spot to potentially clash with these units. The Dark Trooper is going to swing on in there anyway, though, dealing 3 damage, but being removed. And let's see what Cardboard does with his resources this turn. It's going to be Yaddle on the field. Initiative taken now by Cluis.
Yeah, that Dark Trooper attack not clearing the Gunji, the Super Laser Technician also not going to be able to clear the Gunji, but Clue is potentially just trying to soften cardboard's units up a little bit, suggesting that he has in his hand something like either an overwhelming barrage that's going to be able to spread damage across the units and finish up anything that's been weakened, or even for next turn, something like a Devastator, the ability to deal 4 indirect damage and also clean up some of the units that have been softened.
It's a swing from Gunji. 3 more damage on that base, 5 damage on Cluis's base. Big resources spent. Now, what card is that? I don't recognize that alt art. I think it's Invisible
That's an
Hand.
invisible hand. That's going to let Cluis search the top of his deck for a card that costs 2 or less. The other capital ship option would have been something like a Ruthless Raider that would be able to clear the Gunji on its own. But look at this, the DRK Probe Droid able to defeat the experience and then therefore defeat the Gunji because it had 5 damage on it and then just 5 health remaining absent the experience.
Really nice pull there for Invisible Hand. Cardboard still with Yaddle on the field.
But only for
Obi-Wan's ability
resources.
used. Yaddle buffed up, now a 3/5. Admiral Piet deploys for Cluis. Cardboard, contemplating his options, ends up swinging Yaddle into the base there for 3 damage. Piet hits Yaddle, 2 damage to Yaddle and 3 to Piet. Cardboard still hasn't spent resources this turn. I think I see an Owen Lars in hand, maybe an itinerant warrior there as well.
Yeah, if you're clueless, this is exactly the kind of start you want. One critique of the Admiral Piet decks is that they rely on a very particular sequence of cards. They rely on to ramp into a 6-drop capital ship, into oftentimes an 8-drop capital ship or removal. And we've seen the first two of those steps come true for Cluis. He was able to ramp, he was able to play an invisible hand, and that invisible hand was able to clear Cardboard's 2-drop. The question now is, does he have a Devastator in hand? If he has a Devastator in hand, he'll be able to play it at a 2-cost reduction from Piet. That 4 indirect damage could take out the Itinerant Warrior and leave Cluis incredibly ahead on board. But even something like a Fulminatrix would be able to deal 4 damage and clear the Yaddle and just start to present an overwhelming threat in space. That Invisible Hand has the threat to churn out a 2-drop unit turn after turn after turn. And so this early resource advantage from Cluis might be enough to just take control of this game from here on out.
Yeah, and so we see the Ruthless Raider on the field, knocks the shield off of the Itinerant Warrior and does 2 damage to Cardboard's base when played. Well, certainly not a weak play, Grumpy. I think it really isn't at the same level as those bigger moves that you were discussing.
Yeah, it is the first deviation from the textbook best Admiral Piet play. This spell, the dragon is able to clear the invisible hand, so that's going to turn off the unit value engine. And it's potentially enough of a slowdown from Cluis for Cardboard to get a foothold into this game. He's going to be able to flip Obi-Wan. He's going to be able to put an experience token on that Itinerant Warrior, which is going to then keep it out of range of something like a Devastator, unless Cluis chooses to attack into the Itinerant Warrior with his droid. But that was Cluis's turn to really slam the door shut on this game. He's left it open a little bit, so we'll have to see if Cardboard is able to take advantage of that and push through enough aggression. Cluis is at 8 already. He's going to go to 13. Now 12 from this Itinerant Warrior, though an Obi-Wan flip will be able to put that experience back on an attack for 5. Potentially some incorrect sequencing here. Cardboard's supposed to flip the Obi-Wan and attack, give the experience to the Itinerant Warrior first, chooses instead to attack first, and puts
Yeah, it
the
looks like
experience down on this Owen Lars.
yeah, maybe wanted to buff Lars instead there. Um, However, doesn't look so bad for Cardboard following that sequence of events. We're now looking
No.
at um yeah, I mean, so we're now looking at 15 damage on Cluis's base. Cardboard arguably has the better the better setup here. I would say Cardboard
Yeah.
probably does have the better setup here.
And we're at the point where a single capital ship from Admiral Piet, either a Fulminatrix or a Devastator, is going to be able to clear 1 unit. It'll be able to take out that Itinerant Warrior, for example. This Overwhelming Barrage for 6 will be able to take out the Obi-Wan leader, but still leave the Itinerant Warrior able to attack for 4. And so Cardboard able to continue pushing in damage, and if he can develop his board this turn again, can threaten to close the game before Cluis can fully stabilize.
Yeah. It's interesting here. Cluis, in some ways, I think this does show ways in which the Piet deck can be fragile
Yeah.
because Cluis had a really good start, but now seems to actually be falling a bit behind. And it was a relatively minor deviation from the ideal line, but it was enough to create a window that Cardboard has really got a lot of value in through.
Yeah, Captain Rex coming down as a powerful 7/7 threat that has the dual impact of protecting the Itinerant Warrior because it's able to give itself Sentinel so that the DRK probe droid can't trade. What we're seeing here is actually very similar to what we saw in round 2 with Wu on Yoda Data Vault. When you play these ramp decks that have powerful top end finishers, you're relying on 3 separate pieces. You're relying on early game, you're relying on ramp, and you're relying on top end. And in both game ones, we've seen these players have an early game play, followed by some ramp, and then they have struggled to play enough top end to close the game out. This attack from Captain Rex from cardboard right now is going to bring Cluis to 27, leaving him with just 3 health remaining, which is not a position in which Piet thrives. It does not have access to restore.
A phase 3 Dark Trooper does hit the field as a Sentinel. Might be able to stall things a bit here, but it's not looking good. And here's
Yeah.
Queen Amidala.
And with Cardboard at just 5 HP on his base, the ability to stall is not going to be enough for Cluis to overtake this race. The Ruthless Raider is going to bring Cardboard to 9, but that's still 19 health remaining to just 3 from Cluis. A single attack is going to be able to clear that Dark Trooper, and then another attack will pose lethal as soon as 2 actions next turn. So Cluis is going to need something big to intervene into what's going on. He has reached 9 resources, so he can play something like a 10 cost Devastator, but even that might not be enough with the power that Cardboard has on his board.
Yeah, and we see a Ruthless Raider from Cluis. I think they've actually missed 2 damage to Cardboard's base here from the when played ability on that Ruthless Raider that killed the spy, but I'm not sure that it's going to be relevant. Queen Amidala swings, sacrificing one of her spies to clear the Dark Trooper. We do see that Devastator, though.
Yeah.
It's going to
We see
remove
the
Wreck
Devastator,
from
but
the
now
board.
Cardboard can just claim, and he will have initiative with a 5 power
Yeah.
Queen of Impala. Cluis can only do 8 more damage to base, even with that 2 damage miss that you note. Cardboard would be at 11, that 8 would bring him to 19, and a single attack from Amidala should be able to close the game. There's nothing in red-green villainy that can take care of an Amidala for 0. Even though she doesn't have an official to protect her, there's no way for Cluis to deal 3 damage, but he chooses to instead deploy the Yoda. Likely going to be fine either way, but does give Cluis one more draw step and one more action to potentially get in this game. Something like an
Yeah,
overwhelming barrage, maybe. An overwhelming
let's
barrage would clear both the Amidala and the Yoda.
Yeah, I mean, we could also see, the turbo laser salvo would kill the entire
To
ground
kill
arena.
everything. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
I do think cardboard has left his opponent an unnecessary opening here.
Gonna get the win anyway, but this illustrates one of those moments where you should try and be mindful at all times. How many actions do I need to defeat my opponent? And can they, with the resources they have remaining, stop what I have on board? Cardboard went from a guaranteed win to an almost guaranteed win, but one that gave Cluis a potential opening to squeak out of it.
Yeah, but in the end, he did secure that win, but like you said, he gave his opponent an opportunity that he didn't need to. And sometimes you do have those heartbreaking moments where, you realize, oh, I missed lethal. I could have won that game, and the opponent does manage to claw it back.
Yeah, the emotional challenge is that it can feel very bad to pass or to not spend any resources on a 7 or 8 or 9 resource turn. But if you're going to win on the first action next turn, it does not matter what you would have played.
All right, they're going into game 2. Cardboard was able to secure the win. Let's see if Cluis can do better this time as we move into the second game of the round. If Cardboard wins this, he'll be moving on, I believe, with an undefeated record. And if Cluis wins this, we will go to a third game. They are right now pretty on track to end on time after that first round. Even if they play all 3 at a similar pace of play, that should be okay.
Yep. And Cluis will be looking here for that crucial third piece of his game plan. He had an early gameplay, followed by ramp, followed by a strong capital ship, maybe his fourth piece. What he really needs are those top end capital ships to come down ahead of curve. Those are the plays that are going to lock a mid range deck like Obi-Wan Blue Force out of the game. Something like a Devastator on 6, followed by a Turbo Laser Salvo on 7. There is just almost nothing an Obi-Wan deck can play to get through that. Cluis had the first few pieces of that game one, but he did not have the crucial follow up of a 9 power capital ship on his 6 resource turn.
All right. Lewis has his first resources set. Cardboard making those decisions now. Cluis, I believe, with the initiative, and it's going to be the Gonk droid. This is a very relevant start. He could get the ramp train going quite early here. Cardboard brings out Yaddle.
Yeah, this Gonk Power Droid, a new tool for Piet in the new set. The ability to discount your next unit played by 1 on attack means that Piet now has more powerful options for the 3 resource turn. He can do a traditional ramp, something like a resupply, or play out a Super Laser Technician, or he can attack with the Gonk Power Droid and then play something like an MC-30 Assault Frigate, the 5/5 Overwhelm Raid 1, that can then be followed up with a powerful Overwhelming Barrage for 7 just a couple turns later, while also threatening 6 damage to base every single turn. And there it is. There's that Assault Frigate, that combination with the Gonk Power Droid, allowing the Assault Frigate to come down on 3, presenting a quick clock. For this game, we may see Cluis take a more aggressive route. Can he get Cardboard to 28 before Cardboard can threaten enough damage? That being said, the combination on Cardboard side of the board from Yaddle and Obi-Wan is threatening a restore clock, right? Yaddle restoring 1 every attack, and that Obi-Wan going to get restore because of its Jedi trait. The restore from Yaddle going on to every other Jedi, which will include Obi-Wan when he flips. It looks like there's a Yoda in hand for Cardboard. That would be restore 2 plus restore 1 for Cardboard. So too aggressive of an approach from Cluis trying to get 28 without necessarily controlling the board could backfire, as a powerful restore engine from Cardboard slows down that approach.
I'm also seeing an entrenched in hand there for Cardboard. We could see that entrenched on the ship there, preventing it from doing all that much damage if we do get into a space versus ground race. Looks like
Although
the
that
Gonk
could
droid.
backfire if Cluis responds with either an Overwhelming Barrage or a Turbo Laser Salvo, because the Entrenched
Yeah.
won't just stop an attack, it'll give +3, which would make any Overwhelming Barrage hit for 10.
Now, what happened there? The Gonk droid swung into Obi-Wan, I think.
Yeah, he
So
knew that
one
the Gonk
damage on
Droid
Obi-Wan.
was not going to survive the turn, potentially choosing to soften up cardboard units to prepare for a later Overwhelming Barrage or Salvo.
It's a Fell the Dragon there, clearing the assault frigate. But Cluis is then able to use, once again, Piet and the Gonk droid abilities combine. And we see a Ruthless Raider sending 2 damage onto Obi-Wan, leaving him with only 2 HP. But Obi-Wan Leader's ability is used to grant that experience. So there's now going to be 3 HP remaining, meaning that Piet will not be able to defeat that unit Obi-Wan in one swing unless he gets buffed somehow.
Now, had Cluis ramped this game traditionally using a resupply or a super laser tech, he would be at the point where he'd be at 6 resources and could threaten something like a Devastator or a Fulminatrix with a Piet flip. He did not do that, so he's only going to be able to play 7 cost capital ships, which red-green Piet doesn't do. Blue-green Piet can play a 6/6 Sentinel in space, but he's likely going to be looking for something like either an Overwhelming Barrage or a Craving Power this turn to then hopefully keep Piet alive to start his next resource turn with a powerful 8-drop capital ship.
All right. Obi-Wan's going to swing away at the base, or no, he's going to change it and go with Yaddle first. So Obi-Wan gets the buff. There's an overwhelming barrage, so 6 damage to spread around. It's going to be, I think, 3 for the kill on Obi-Wan, and then 2 on, and then the other 3 on Yaddle, leaving Yaddle with 2 HP. Piet could potentially clear Yaddle this turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Cluis will do that because he wants to make sure his Piet is around for the start of the next action phase. And right now, it looks like Cardboard is not going to have enough power from just an Obi-Wan leader to clear the Piet. But he nonetheless goes for that line, opening himself up for the possibility that he'll have to wait another turn for an 8-drop capital ship if Cardboard is able to take care of this Piet leader. That being said, I'm not sure that Cardboard has anything in his hand that's going to be enough. So Cluis likely to enter in. Oh, I spoke
Oh,
too soon. There's
General's
the
Blade.
General's Blade.
That's gonna be enough, and, Cardboard also had the Entrenched in the Space Arena to stop that buffed Raider from attacking, and with
Yeah.
the General's Blade, Obi-Wan takes out Pia, doesn't have anything to buff with his on attack, but I think if I'm Cardboard, I'm pretty happy with this outcome.
Unless Cluis has another craving power or overwhelming barrage, which he can use to clear the Obi-Wan leader, and then all of a sudden, Cluis will be at the point where he can play those 8-cost capital ships just using Piet's leader side discount. But Cluis likely needs to take care of this Obi-Wan leader quickly. Otherwise, it's going to do a couple of things. It's going to start hitting for 6 damage. And with Cluis already at 12 HP, that's going to be a 3-turn clock. And then it's going to provide a 2-cost discount to the next unit that Cardboard plays.
Yeah, should be interesting to see how exactly this is gonna play out.
The upgrade removal deals with half of that problem. So, well, it actually deals with both of those problems. It halves the damage from 6 to 3, and it prevents the discount. But here is another blade to follow it up.
Yeah, okay, so second General's Blade, open fire into Obi-Wan, but it's not lethal. It would have been lethal if that General's Blade had not made a reappearance with a second copy. But we're gonna see a big chunk of damage followed by a Yoda.
Yoda's going to get buffed. And
Now,
Obi-Wan now with 3 health remaining, which means either of Cluis's 8-drop capital ships will be able to clear the leader. Devastator could throw 3 indirect damage and 1 onto Yoda. Fulminatrix could throw 4 damage onto the Obi-Wan. But Cluis is going to need one of those here. Otherwise, he's going to face down another big swing from Cardboard's leader.
yeah, and a barrage or a turbo laser salvo, both of those would wipe the board, or at least would wipe Cardboard's side of the board. Let's see if Cluis has it though.
You see a planetary bombardment in his hand. That's not going to do it. Here it is. Here's
Oh,
the
looks like a
8-cost
big
ship.
ship.
It's a Devastator.
Devastator gets Obi-Wan off the board and has an extra point of damage to throw onto Yoda. Now, Yoda is the only unit on the field for Cardboard facing off against that Dark Droid, but is going to be a lot more interested in going to the base and trying to close this game out. 21 damage on Cluis's base now, only 9 HP remaining. Cluis now starting to add a little bit of damage to Cardboard's base. There's Queen Amidala. That could be a big problem.
Although we know, Tower, that Cluis has a planetary bombardment in hand, with the Devastator, he's going to be able to direct that 12 damage however he wants. And crucially, indirect damage is unpreventable, which means that Queen Amidala is not going to be able to sacrifice a spy token to save herself. That 12 damage will be enough to clear the entirety of Cardboard's board and throw a little bit of damage to base.
Yeah, so let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you're right. It's what, kill everything and then 1 damage on base, I think, because Yoda's
Yep.
buffed. Yeah, that Devastator extremely relevant here. You know, Devastator was a card that was very, very strong with Django, but has found some other homes even after that suspension.
Yeah, Cluis not out of the woods yet. He's still at 21 with no means to restore. So something like a Caloran Beck here could present a significant threat. Something like a Caloran Beck into a Hu Yang, for example, if Cardboard is playing it, would present an immediate 9-power threat that would then force a claim from Cluis. So there are plays that could get Cardboard out of it, but this is proceeding as Cluis had hoped game 1 would go. He was able to get a powerful ship onto the board, followed up by a powerful board clear, now having significantly more power than Cardboard and hoping to close out the game before Cardboard can get a foot back into it.
There's that Keller and Beck you were just discussing, though, Grumpy. Let's see what Cardboard can find. searching through those top cards, what
Yeah,
unit will
moments
be
like
played? I
this,
believe he has one spare resource as well, and so we
so you
could
could play
see
something like
a
a Captain
4 or less
Typho.
cost unit.
But it looks like, from what we can see of Cluis's hand, he's going to be prepared with the answer. He's got a craving power in hand. But there's a shielded itinerant warrior. Cluis may be forced to claim here rather than attacking for 9 with the Devastator. This is the power of these green based heroic mid range decks. Even when they face a board clear, they're able to redeploy a relatively strong board with just a single action or two. And Cluis now potentially even another planetary bombardment wouldn't be enough because cardboard's 2 units, no, it'd be exactly enough. His 2 units have a combined 12 HP. He might be in the position where he needs another planetary bombardment to stay in this game.
Yeah, and I think we see an interesting play here where it looks like Cardboard opted not to use the heal ability on the Itinerant Warrior, instead using that Force token to buff the Itinerant Warrior so that it's going to be 2 attacks to clear the base instead of taking 3. I think perhaps correctly identifying the current situation as one where he is the aggressor.
Yeah, well, and crucially, a 4 attack from the itinerant warrior would be a 3 turn clock for Cluis because he's at 21. Turning it into a 5 power attacker will bring Cluis to 26, putting him in check immediately and potentially forcing another claim.
Yeah, and there's the attack. I mean, his Cluis's main option for dealing with this is indirect damage. Now, what do we have here?
That is a charged with corruption. He's disclosing 2 green cards and he's going to
Capture.
capture that itinerant warrior. He's also crucially disclosed 2 powerful cards, Turbo Laser Salvo and Devastator. This puts Cardboard in an incredibly difficult position. If he plays one single powerful unit, it looks like this. I can't tell what that unit is. That might be that's a Yoda unit. Cluis will be able to defeat it using the Devastator. If he plays multiple small units, Cluis will be able to defeat them using Turbo Laser Salvo. So Cluis putting himself in the position where he does have to claim, but he has strong answers to whichever approach Cardboard took. The only thing Cardboard could have played would have been another shielded unit, something like an Itinerant Warrior.
Yeah, and even then, it would be vulnerable to potential indirect damage if Cluis had a way to do that, because the Devastator would allow that to be directed to defeat it through its shield. There's only 4 HP left for Cluis, but he seems to be stabilizing. Can Cardboard find an opening to get that last damage in, or are we going to be going for a Piet win here and on to game 3?
Yeah, we're likely to see a Devastator now, first action from Cluis's hand, discounted for 1, but the 9 damage from those 9 resources will still be enough to take out that Yoda unit.
Okay,
Now,
there's the
Tower,
Devastator. Yoda's dead.
should Cardboard have had the Force last turn? Yes, he should have. So when Cardboard played the Yoda unit, he used the Force to deal 2 damage to the Devastator. That was a mistake. He had seen Cluis's hand. He knew that there was the Salvo and the Devastator. Buffing the Yoda unit with Obi-Wan would have forced Cluis to play the Salvo instead of the Devastator, which potentially could have let Cardboard play multiple threats now this turn to put Cluis in check. So tiny decisions that could have significant impact if the game goes much longer. That being said, Cluis may be able to close us out pretty quickly.
Yeah, that Yoda unit is not quite what you want. It does get buffed with a General's Blade, though, I believe, so threatening a one-hit kill on the base.
Yeah, although we know from Cluis's hand that these units are going to face down a Turbo Laser Salvo first action from Cluis. That combined with the 11 damage from Devastator with the Craving Power and 10 damage from set 1 Devastator is going to be enough for Cluis to close the game out this turn. Uh, it looks like the door may have closed for Cardboard to deal those last
Yeah,
4 damage.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how he could get out of this one, even if he has a shielded unit or something to put out there. His opponent has lethal on board. He would need to have both some way to deal with the ships, or yeah, and also ways to present threats. We'll see what happens. Here comes the salvo, I think, for Cluis.
There it
Yep,
is.
there it is. Huge amount of damage inflicted on that ground arena. Cardboard's ground arena wiped out. He does have an itinerant warrior, but the problem is, I don't think, looking at that hand, I don't think he has any way to actually cover his own side from losing this
Yeah.
turn.
That itinerant warrior, one turn too late, a turn or two earlier, potentially would have given him the protected threat that he needed to finish the game. But as it is now, Cluis has lethal on board.
Yeah. Damage chunks on in. I think that's it for cardboard for this one. We're going to game 3. Cluis gets the win.
Yeah, sometimes the Piet deck has been described as being its own either best ally or worst enemy. The sense being that there are combinations of draws from Piet that certain decks will just never be able to win. And if you don't draw those combinations, the Piet deck looks rather bad. You sort of wonder, what is this deck doing? Game one, we saw the latter. We saw Cluis sort of peter out without ever really getting access to that powerful top end. But game two was a good example of, even though it seemed like cardboard had multiple opportunities to get back in the game, the never-ending stream of capital ships plus high-end removal from Cluis kept what might in other circumstances have been an unstoppable assault from ever getting to deal those final bits of damage to Cluis's base.
We're about to go into game 3 and see whether or not we're going to get a recreation of one of those previous of one of the previous games in this match, or whether or not we're going to see something altogether new. It's very interesting. I think Cluis has had some pretty good starts both of these games. Game 1, very solid, but got a little derailed around the flip turn. Game 2, that Gonk Droid start was itself quite good.
Yeah. And as Cluis is shuffling up, I want to call out again this incredible initiative token that we see on the board that players have been passing back and forth. This is the new special edition McClunky Gaming Metal Initiative token, modeled after a Sabacc card from the Star Wars universe, designed by our own Tim and Claire. If you like the look of this initiative token and you'd like one for yourself, you have an opportunity this weekend to join the McClunky Gaming Discord. Link's going to be in the description for this YouTube stream, and we will be running a giveaway, giving away 5 of these metal tokens to members of our Discord this weekend. So if you've been curious about McClunky Gaming, or you want one of these Metal Initiative tokens now, this is a great time to join our Discord. There's a lot of community, there's conversation about top decks. It's a great place to be and gives you a chance for a great giveaway.
All right. Now, interesting start to this one. It's a Gunji from cardboard, but it's removed immediately by a forced choke from Cluis.
Yeah, Bothan Network as a team really enjoying that force choke in these Piet decks. Even though it allows your opponent to draw a card, they're saying we're going to win this game just by preventing damage early, getting to our late spaceships, controlling the board, and ending the game quickly. So I'm happy to kill your turn one play, then we'll ramp, and by the time you've redeveloped any aggression on the board, I'll already be dropping the capital ships, so it'll be too late for you to stop what I'm trying to do.
This time it's going to be cardboard with a Yoda. Cluis brings out a super laser technician. Cardboard goes into this turn with the initiative. Yoda swings base for 2. Super laser tech crashes into Yoda. We are now ramped up, and Piet is ready to deploy early.
Ready to deploy early, hopefully for Cluis, followed by one of those 8 drop capital ships. First action next turn.
Now, Chirrut on the ground, one of the most annoying cards for aggro players, but not sure how much it's going to stop Cluis's strategy here. Invisible Hand played using Piet's leader side ability. plus the extra resource there from the super laser tech. Unlike other forms of ramp, the resource from super laser tech does come into play ready, and we're seeing that potentially pay off here.
Yeah, I think we may see Cluis say, I will never attack you on the ground. That turret is going to sit there as a 3/5 for 4. Ultimately, going to be an underwhelming 4-drop play for you. Something like an Itinerant Warrior might have been stronger.
Now, it looks like that invisible hand may have missed completely with no droid seeing the field as a result of that when played ability.
Which does happen. You're not looking at that many cards. I believe it's 7 from the top of your deck, and there's not that many droids. Obviously, you'd like to see something like a Dark Trooper or a Gonk Power Droid, but I don't think Cluis is going to be too upset about missing any particular individual trigger. He still has a powerful 6/6 ship, something that can take an overwhelming barrage or a craving power. And most importantly, he's got a healthy Admiral Piet right now that's going to be able to drop an 8-drop capital ship this turn.
All right. Let's see here. Chariot swings base, but it's not the mightiest swing. Invisible hand, 6 damage. And here's the search. Let's see if Cluis can have better luck this time after missing that first search. This time it is going to be that Gonk power droid. Cardboard brings out Queen Amidala and her decoys there, the spy tokens.
This Devastator's indirect damage is going to make quick work of that Queen Amidala. Again, not able to sacrifice one of her spy tokens to stop that unpreventable indirect damage. And so Cluis well positioned if he can follow up that Devastator play with either a Turbo Laser Salvo that would clear Cardboard's entire board, or even something like an Overwhelming Barrage for 11 that would take care of much of it.
Yeah, and Cardboard does have Chirrut defending him in the ground arena, but the space arena is looking a little, actually, it's looking a lot grim for him with 2 powerful capital ships. Piet attacks into Chirrut here, seeing an opportunity after Cardboard used his leader ability for a buff and therefore no longer had the force with him.
Yeah, that'll make an overwhelming barrage a little more impactful. One thing that Obi-Wan does do well to resist overwhelming barrages is have units with incredibly high health. So an Obi-Wan leader with 6, a Yoda unit with 5, and a turret with 5, Cluis would have to choose between them which to kill. Every damage that he can get in means that his overwhelming barrage can go farther. But that being said, we're at the point of the game where Cardboard's only been able to deal 5 damage to Cluis's base, and Cluis now has 15 power in the space arena. So it could be that this game is going to end before Cluis even needs to get full board control, just simply by attacking for 15 next turn and then 9 the following turn. The Yoda Restore will prevent that from being exactly lethal, but any little incidental boost from an overwhelming barrage or a craving power could be enough for Cluis to finish this game quickly.
Yeah. Cardboard's got to make a careful review of his options, figure out what the plan is here. It's looking like that damage is going to start adding up very fast if action is not taken.
Yeah, something like an overwhelming barrage or salvo, in particular, a salvo from Cluis would allow Cardboard to start off with something like a Luke Skywalker to take out that Devastator. So it's possible that he could slow some of the aggression in space. But other than that, Cluis looking to be in a really good position. It's neither of those removal. Instead, it's the Fulminatrix, that 4 damage going to the ground to clear the Obi-Wan leader. Does Cardboard have... oh no, Cardboard's just at 6 resources because Cluis ramped, so he's not going to be able to Luke. Instead, he has to fell the dragon to take care of that Devastator. That'll prevent 9 damage this turn, but leaves the Fulminatrix up with 9 power to then deal another 4 damage on attack first action next turn.
And Invisible Hand swinging again and searching again for a droid. Let's see what Cluis can find this time, if anything. I think it's
It's another miss.
miss. Not the best luck with those invisible hand droid deployments there, but he still has quite strong control of that space arena. Now, there's a fair amount of healing, and so cardboard might not be in as dire a spot as it might look at first glance here. With Yaddle on the board and Yoda on the board, we're seeing potentially quite a bit of restore.
Yeah, this Fulminatrix going to swing in for 9 and deal 4. Probably going to take out that Yaddle to prevent the restore from both itself and the Yoda unit. That being said, Cardboard still has that 2 restore and has a number of tiny threats. The damage from those spies adds up. One of those spies with an experience is going to hit for 3, the other for 2. So even if the Yaddle dies, Cardboard presenting 11 damage on board, that would bring Cluis from 13 to 24. It's a close enough game that I don't think we can say with confidence at this point who's going to be able to squeak it out.
Okay. Now,
Now, was I wrong? Did that
damage-wise, we're
Yoda not?
at 13 damage on Cluis's base, which means there's 17 to go. But on cardboard side of things, the damage is adding up faster. We're up to 17 damage, 11 to go, and cardboard still does not seem to have found a solution to that space arena.
Yeah, and I thought that Yoda had an experience on it, but it must not have because it died to the 4 damage from that Fulminatrix, leaving Cardboard in a tough position. He is able to fell the dragon that invisible hand, which buys him maybe a little bit of room, but the 2 damage from this Ruthless Raider is now going to put him up at 19, which means one more attack from the Fulminatrix is threatening lethal. That being said, the restore from the Yaddle will leave Cardboard with 1 HP to play with.
All right. Yeah, that ground arena for cardboard is nice, but Cluitz has a stronger space arena. The conventional wisdom is that space versus ground races favor ground, but in this sort of situation, my money would be on the space side of things.
Yeah, Cluis would need something like an experience token onto that Yaddle to bring it to 3. The General's Blade is what I was going to say next. So he'll be hitting for 7. Uh, that could have been a lethal threat, but for the probe droid to take out the General's Blade. Lethal threat specifically first action next turn if Cluis didn't have an answer.
Yeah, Dark Probe Droid clears that blade. We are seeing some damage here from cardboard. 20 damage on Cluis's base. Is it 18 damage on card?
It's
Both players at 10
18.
HP remaining here.
Yeah, but Clues is going to start with a 9 power attack from Fulminatrix, killing the Yaddle, preventing any restore, leaving Cardboard with a single HP remaining and lethal threats from both the Ruthless Raider and the Probe Droid.
It's not a very appealing spot to be in if you're cardboard. Can he come up with something? Can he come up with something?
I don't know if there's anything that he can do because he either has to stop the Ruthless Raider or kill it. A Yoda is helpful. A Yoda is a heal 5. But that can lead to a claim from Cluis to hit for another 9.
Okay.
So Cardboard is essentially saying, I'm going to try and make you mess up. I'm going to try and have you do anything other than claim. But there's the claim from Cluis. He's not going to fall into the trap. He says, I have guaranteed lethal on board. I can end you in 1 attack.
Spies swinging in 22 damage, but there's the fist bump with no way to stop that capital ship. Cardboard, I think, is going to scoop things up. Cluis is going to be our winner. Congratulations, Cluis. That was an interesting scenario. You know, first game, it seemed like things were going great, but he had that stumble, not able to get the 8 cost ships out in time. And Cardboard pried his way in through that gap in the armor and got the win. Games 2 and 3, though, the Piet game plan was ultimately able to prevail.
Yeah, pretty much a repeat of what we saw round two with Wu's Yoda Data Vault. Struggling game one because it couldn't get its cards to align to the right phases of the game, but then games two and three was able to get those powerful top end cards to fend off the smaller mid range deck presented by Cad Tarkentown and Obi-Wan Blue Force, respectively.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's going to do it for round three. Ultimately, is going to be a win for Admiral Piet. We, I believe, are going to take a quick break here before bringing you coverage of round four here at Top Deck Games in New Jersey. I'm TowerNumber9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant. Thanks for tuning in, and we will be back soon with more Star Wars Unlimited.
Welcome back, folks. I'm Grumpy Elephant with McClunky Gaming, here with my co-commentator TowerNumberNine for the Top Deck Games Planetary Qualifier. This is the first of the set 6 Planetary Qualifiers, so we are seeing how folks are navigating a new set, a potentially new meta. We have seen 6 different decks so far across our first 3 rounds of Swiss. We have 4 rounds of Swiss to come before a top 8 cut. Tower, how are you doing? Is there anything you've been excited to see or think we might see in the rounds to come?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing okay. I think it's interesting interesting, like you were saying, Grumpy, to see some of the earlier events in a new set. Of course, Seattle very early. Now we've had a little more time to settle, and it's curious to me how people are going to adapt. We were discussing it earlier. There's a lot of mid range here today, and that does seem to be a direction that the developers are pushing the game. It looks to me as if the pairings may have gone up because there is a lot of movement going on among the players in the area there. So I think we're going to have our next round for you guys quite shortly.
Yeah, these players going to their seats representing an extraordinary array of decks. We showed some information about the top 8 decks represented, Anakin Data Vault being the most represented deck today, but only taking up about 13% of the field, such that by the time you get down to those 6th, 7th, 8th ranked decks, they're only taking about 3%. We've got a 75-person tournament, which means 3% is going to be about 2 or 3 people. That means we have dozens of different leader based combinations represented among the 75 folks here today. We've seen that by having 6 unique leader based combinations over our first 3 rounds. It's likely that we're going to continue to see new leaders and new bases from what we've seen in previous rounds. And it also means top 8 is going to be wide open for anyone, depending on how these first few rounds of Swiss shake out. We'll either have, those Anakin Data Vaults, those GAR ECLs, the sort of most represented techs rise to the top, or we'll see an incredibly diverse array. And here we have the powerhouse we were talking about, Anakin Data Vault, on one hand, represented by facing down an interesting take on a familiar deck. We have Han2 Blue, but not Han2 Force, not Han2 30, but Han2 Colossus. Tower, what do you make of this?
Hantu Colossus. Yeah, that's an interesting combination. I'm going to be curious to see what the plan is there, facing off against Tyler, an experienced McClunky gaming player with the Anakin Data Vault. So my first thought when I see Colossus is, I don't know. I mean, it's extra HP, but you lose out on all those benefits that a Han deck often gets from Force. So on the one hand, I would think, oh, okay, you can race someone with way more HP than them, even if they have a Data Vault. But I don't know. Like, if I'm thinking like let's race, I don't know that I want to give up Chirrut. I don't know that I want to give up the itinerant warrior. I'm curious to see where this ends up. Let's see what Paul's going for. I wonder if it's going to be
Yeah.
more like trying to delay into end game. But again, like some of the force cards are just so good that I'm not sure I would give them up that easily.
Well, and along those lines, Tower, the thing that would make up for losing a card from the start of the game from Colossus would be the ability to play Mundi and draw 2 cards. But when you give up the force element, you're giving up your access to Mundi. That being said, there's 2 itinerant warriors in Paul's starting hand. My guess is that's not because he has a way to generate the force in this deck, but he simply values the 4/4 shielded, being able to be cheated out as a 4/2 shielded on 3 resources. But I couldn't tell you, you're right. Is Paul going to be trying to take an aggressive line to race, or is he going to be trying to take a controlling line to get to some late game haymakers like Bo Katan and Crate Dragon?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. It looks like we're going to see Minabon Terry there from Tyler, and Paul's going to use the Han Solo ability to play Cassian Andor essentially as a battlefield marine, coming into play as a 3/3 with 2 damage on him.
Yep. Now, Anakin's ability means if Paul does not attack the Mina Bonteri first thing with his Cassian Andor, Tyler's going to be able to use Anakin's ability to trade this Mina Bonteri up into the Cassian. So Paul, instead choosing to put down a shielded Sentinel, this is going to save the Cassian Andor from the Mina Bonteri attack.
Yeah. The that's a pretty good response to an Anakin deck. The shielded, Anakin has that ability to get the extra reach and deal with units that have high HP, but that's not going to be as effective when faced with shielded units. So we see Mina attacking in, clears the shield from the old village protectors, and it looks like, I think there was a take back there where Tyler opted to actually use Anakin's ability on purpose, even though it was wasted, to try to increase base damage and make Anakin's flip more powerful.
Yeah, I think he's going to be hoping to flip this game with an Anakin of 6 power naturally, trying to get to that 10 damage before 6 resources. But Paul has shown with that attack from Cassian Andor, he's willing to put damage to base. So we might see a 7 or 8 power flip from Anakin this game. Tyler on the 3 resource turn deploying what's going to be an incredibly valuable card for this matchup, the Red 5. Every time Han uses his resource cheat, he's going to put out units with 2 damage. We saw that with Cassian Andor. Red 5 has the ability to pick up on that and add 2 more. So over time, we might see this Red 5 put in some damage to Paul's base, but more importantly, finish off units that Paul has cheated out early.
Hmm. Yeah, Red 5, quite relevant. In general, I think a pretty solid unit, but gains some additional relevance against Han in particular. Han 2, that is, thanks to, like you were saying, Grumpy, Han 2 bringing out those damaged units on their own. So it's not just situations where a unit is damaged from ordinary unit combat scenarios. Now, Sabine Explosives Artist on the field for Tyler. Cassian keeps hitting the base, and now Mina is going to trade with the Village Protectors. Does that mean
Yeah, no,
Tyler does not have the draw there?
no disclosed from Tyler. So a bit of
Take a look at
unfortunate.
this. Itinerant Warrior in a non-force based deck.
Well, it's still powerful as a 4/4 shielded unit. Folks are finding shields to be particularly well positioned in the meta, and Han crucially can cheat it out 1 resource earlier, deal the damage to the Itinerant Warrior, and then put the shield on, and so you end up with a 4/2 shielded unit for 3, and that is a stat line that some decks can struggle with.
However, we see some nice upgrade removal being used there. Clearing that shield, it doesn't have a chance to be used.
Yep, Tyler now choosing, does he want to use the Anakin ability to trade into the Itinerant Warrior? He does. He'll go up to 10 damage on base, and now the 5 resource turn, we're left with Anakin Data Vault having a red 5. Paul's board is empty. He will be flipping Han Solo this turn and can potentially deploy a 6 cost threat. We might see, in a 4 stack, we might see something like a Mace Windu, but Paul's not going to be playing those force cards. So maybe something like a Gorilla Attack Pod, or just a trade into this blue leader.
Yeah, it's a little now what happened there? What was that?
So Tyler
Oh yeah, I
ambushed a
see.
blue
Yeah, yeah,
leader
yeah.
into Han, and then
And
rather
then
than having
the
Han
red
die,
5. Yeah. And now
yeah,
we're
Han
seeing
would
the
have
units
died to the
coming
red
out.
5. So instead, Paul chose to attack his Han into the blue leader for a trade. Paul now
I
deploying
thought
2
for a
more
moment we
threats.
were ending the turn with Paul having still having nothing on the board, but he just hadn't
Hmm.
played out those units yet. So there's a Karis Nemec, and then what is the what's the blue unit there?
That is the 3/3 shielded unit for 3. I forget the name of it, but it looks like Paul has designed this deck to be shield heavy, potentially targeting the Anakin matchup. It could be that this is a matchup he wanted to see because Anakin's +2 leader ability does very little attacking into opponent's shielded units.
Hmm.
We are now at the Anakin flip turn. Anakin will flip with 6 power right now, but likely 7 as Paul puts 3 more damage to base, bringing Tyler to 13.
All right. I think the spy versus spy porgs there are a spy token from Queen Amidala.
While clearing one of those spy tokens, the question is Paul holding on to something like a Rival's Fall? A Rival's Fall would be able to clear Anakin immediately. Tyler choosing to soft pass and also bring himself to 15. That's going to be a 7-powered Anakin, which prompts Paul to use 5 resources for a ready Cassian Andor, allowing Tyler to flip a 7-power Anakin Skywalker. That's going to be 7 to base, bringing Paul to 16. And it looks like the players are going to be racing now. Tyler with a total of 15 power on the board, although Paul's likely to clear that Queen Amidala first, given that she doesn't have an official to protect her, unless he wants to do something like Rival's Fall and that Anakin leader. But Paul at 16 damage to base, 19 health to go. Tyler at 15 damage to base, 18 health to go. Both of these players working with the above 30 health that Data Vault and Colossus give to them, respectively.
If this does turn into just a race, Anakin is going to start generating some real big numbers. I think Paul has to deal with that Anakin somehow if he wants to prevail in this scenario. I could be wrong.
Yeah, and there's ways he could do it. He could play Rivals Fall. He could have something like a Luke Skywalker, so he could crash his Nemec into Anakin, deal 3, lose a unit, and then have a Luke Skywalker deal the remaining 6. But that Anakin swing is going to bring him to 23. He's starting to have less and less health to work with.
Yeah. Now, Colossus does mean a lot, but even with the Colossus, he's going to be in danger pretty fast here if he does not clear Anakin.
Anakin could soon be joined by something like a Kelleran Beck, bringing out something like an Obi-Wan Kenobi or a Cobb Vanth. And so it's not, Anakin alone is not the only threat that Tyler's going to have. He's going to deploy other things. And we see here Paul respecting that he needs to take out Anakin before this race gets out of hand. The Nemec is going to throw 3 in, and Paul can either do 2 from the spy token and 3 from the Cassian Andor. That's going to be 8. That's enough. Or something like a takedown or Luke Skywalker from hand.
A Luke Skywalker here would be really nice, of course, as it would allow him to start getting some restore going. Looks like it's going to be Cobb Vanth there for Tyler. Spy token indeed crashing into Anakin, so I think we're likely going to see an attack there from Cassian as well. Tyler plays a Cassian, I believe, from hand. Oh, and there is. Oh, that's interesting. Unit Anakin.
It's Anakin
The
Skywalker. It's the one that draws you a card if you have coordinate. That is potentially a concession to Colossus, losing you a card at the start of the game. Paul trying to say,
yeah.
I don't have access to Kiadi Mundi. What are my other draw options in Red Blue Hero? It could be something like this Anakin Skywalker. It could be something like Kiadi Mundi. Paul choosing to claim here, and this suggests to me, Tower, that he's going to start with a Bo-Katan unit. He didn't need to sacrifice Cassian Andor into the Anakin because he's going to give everything on Tyler's side of the board -3, -3.
Well, that Bo-Katan unit is hitting the field right now. Your prediction was correct. And it's going to be a big problem for Tyler this turn, but it is a
Yep.
temporary effect, unlike what you get with Supreme Leader Snoke.
But it is going to put 2 experience on his units. If he puts them both on the Anakin is now swinging for 8. That'd be 15, 23, 26 from Cassian, 29 from his 3/3 shielded unit. It looks like Paul may have found the key to winning this race.
Yeah.
Tyler's going to need something like potentially a Kelleran back into an Obi-Wan Sentinel, something to prevent that Anakin from getting 8 damage in this turn. He's choosing to attack for 0 to throw that 2 damage onto the Bo-Katan. May not ultimately be relevant because he needs to stop the aggression that's coming from the ground, and adding 2 chip damage to a very beefy unit that you're unlikely to kill, not really going to affect the race at this point.
Man, that Bo-Katan That Bo-Katan is very relevant here. Tyler's still with a lot of resources.
Yeah, it's a powerful answer to sort of smaller swarm-based strategies. Tyler wishing almost certainly that he would have seen something like a General's Blade. He could have then suited up the Anakin and forced Paul to trade more into it while also pushing damage and getting a resource advantage. But flipping a powerful Anakin with only 7 health ends up being pretty easy to kill. He does take down the Bo-Katan with the open fire, but Paul now looking at an 8 power Anakin that's going to be lethal in one action. Unless Tyler's running a 3 cost Sentinel like Echo-based defenders, something like an Obi-Wan's going to come down off of this Bounty Hunter's quarry. It'll have Sentinel for the phase, but it will lose it. It looks like that is a Karis
Nemec,
Nemec. Not going to be enough because
not gonna
Paul's
do
going to be
it.
able to claim and deal 8 damage to base first action with his 8 power Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah, I think Paul has this. If he keeps his cool, just takes the initiative. Yeah, looks like he did it. That's going to be a win for Paul. An unconventional deck, but Tyler's not exactly a novice, and I think Paul handled that pretty well.
He did. I will say to the Anakin Data Vault doubters and deniers out there, this is probably one of the weakest starts that an Anakin deck can have. He started with Amina Bonteri, did not have the 2 cards to disclose. His 4 resource turn was a Sabine Wren and a 3/1 Outer Rims Constables. It was able to take off the shield of a 4/4 Itinerant Warrior, but there was none of the resource acceleration. There wasn't a Bounty Hunter's Quarry. There wasn't a General's Blade. And so ultimately, Tyler ended up having to play a relatively fair sort of mid-range game. Where Anakin really shines is being able to play unfair games. And so Tyler's certainly going to hope to see more Bounty Hunters Quarries game 2. He's going to want to see a General's Blade. He's going to want to do something like ambush a blue leader into a 3/5 and start to get advantage on board. So definitely hoping his deck's going to serve him a little bit better games 2 and 3.
Yeah, and I think one other note is that Paul did have some things that lined up pretty well into what Tyler was doing. So we saw the Mina Bonteri Mina Bonteri against that 3/3 Cassian essentially, but then there was the Village Protectors to block it. And similarly, that Bo-Katan ended up being really strong. I think that Coordinate for card draw Anakin is not typically considered a very good card, but ended up being very effective here. And like I think in some ways you can say, well, yeah, Paul has worked out some ways to use these cards quite effectively. Um, but we'll see whether or not he can have things line up that well again as we move on into the second round of the match. Also,
Yeah, and
one
one
very
thing to note,
important thing when Anakin is in play is initiative.
yeah,
And
Tyler will have that now.
yeah, Tyler will have it.
And so
Now, the
with
initiative
initiative,
thing is most like it's not oh how relevant it is depends, but if we had that last match again and it was the same Mina Bonteri versus Cassian start, if Tyler has the initiative, he can immediately use Anakin's ability before Paul can play out those village protectors.
yeah, so Paul's likely to be trying to start potentially with something like a Secretive Sage if he has that in his deck, a 2/2 shielded that can survive a hit from any 2 drop that's not Sabine, or he could go the other direction and he could start with something like an Ogdo Bogdo, a 5/3 that's going to be able to trade into whatever Tyler opens. But we see the same opening. Oh no, this is a Karis Nemec into a Cassian, which means if Tyler chooses to attack into the Cassian, he'll be left with a spy and sort of a little bit of advantage from this powerful 2 drop. Or he's potentially going to try and start a race a little bit early and say, Paul, it's up to you to choose when to kill my Karis Nemec.
And I think Karis Nemec is also an incredibly good card, like really actually kind of a crazy good card. Um, Looks like Tyler's not going to attack with Nemec first, though. It's going to instead be the Obi-Wan unit hitting the board, acting as a sentinel. Paul is going to respond by using Han Solo's ability to play an itinerant warrior. No force used, of course. He has no option for force. Itinerant warrior hitting the field with that shield. Nemec crashes into the itinerant warrior to remove the shield. Tyler does have the disclose, Paul just claims instead of sending Cassian in against Obi-Wan, and then Tyler is going to use the spy token from Nemec to clear Itinerant Warrior and chooses to use Anakin's ability here to deal 2 damage to his own base and perhaps kind of charge up for that flip.
Yeah, so just a very tiny bit of advantage given to Anakin through that exchange. Both players are left with a 3-drop. Tyler has Obi-Wan Kenobi a 3/5, and Paul has that damaged Cassian Andor, which means going into the 4-resource turn, Tyler has the potential to take another advantageous trade. He can attack his Obi-Wan Kenobi into the Cassian Andor. He'll be left with a 3/2 Obi-Wan Kenobi. Paul's board will be empty.
All right.
Paul instead choosing to crash the Cassian Andor in to damage that Obi-Wan Kenobi. Um,
Hmm.
One thing I'm not sure about is if Tyler chooses now to spend some resources, let's say he plays a Captain Typho, Paul is prevented from playing a large threat. So he plays this Cassian Andor. If Tyler had spent resources first and Paul played this Cassian Andor, see, I would have liked the Captain Typho first because then Tyler could have used Anakin ability to crash the damaged Obi-Wan into the healthy Cassian Andor and would be left with a full health Captain Typho to Paul's empty board. By attacking first, Tyler gave up the opportunity to use Anakin's ability to trade that damaged Obi-Wan up into something like potentially a damaged Poe Dameron, a damaged Anakin Skywalker. It would have really restricted how Paul could have spent his resources that turn.
Yeah, and another thing that I'll say about that is, you might say, "Oh, what if my opponent has Daring Raid or something?" I think it's comparatively unlikely that Paul would be running Daring Raid because Daring Raid is a card inefficient card, and like it's cost efficient but card
Yep.
inefficient. And if you have Colossus and are starting out at -1, you probably don't want to run things that are card inefficient.
Here comes
Typho
an
goes
Anakin
to the base.
Skywalker legendary.
That's gonna be, I think there's no dark side card here, I believe, so it's just gonna be 1 -3/-3. Uses it to clear that Obi-Wan. Typho still on the field. Bounty Hunter's Quarry now going out from Tyler onto that Cassian Andor. Ooh, and here's red 5. Now Han hits the field, swings into Typho, and it looks like once again Anakin, uh, or I'm sorry, rather Tyler does not have Disclose, or perhaps he chooses not to use it in the hopes of having Anakin be a bit more charged up.
Yeah. Now the choice for Tyler here will be he has initiative and he can attack with this red 5. He put a bounty hunter's quarry on the Cassian, but if he red 5s and sends the damage to Han Solo leader, he will turn off something like a Luke Skywalker this turn. Luke Skywalker being a great answer to an Anakin leader flip. And so we see Tyler here valuing the ability to turn off a 7-drop on Paul's turn to be more important than claiming that 3 cost unit from the bounty hunter's quarry.
Yeah, and I think there might be an attitude here from Tyler of like, well, I'm going to get that unit eventually, one way or another. Maybe I'll even get it with my Anakin flip this turn. I'm going to use that red 5, like you were saying, to shut off the leader ability and prevent some of the big plays. There's Coordinate Anakin making an appearance once more for Paul, though, and Coordinate is up. So Tyler might have to get some units off the field here if he wants to deny his opponent that draw. Uses Anakin's leader ability here with no unit to attack with, just to damage his own base on purpose. And so this is kind of a stall and also gets him closer to Anakin having bigger numbers.
Yeah. Now, if you're Paul here, I think you just comfortably claim. Tyler's soft pass suggests he's trying to wait to flip Anakin until it has at least 5 power. Any attack from Paul will give Anakin that 5 power, which would allow him to finish off Paul's Anakin Skywalker legendary unit. You've only spent 5 resources as Paul. Tyler's currently spent none. Oftentimes better to force the opponent to play something. So Paul indeed does pass. Tyler says, fine, I'm going to flip my leader, which allows the Anakin Skywalker unit to attack into the Anakin leader and survive. This is one consequence of Tyler not self-pinging enough times in the early stages of the game. He's now able to Hu Yang to buff the Anakin Skywalker, which is going to bring it to 6 power. It will survive a hit from Cassian Andor. But still, Tyler, with not quite the board presence he'd like to see, facing down several units on Paul's side of the board.
Yeah. Well, this could be This could be worse, really, for Paul.
Yeah, he's got a choice. If he does 3 to base, he'll power up the Anakin. If he does 3 to Anakin, he'll allow Tyler to get the Bounty Hunter's quarry. So he chooses 3 to base. He's gonna kill the Anakin through other means. Tyler now with a 7 power Anakin buffed by Hu Yang. We're probably going to see an attack to base. Um,
Ooh.
Tyler may be forced to go into a race mode at this point. It looks like the board is roughly even on both sides. He does have Paul at 10. Anakin can bring Paul to 17, and the red 5 can threaten to finish off uh, the Cassian Andor. Tyler instead trying to play the board trade game still. He's going to attack his Anakin into Paul's own Anakin. I understand the inclination to do that, but you've already seen Paul play powerful cards like Bo-Katan. The window may be closing for Tyler to get 35 damage into Paul's base.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Now, in terms of what's left on the board, Tyler's board state is stronger than Paul's in this situation. Red 5 can swing in to deal damage to the base and kill anything that's on the field right now. There's still that Bounty Hunter quarry waiting. There's 2 ground units there for Tyler and 2 for Paul. Paul's units are a little more powerful, but they're also severely damaged.
Yeah.
And Tyler is ahead on base HP. But if Paul indeed has the stronger endgame, this might not be enough advantage for Tyler to prevail in a prolonged scenario.
I feel okay with Tyler's choice if he's able to follow it up with something like a Caloran Beck. I know he has 2 cards in his hand. One of them is an open fire, one of them is a green card that I didn't quite catch. If it's a Caloran Beck, he's looking all right because he'll be able to chip in damage with the red 5, trigger the bounty, play the Caloran Beck, and potentially have a wide board that is somewhat resistant to a Bo-Katan play. Paul's not going to be able to play Bo-Katan this turn. She costs 9, so he'll be able to cheat her out next turn. We'll see what Paul chooses to do here with this Anakin Skywalker unit.
All right. There's the red 5. And
Yep, so
here's the
Anakin went into the Hu Yang. The red 5 goes to base and it's 2 ping damage, clears the Cassian, triggers the bounty. If you're Tyler, you're potentially looking for something like a Cobb Vanth to start a chain of nesting dolls. Cobb Vanth, though, is going to die to a possible Bo-Katan next turn, so it's possible you want something with more than 2 health. He does find the Cobb Vanth. That way it can recur itself even if it's removed by something like a Bo-Katan. So Tyler, the name of the game for Tyler now is go wide, chip in damage, and try and get that last 21 health through before Paul can fully stabilize.
Yeah, and we do see something a little intriguing here, which is Paul chose to swing Anakin into Hu Yang. Um, so he gave up a unit that had more power for a unit that had less power. And to me, that does indicate that Paul may be thinking of this in terms of I am the control, I'm playing for the late game, I'm not trying to race. Because otherwise, if you were in a racing mode, you might just say, okay, I'm going to swing into the base. I hit the base harder than his units do. And
Yeah.
if he wants to attack into me, I'll let him do that. But that's not what Paul chose to do. So maybe he is playing that. Maybe he is playing that long game.
I think it also signals that he has a Bo-Katan. Hu Yang is a unit that would survive the Bo-Katan's -3/-3. Anakin Skywalker did not need to hit the Outer Rim Constables because that would die to the -3/-3. So what the Anakin attack did was clear the unit that would survive. Here is the Bo-Katan, and so
And
we're
there
going
she
to
is.
lose the rest of Tyler's ground presence.
Now we do see the Cobb Vanth trigger.
Yeah, so that's going to allow Tyler to rebuild his board. He's also got 8 resources to play with. So he could play something like a Karis Nemec from the Cobb. He could then play something. There's a Sabine Wren to the discard. If he has something like a Home 1, this red 5 attack is going to deal 2 more damage to the Bo-Katan. He can deploy potentially as many as 3 other units. And all of a sudden, Paul's left with a single, very beefy, but ultimately limited unit in terms of how much it can clear. Tyler, if he can go wide enough, has the potential to nonetheless get through. And here it is. Here's the Keller and Beck that's going to pull another 3-drop. Tyler's going to want to see something like maybe another Cobb Vanth. We want to keep that nesting doll strategy going. Even something like a Cassian Andor or an Obi-Wan Kenobi is going to be enough to make sure damage continues to get through onto Paul's base, even as Paul does his best to clear Tyler's units.
Bo-Katan there, 2 experience. Is that going to be another Karis Nemec there?
That's another Karis Nemec. Oftentimes, it's not making full use of the Keller and Beck discount, but what it does do is it gives Tyler a little bit of redundancy. Even if Paul has a way to clear Tyler's board, Tyler can disclose an aggression heroic card and still get in 2 damage with the readied spy from Nemec.
That is all true. So now we have a mighty Bo-Katan. Lots of power in that card, but facing off against a bunch of small units and a lot of damage already on Paul's base. Fell the Dragon clears Keller and Beck. Bo-Katan gets yet another point of experience. But I don't know. Tyler is just pushing more damage to base, and Red 5 is able to put 2 damage on Bo-Katan with each of those attacks.
Yeah, I don't know about this attack from Red 5 first. It gives Paul the opportunity to clear the Sabine. I guess he's choosing not to. He's choosing to put, is that 11 damage to base? So Paul says, I'm at the point where I can race you. He brings Tyler to 18, but Tyler with Data Vault still has 15 health to play with. Meanwhile, the Nemec gets in for 3. That's going to bring Paul to a total of 26. It's going to be a close one.
Ooh, Poe Dameron. That's definitely an asset to Paul in this sort of race. Very efficient unit in that he can swing for 8 with 1 attack if you have a card in hand that can be
Yeah.
discarded in order to throw 2 damage onto the base. Tyler still has all his resources up, though. Let's see what he does with them.
And importantly, Tyler could choose to ping with Anakin, throw that Sabine Wren, would hit for 5. I think that's enough to clear the Bo-Katan. I believe Bo-Katan is an 8/8. 3 experience makes her 11. She has 5 health remaining. So the Sabine would be able to clear her, leaving Paul with just a Poe Dameron on his side of the board. Not enough to kill Tyler. Tyler would be at 20. The Poe Dameron could deal a maximum of 8, which means if Tyler could follow that trade up with something like a smuggled Cassian, another Keller and Beck, a home one, a Queen Amidala. There's a lot of ways for Tyler to add pressure to this board to try and clean up to finish this game next turn. Tyler deep in the tank though, so he may not have optimal cards in his hand, or may just be trying to puzzle through how can he deal 9 damage to Paul's base before Paul can deal 15 damage to his.
Yeah. There we go. Something big, but he's considering how to use it.
Is it a smuggled Cassian? It's an overwhelming
No,
barrage.
out of aspect, overwhelming barrage. Not a card I expected to see. Overwhelming barrage clears Bo-Katan, and now we see Sabine swinging in 3 more damage to that base, up to 29 damage on base. Now, Poe Dameron stays on the field. Poe Dameron can do a lot of damage, potentially 8 to the base. He could also do something like swing 6 base, discard a card to kill Nemec. He definitely has some options, but losing that Bo-Katan there is not, I think, what Paul wanted to see.
No, and Paul only has 6 health to play with. All of Tyler's units attack for 3. So even if Poe Dameron clears one of them, if Paul doesn't have a way to clear another, Tyler has an easy way to lethal this turn. Poe Dameron could clear 2 if it attacks into Sabine Wren and discards a card to do 2 damage to Nemec. That still leaves Tyler with 5 power on the board. An attack from Red 3 would be an immediate check. And so Paul's very much on the back foot. Does not have an easy way to deal 15 damage to Tyler's base. Paul needed something like another Bo-Katan unit here to kill the Karis Nemec, to kill the Sabine Wren, and to turn off the Red 5's ability to deal damage to the base this turn. Absent that, Paul is very much in a tricky situation.
All right. Paul, really thinking about this one. There's the discard. It's
Yep,
going
he
to be the
goes for the
double
clearing
kill.
play.
Tyler does have the disclose there to give him the spy from Karis Nemec. I think it was a Fell the Dragon there that Paul discarded. So then red 5 swinging in 3 more damage to the base, up to 32 damage, and that's 2 more damage on Poe as well from the on attack ability. Tyler definitely seems to be in an advantageous spot here. He can either put more pressure on the base with that spy or use it to clear Poe. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, Tyler has put Paul in check. The red 5 is threatening to be lethal first action next turn, which means Paul needs to either restore some health from his base, something like an out of aspect vigilance to kill the spy and heal 5. Paul doesn't have it, and so they're going to go to a game 3.
Yeah. That's gonna do it for that one. Tyler with the win there. Bo-Katan once again making an appearance, doing a lot of damage, but wasn't enough to turn things around for Paul this time.
Crucially, as we noted going into game 2, initiative is once again going to switch hands. So this new McClunky Gaming Initiative token will start game 3 on Paul's side of the field. That's going to allow him to avoid some of the blowout trades that turn ones can generate when Anakin has initiative. That was enough to get him into game 1 to then close it out. We'll see if he can repeat that story here.
Yeah, it could be could go could go either way. The war of the high HP bases here. But y- yeah, Paul having that initiative, like you were saying, Grumpy, could be a big deal. Depends a lot on what the specific turn 1 plays are, but Anakin with initiative is very, very strong on that first turn of the game. Paul uses that initiative, leads us off with Ogdo Bogdo. Nemec on
Ogdo
Tyler's side of the board.
Ogdo, a great start into many of Tyler's possible openings. Can eat a Sabine, can eat a Mina Bonteri, can eat a Gunky. You do not love to see Ogdo followed up by a Karis Nemec because
Yeah,
Karis Nemec has the ability to trade into the Ogdo and leave a spy behind.
that's right. You know, if it were Sabine Explosives Artist, if it were Mina Bonteri, Ogdo Bogdo kills either of those units and stays alive and even heals some of the damage. So that would be really good for Paul. But Tyler had a nice answer with that Karis Nemec. Um, let's see how Paul is going to respond. Looks like it may actually be looked for a moment like Han's ability was going to be used there. I might just go and, well, it's
Looks like he has a
interesting. You have to
Grogu at the
worry at
front of his
least a
hand.
little bit about putting too much damage on Anakin's base early and empowering his flip a lot. Paul kind of thinking about which way to do it ends up going for the itinerant warrior play.
So Tyler's going to be able to clear the Ogdo if he wants, generate a spy token, and then use that spy token to clear the shield. If he can follow that up with something like a red 5, which he's disclosing now, to create the spy token, the red 5 will threaten to finish off the itinerant warrior first action next turn by dealing the last 2 damage.
Yeah, I really like that line. The spy token in to clear the shield, play the red 5, and it looks like he's definitely going for the red 5. The question is he sending the spy token there? Yes, he is. I think this is a nice way to navigate this for Tyler. Paul now potentially going to be able to swing with the itinerant warrior, but then it will be cleared by red 5, and Tyler will be in a pretty nice spot. Unless Paul
Yeah.
has, I don't know, a takedown or something, some way to clear red 5 here,
And
prevent
it
it from
looks like
swinging.
Paul has a potentially very awkward hand. I saw a Crate Dragon. I saw an Anakin Skywalker for 6. I saw a Bo-Katan, and I saw a Grogu. It's possible that the entirety of his 4 resource turn will be playing a Grogu, which will allow Tyler to clear this itinerant warrior and develop some additional threats on his own, made even worse by the fact that Tyler is able to do the classic 3-1 split on 4 resources. He plays a Bounty Hunter's Quarry. He's going to claim it almost immediately from that red 5, and then he'll be able to likely play another 3 drop, which is going to leave him with 9 resources on the board going into Paul's flip turn when Paul only has a 1 power unit to stop that. The Hu Yang off of the Bounty Hunter's Quarry is going to buff up that red 5, so that red 5 is now going to be a 5/6 in space, and the Obi-Wan from hand is going to further add to Tyler's board advantage early in the game.
Paul is far behind now. That Grogu with no damage on the board to move around is not what you want to see. Arguably, though, could start generating some good value if we can get Han's ability being used and then the damage is moved off. The red 5 there is a big problem. Paul does have an entrenched. I wonder if we're going to see an entrenched on red 5. No, it's going to be Anakin. Has only a -3/-3 here, though. Very awkward because it doesn't actually kill any of these units. But we could see it combined with Grogu's ability to potentially get one of these units off the board. Looks like the -3/-3 is on Obi-Wan. So that's also
Yep.
going to eliminate some potential incoming damage. And we could see Grogu use the damage move on the next turn to get that Obi-Wan off the field, I suppose.
Yep, the Obi-Wan is the right choice there because otherwise Tyler's able to use Anakin's ability combined with Obi-Wan to take down that Skywalker, and then you don't have the 2 damage to move. This way, none of Tyler's units are going to be able to take down that Anakin Skywalker, so Paul is guaranteed a Grogu activation.
Hmm. Yeah, Hu Yang swings into Grogu using the Anakin ability for the buff. Grogu now activating, and Paul, I think, deciding where to move the damage from. Could remove the damage from Anakin, but could also remove 2 of the damage from Grogu. Ends up choosing Anakin, and Obi-Wan is off the board.
Yeah, this lets the red 5 finish off the Grogu by dealing that last 2, but Paul is left with a healthy Anakin Skywalker and now a full-powered Han Solo leader. The Han Solo is not going to be able to take out the Hu Yang anymore because Tyler answers with a 4/5 Sentinel in Captain Typho.
Yeah, Captain Typho is an incredibly strong card, like really, really, really good. Most Sentinels are below curve. Captain Typho is a Sentinel that is on curve and also has a powerful additional ability. It's actually kind of crazy. We've seen I think fairly dramatic increase in the power level of some Sentinels recently. First we saw Chirrut, who's incredibly strong, and Captain Typho is also incredibly strong, although in a slightly different way from Chirrut.
Yeah, both of those, though, also coming at that crucial 4 drop slot, which was for a long time relatively underpowered relative to other spots on the
Yeah.
curve.
So now we're going to see Anakin swinging, clearing Typho. No disclose from Tyler. He either doesn't have it or he wants his base to have damage on it for Anakin's ability.
Yeah. It's a tricky spot for Tyler because if he uses Anakin to take out the Anakin Skywalker, he turns on a Luke for Paul. Instead, he chooses to throw 4 damage into Han Solo. I like this because if Paul doesn't have an answer to the red 5, the red 5 is going to be able to take out the Han Solo leader, and turn off the 7 drop potential.
We're going to
But
see that
here it is.
entrenched.
The entrenched is going to preserve the Han Solo leader by preventing the red 5 from attacking unless Tyler has something like an Outer Rim Outlaws to blow up that entrenched. It looks like he doesn't, so he's just going to play a Mina Monteri instead.
Yeah, we saw that Outer Rim Constable earlier from Tyler, so we know that upgrade removal is in the deck. The question is, has he cited it out at this point? And is that heavy? Interesting.
That is heavy.
Open fire clears Anakin. Mina Bonteri versus Heavy and Han Solo here. Paul,
This is
I
the Anakin
think
flip turn.
contemplating swing with Han versus take initiative here. could be wrong, but I think that's the thought pattern.
Well, he knows that Tyler's likely to flip Anakin this turn, so it's probably swing with Han or potentially pass. It looks like it's pass, which then prompts Tyler to take initiative
Pass
without
claim.
deploying Anakin.
Interesting.
That's going to allow the Mina Bonteri to attack into the Han Solo leader.
Yeah, Mina can kill Han. You can either put more damage on your base with Anakin, or you can just say whatever.
Mina also potentially could trade up into heavy and make that 1 damage to all of Tyler's ground units have essentially no effect because Tyler at that point would
Yeah.
have no ground units remaining.
Yeah, if you wasting that ability does seem relevant. Would leave Han still there to potentially use his discount, but I'm not sure how relevant that is. Let's see what the target is. Yeah, Mina Bonteri takes that heavy when defeated ability being wasted, heals 1. And I think looks like Tyler does not have the disclose from Mina.
No, he
Um,
doesn't. That's unfortunate. Would have been good card advantage. Here's an entrenched on the Han Solo leader.
Yeah, his first entrench was on his opponent's unit. Now he entrenches his own unit, I think preparing Han against Anakin. And now there's a disabling Fang Fighter clearing the entrenched on Red 5. Red 5 now in position to attack and deal some damage to Han. It's kind of funny. I was wondering if Tyler had potentially sideboarded out upgrade removal, but it seems like he might have even added more.
Yeah, Paul in a tricky spot now because this Han Solo leader can attack base, probably wouldn't want to attack base even if it could, but he's currently left without much to do. Paul passes Tyler claims, so Tyler playing a great game of chicken, saying, you want me to deploy my Anakin leader? I'm not going to. I am happy to keep playing this little game. I'm going to chip in damage to your base. I'm going to eventually take down that Han Solo leader. And then once the coast is clear, then I will flip my Anakin leader.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Here come a lot of resources, though. It's Bo-Katan.
It's the Bo-Katan. It's
Bo-Katan,
only going to kill the disabling Fang Fighter, which
that's
means it's
true.
only going to give Paul 1 experience. He puts it on the Bo-Katan. I might be inclined to put it on the Han Solo because that would bring the Han Solo to 7, so then it could cleanly trade with an Anakin flip. He does that.
Red 5 chunking some more damage onto Han, though. Uh, One more Red 5 swing could clear Han at this point.
Yeah,
Paul's in a
Tyler
bit
not
of an
going to spend
awkward spot here. If he
any
passes,
resources.
Tyler can potentially just claim and swing with Red 5 at the start of the next turn.
Yeah, but Tyler hasn't spent his resources, and the fact that he has that
Oh,
home 1
yeah.
in hand, he's going to slam it down. He's going to build out his space board. He's going to bring something back.
And now
Whatever
he
he
can put
brings.
Paul in that same situation again.
Yeah. He can't bring back the disabling Fang Fighter because it has to be heroic. He has a Mina Bonteri that had died earlier. I don't know if he had any ground units that were
Did he have
heroic.
a Typho this game, or was that the last game?
I think it was this game, but Typho costs 4. He's able to bring back that
Oh, that's right.
Nemec
And he doesn't
all
have
the
a
way
spare
back from
resource. Yeah,
turn
yeah, yeah.
1, which means if Paul chooses to attack into the Nemec with his Han and Tyler has the disclose, and well, he can't attack because Nemec has hidden. So this is a great pull from Tyler, getting another threat, going wide. So that's an illegal play.
Oh,
Nemec has
yeah. I
hidden.
think they
There's
don't realize Nemec has hidden there. It
Yeah,
looks
they're
like an
gonna
illegal
need to
attack from Paul.
unwind that because that's pretty significant.
Yeah, that should be rewound. It also looks like Tyler doesn't have it looks like Tyler doesn't have the disclose, or maybe it was caught before we got to that point.
Yeah. So now Paul is probably gonna have to choose to claim. Tyler likely does not flip Anakin still, because he's got such strong board presence that he doesn't need to. Yeah, I like this. Holding Anakin back, you preserve the +2 attack for next turn if needed. And you also are in no rush. You can flip that Anakin when it's time to close the game.
All right.
Here's the attack into Karis because the red 5 would kill the Han anyway. Tyler now has the disclose, so he's gonna get the spy.
Yeah. Yeah, that should also be another experience for Bo-Katan, right?
Yep, it's the first because Paul put the first experience on the Han, so this is the first and only experience
Oh,
so far.
yeah. Okay, that's right. Yeah, yeah, because he wanted to be threatening Anakin. Tyler has
I think Tyler's played this pretty well with the holding Anakin back for the right moment.
Yep. The game
It's
of chicken that he was able to play with Paul, he was able to claim after Paul passed several times, making Paul have a series of turns that were really far from optimal in terms of resources spent and in terms of trades made.
Yeah, it's funny. I think that typically deploying your leader late is an error, but there are some times where you can get a lot of value from it, and it can be important to recognize those as well in high level play.
Yeah, this red 5's going to crash in and bring Paul to 24, 2 more damage on Bo-Katan, and Paul is now in a bind because if he passes trying to kill the Anakin with the Bo-Katan, Tyler can claim having spent no resources in the home one could bring Paul up to 31. Tyler could instead choose to play a smaller unit like a blue leader in space, continue to develop his board, and continue to put Paul in an awkward position. But if Paul claims or attacks base with Bo-Katan, Tyler is then free to flip Anakin and hit base for 5 or 6, depending 5 or 6 or 7, depending on whether Bo-Katan goes to base or not. Paul in a really, really tough position here. Tyler having held this Anakin flip back for just long enough.
Village protectors would be nice to see in a situation like this one, offering you some safety against Anakin's potential threat. But with all those resources, even that wouldn't really be safe. There's a
Yeah.
good chance Tyler would have some kind of removal.
Now, here's what I like from Tyler. Tyler showed us Disabling Fangfighter and Blue Leader in hand. A Disabling Fangfighter could take off one of Bo-Katan's experience, leaving her with just 5 health. An ambushed Blue Leader using the rest of the resources would take off Bo-Katan, clearing it, which would free the way for an Anakin flip to hit for 5, bringing Paul to 29, which means a home one first action next turn would be lethal. Instead, Tyler has the Overwhelming Barrage, really neither a bad option, is going to be able to clear the Bo-Katan and deal overwhelm to the Anakin Skywalker, again clearing the way for the Anakin flip, and again is likely going to put Paul in check via the home one attack first action next turn.
It's looking very grim for Paul here. The spicy out of aspect overwhelming barrage has done some real work for Tyler.
Yeah, did just enough last game. It was an overwhelming for barrage for 5 off of a Nemec, just enough to clear the Bo-Katan. Now an overwhelming barrage for 9 on the home one, also used to clear a Bo-Katan and clear the way for Anakin Skywalker leader to get down to business. All forced to fell the dragon to clear that home one to prevent lethal. Tyler now able to hit for 5 with this Anakin leader, leaving Paul at just a single HP left and a currently uncontested red 5 in space. Luke Skywalker to shrink the red 5. It's not going to be enough to kill it because Paul has not lost a unit this turn. Tyler chooses to claim. He's got lethal in ground, he's got lethal in air, and there is the handshake. 2-1 for Anakin Skywalker Data Vault, piloted by Tyler from McClunky Gaming, over Paul's really interesting build, Han Solo Colossus.
Yeah, I was impressed by Paul's composition there and his victory in the first round. Tyler had some nice tricks of his own up his sleeves though, with those out of aspect overwhelming barrages, clearing out the Bo-Katans that had been so impactful for his opponent in that first game. In fact, I think we saw Bo-Katan play at all 3 games. In the first one, wasn't a great answer. In the second and third, those out of aspect barrages got her off the board.
Yeah.
Though
And
to
in
be
the second and
fair,
third,
I don't know if he really needed it in the third one. He was pretty ahead.
sure. But crucially, he had been able to go wide enough in the second and third games that even though Bo-Katan was able to clear some things, he'd gotten the damage in, that the individual unit was then not able to stall the damage, and Tyler was able to
Yeah,
claim victory.
right.
Well, that is a wrap for round 4 of Swiss, seeing Anakin Data Vault take down Han Solo Colossus. We will be back with you shortly for round 5. We've got 3 rounds of Swiss remaining for this day before we turn to a top 8 top cut here at Top Duck Games in Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Welcome back to the McClunky Gaming coverage of the Top Deck Games Planetary Qualifier in New Jersey. I'm TowerNumber9, joined here by my teammate GrumpyElephant, and we have just finished the fourth round of Swiss with another victory for a McClunky Gaming player. We're about to move on to the fifth of 7 Swiss rounds. And Grumpy, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's been fun to see 8 different decks played over the course of our first 4 rounds. We started the day at Top Deck Games in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, with 75 players. After 4 rounds of Swiss, just 5 players are undefeated. So the field is starting to narrow. Players are trying to get now potentially the next win that they need to guarantee themselves a spot in that top 8 cut and the chance to leave today calling themselves Planetary Qualifier champion, and with it, an invitation to Worlds next year in Las Vegas. That ultimately is the biggest prize at stake for the day. One of these 75 players will get a guaranteed spot at next year's Worlds, earning the 100 qualifier points they need for entry into that tournament. The rest of the players in the top 8 will make progress towards trying to earn those 100 points. But everyone here is likely thinking, will today be the day that I guarantee my spot in Las Vegas next summer?
Yeah. And for some, they might even have already made it and be looking to rack up more points for for the leaderboard, or perhaps they're already have some points, and even a lesser result than a win would be enough to get them in position. But here, it looks like the standings may have been posted. The players are moving around, and I think regardless of how many points people have, for now they may be focused on the upcoming match.
That's exactly right. Got to take these tournaments 1 round at a time. It's going to be a long day. And towards this part of the day, it can be as much a test of endurance as it is a test of skill. Tired players make mistakes, and you want to be the player that makes fewer mistakes than your opponents as you try and win your spot in the top 8 and ultimately the tournament.
Yeah. I think the Warhammer players there are cleaning up. We were observing them in between rounds there, but it looks like they've taken their stuff and left the table, and the Star Wars Unlimited players are getting set up. Should be exciting to see how this is going to go.
Warhammer, a game notorious for taking multiple hours to play, so it says something that our Star Wars players have now outlasted the war game players at the table next door.
Well, after 4 rounds of 2 out of 3s, but yeah, no, I used to do some Star Wars I used to do some Star Wars Unlimited I'm sorry, some Star Wars Legion coverage.
Hmm.
And Star Wars Legion, it's a miniatures game. It's similar to Warhammer, except it's Star Wars. And you could easily have a 3-hour game. Easily. And I prefer having games that don't take 3 hours.
I
But
think you're
there's
in
some cool
good.
stuff about mini. When you have your guys, you have your army and it's all painted up, and you have, the spectacle of it with the train and the two painted armies and so on. It can be nice if you're into that type of hobby stuff. Looks like we're gonna get another McClunky Gaming player on the stream. Either that or someone has commandeered one of our mats.
I think it might be Tower. I think it might be a McClunky Gaming head to head. I think that might be the iconic tattoo sleeve of McClunky Gaming Captain Tim facing off against Talzin Yellow innovator Zach. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait until the player names pop up on the screen, but it could be McClunky Gaming Friendly Fire here in round 5.
Yeah, we definitely had some matchups where teammates had to play each other over at Beatle, and I wouldn't be too surprised if the same happens here.
I
The
think
one that
no,
you really don't like.
those are not Tim's sleeves. Those are the sleeves of Cunning Boy facing off against McClunky Gaming Getsu on Talzin Yellow.
All right. Cunning Boy versus Get. And that makes I bet Tim would use the McClunky Gaming mat rather than this Babu Frick mat. All right. We're gonna have a showdown I believe it is, I believe that is Poe Dameron. Poe Dameron 30 HP yellow versus the Talzin yellow there. Talzin yellow force.
Yep, so we're likely to see a space aggro start from this Podameron, potentially dropping two one-drop spaceships turn one, potentially dropping something like a single two-drop spaceship, but then looking to put that Podameron leader onto one of those spaceships, potentially hop around and try and drive through 28 damage to Getsu's yellow force base. Getsu going to start off on the ground, trying to get the force with that Sith assassin, put some damage onto Cunning's base, but ultimately is going to need to find a way to slow this space aggression. Something like spaceships of his own, a P-38 starfighter, something like Vigilance, something like Talzin's assassin. But Getsu's going to be trying to stop the race that Cunning Boy is trying to start in space.
Sith Assassin swings on in 3 damage to the base and a force token there for Getsu. A-Wing from Cunning Boy dealing 2 damage. And now we're going to see Shin Hati on the field. A powerful unit, but not one that can interact much with what Cunning Boy is doing here. Another 2 damage. And I think, what are we going to see? You think it's going to be a Falcon? No,
No,
it's
it's a
actually going to
Sanctioner
be
shuttle.
yeah, Sanctioner shuttle with the capture, Shin Hati captured, and that's going to generate a lot of value. Even if Getsu is able to remove the Sanctioner shuttle at some point, Shin Hati will return to the field exhausted and will not have her shield token.
And it also prevents the 4 damage that Shinhati was threatening this turn onto Cunning Boy's base, which is going to put Cunning Boy even farther ahead in a possible race.
3 more damage to base from the Sith Assassin here. Cunning Boy pilot Han, I guess, because it immediately had an attack. Alt-Art pilot Han swings on in. That's going to be a nice 4 damage immediately. Also gives some nice bonus stats there, making it
Yeah.
more difficult for Getsu to defeat that Sanctioner shuttle and rescue his copy of Shin Hati. Getsu not having spent any resources yet, though, Talzin's ability used -1/-1 to the A-Wing, now a 0/1, but with Raid 1, it will still be able to swing in for 1 damage to base. Now we're going to see Poe Dameron jumping up to pilot the V-Wing there, and Darth Tyrannus hits the field, but without anything to ambush. Getsu taking some more damage from the air attack. Cunning Boy off to a fairly strong start here, I feel.
Yeah, Getsu's opening here of Sith Assassin into Shin Hati into Darth Tyrannus, a really strong opening into potential ground-based mid-range strategies. Those 4 power units, those shields would have helped him trade effectively, especially with Mother Talzin's leader ability to debuff units on the other side of the board. Cunning Boy says, I'm going to play an entirely different game from you. You can do whatever you want on the ground. I'm going to generate immense advantage in the space arena and just chip away at you. And based on how Getsu has built his deck, he's going to be limited in the number of answers he has for space. For space decks, this was notorious in set 5, focus on the ground because they rely on that force mechanic, and there's currently no force units that can be played in the space arena. So far, these two players are playing 2 entirely separate games, and it's a race in which Cunning Boy has the clear upper hand.
Yeah, I don't know what Getsu has cooked up here, but the push here in space is it's looking like it's going to be too much for him to deal with unless he comes up with some answers soon.
If he's already at 18 in his base, and that Sanctioner shuttle is going to hit him for 4, bringing him to 22, that is one surprise strike away from
Yeah, it
another
is.
attempt at Sanctioner shuttle being lethal.
He is in range. Talzin will hit the field. Her on attack ability will be able to clear that A Wing at least, assuming she gets a chance to attack. There's a Falcon throwing even more damage on Getsu's base. I don't see how he gets out of this one, but he's not given up yet. There's a hotshot blaster on Talzin, swings in. That's going to be 5 damage to the base, -1. It clears the A Wing. Nice chunk of damage. Okay, we're up to 18 damage there, but Getsu taking damage very rapidly himself. One more attack could close the game. And I think that's a bamboozle just to bounce the hotshot blaster.
Um, I'm not sure that's necessary. I think Cunning Boy was out of range, but just trying to make
Yeah.
sure. And it looks like Getsu's just going to pick up the cards here. That's going to be a win for Cunning Boy. Very strong space aggro start.
Yeah, the question for Getsu now will be many of these force decks respect space matchups in their sideboard. So, what does he have in his sideboard that is going to help him slow this aggression? Does he have, for example, those P38s in the sideboard? Does he have removal options in the sideboard? Something like a Drain Essence that could be used to clear some early plays while also getting the force. He's going to want to see instead of the Darth Tyrannus that he played on for this game, something like a Talzin's Assassin that can throw the 3 damage or the -3/-3 into the space arena to again slow aggression. The cards that he drew again lined up well for just a matchup that's not the matchup he finds himself in right now. And if you're Cunning Boy, you're pretty happy with your game plan. That space race went pretty well for you. You're potentially looking just to bring in any additional pumps that you might have, but anything that's going to just help you put the pedal to the metal in that space arena and deal 28 damage before Getsu can even get a foot in the game.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, the onus is on Getsu here to come up with some answers that are going to allow him to either race significantly faster or impede his opponent in space. It's it's conceivable that a different draw would have been able to race more effectively, but I don't know. This space aggro can be pretty nasty. That Sanctioner shuttle can be a big setback. We'll have to see how it goes.
The Falcon coming into play ready from hand offers the ability to push
Yeah.
damage, even if Getsu's able to clean a board. Poe's, we didn't see it game one, but Poe's ability to hop from ship to ship, effectively offering a repeated +2, means that Cunning Boy has a lot of ways to push damage, and Getsu has likely many fewer ways to stop that damage from being pushed.
That's a highly relevant point. And now we're going to see Cunning Boy versus Getsu. We're getting ready for that second round of the game.
Yeah, both of these players 3-1 coming into round five, meaning both of them still alive for top eight. Likely, though, they need to win out. There's 3 rounds remaining in Swiss. So they need to, at a minimum, win their next 2 rounds. Whoever loses this round, likely out of contention for top eight. And whoever wins this round, now in contention for top eight, if they can go on to win round 6 as well.
Hmm. Yeah, this could be interesting. What are we doing? Shuffling on up, getting ready. Could be important. You know, it's really something that I think not everyone appreciates about this game at first, but simple decisions about what cards you're going to resource can be extremely important. What are
Especially
the
when you're in the
resources?
position of Getsu, you're required to find answers, and so you have to carefully evaluate in your hand, right? You might have multiple answers to different circumstances. Which circumstance are you more likely to see? Are you more likely to see a single big ship? You keep something like Fell the Dragon. Are you more likely to see a series of small ships? You keep removal that has the potential to take out multiple things.
Yeah, and then another question that I think becomes very relevant is what are we gonna do? Like what's worth a mulligan and what's not?
Yep.
Um, like if you have an okay hand, do you mulligan that in the hopes of a great hand? In this situation, it looks like Getsu has the same start that he did in the previous round, Sith Assassin, and
Yes.
Cunning Boy has once again multiple small units, probably a little bit worse in terms of what specific units, but he still had the 2 1-drop ships.
Yeah. Worse in the sense that he only has 3 power on the board instead of the 4 that he had first round, first game.
Yeah, and then additionally, I mean, I guess the cartel turncoat's interesting. So it does potentially give the opponent a card draw, but it also has more HP than the 2 2s. So,
Yeah.
you know, it could go either way depending on what the opponent has. Here, though, we see the 4/4 Grievous on the board, and Cunning Boy deploys Pilot Poe onto the Y Wing, and then additionally we have an N1 Starfighter, which is a 2-cost 3/2 vanilla. Um, Talzin's Assassin taking that N1 Starfighter off the field. So already Getsu's had more interaction in at least some sense.
Yep, and there was no Sanctioner shuttle to suck up his General Grievous like there was with his Shinhati last game. Getsu choosing with his Talzin's Assassin to take out that Nubian Starfighter instead of the Cartel Turncoat. He would have drawn a card from the Turncoat, but Getsu saying, I know that this game is not going to last many more turns. I potentially am happy with the cards in my hand. It is worth it to me to save the 1 damage that's represented by killing the 3/2 instead of the 2/3.
Yeah, and here we're seeing a tactic that we had discussed previously. Poe Dameron jumps from the Y Wing onto the Cartel Turncoat to give more attack buffs. Seeing that, it looks like Getsu is going to use Talzin's ability -1 power on the Turncoat, making that attack hit not quite as hard. Grievous then gets a chance to swing, and we see Black 1 as well as another Cartel Turncoat. Cunning Boy playing multiple small units yet again. 4 units now on the field for Cunning Boy to Getsu's 3. And
Yeah,
in terms of the race, Cunning Boy is ahead.
Cunning Boy representing 3, 5, 9 damage based on his ships as they stand. But Poe's ability to attack and then jump to another ship represents additional pumps. For example, if Poe attacks on that Cartel Turncoat and then jumps over to that Black 1, it'll give that Black 1 +2/+1 and an additional power from the fact that the Black 1 now has an upgrade. So the Black 1 would go from hitting for 2 to hitting for 5. So Cunning Boy representing the ability to push a large amount of damage right now. Getsu, on the other hand, with 11 damage respectively on board. But look at this, an outmaneuver from Getsu shuts down what is likely to be Cunning Boy's entire turn in terms of damage output. This is going to allow Getsu to potentially push 11 damage from units, plus an additional 3 damage from the Talzin, Mother Talzin leader flip. Getsu has potentially turned this race around with a single card.
That outmaneuver is a great answer from Getsu to this sort of space versus ground race. Outmaneuver exhausts all units in a given arena. So in this case, Getsu's able to use it, exhausts all of Cunning Boy's space stuff there, and then is able to have his own ground offense completely unaffected. Does a lot of damage, 24 damage now on Cunning Boy's base. Getsu also uses Talzin's leader ability and then on attack ability to clear one of those V-wings. So suddenly, Getsu went from behind in the race to very far ahead. Now, what would be really funny is if Cunning Boy this turn played an outmaneuver against the ground arena, and he
There it is.
does. Oh,
There it is.
what a sequence of events! I think he's forgotten to ready his units. But now, what would be even funnier is if Getsu then played another outmaneuver against the space arena. I don't know if he has it, but that would be truly outrageous. Let's
So
see what we got.
Getsu has 17 life to play with. If he has something like a hotshot blaster in the row, he's actually threatening lethal in as little as 1 action. First action, next turn, throw that on the General Grievous or the Talzin's Assassin and hit for 6. And so it's possible that he just needs to not die this turn. And so something like the Bamboozle there make sure that happens. We see the claim here from Getsu rather than spending all of his resources. I would bet that that's what he's banking on. He says, I'm currently at 16. I have 12 health remaining. You attacked with all of your units. That's going to leave me, it looks like, at a total of 20. That's 8 health to play with. And if I can kill you in 1 action, it does not matter.
Yeah, and it looked like here we saw Poe Dameron deploying as a ground unit after having been defeated as an upgrade by that out of aspect bamboozle from Getsu. And now,
And
yeah,
Getsu
there's
shows
the
the
hotshot
blaster.
blaster. There's the damage he needs. We're going to game 3. What a crazy scenario with both sides
Yeah.
playing outmaneuvers.
Yeah. Well, we had talked before game two that Getsu's best answers to space were likely in the sideboard. And I would bet you money, Tower, that those outmaneuvers started in the sideboard. He did not have access to them game one, but their presence in game two was enough to totally tilt the scales in his favor. So we'll see if he can draw another one in game three. That's definitely going to be something he's looking for, as we talked about, what is good enough to keep, what is good enough to mulligan. A hand without maneuver, so long as you have other things to play, might be exactly the kind of hand that he's looking for.
Yeah, that was a boy, what a funny scenario that was. Now let's see. We're going on to the third game of the match. Let's see if Getsu can get the comeback win, or if Cunning Boy is going to be able to win a second game this match and end up taking the victory. At 3-1-0, this is an important match for both players here. Shuffling it up. Getsu looking at that opening hand. Is it a keeper or is it a mulligan?
Looks like it's a keep.
Going to be a keep. There are the initial resources. All right. Cunning Boy, not as confident perhaps. Think going for the mulligan. Either that or just taking a really long time to shuffle. All right.
But one thing is sure, Tower, these players have finished two games in about 18 minutes. Whatever happens in this game three, they're both going to get a little bit of a cognitive break before the next round of Swiss.
Yeah. One way or another, these have been fast matches. And Getsu, for the third game in a row, is leading us off with the Sith Assassin. Cunning Boy with the A wing into V wing that helped him prevail in the first round. Let's see what Getsu can do to try and make this one different. Are we going to see, if we see a Shin Hachi next, after a swing from that Sith Assassin, it'll be truly in replay mode.
And then will Cunning Boy have the cartel turncoat? He does not. Instead, he's playing a Han pilot to swing in for four. He's likely to be followed up by a Poe Dameron jumping onto that A wing to swing for another four.
Yeah, that seems like an efficient play. And we could also potentially see another one-cost ship coming out. I have not played this deck a lot, and I don't really know the math on when you want to deploy more units versus get Poe on the field. Looks like Getsu's going to inspect the exact text of Poe Dameron there. Not a leader that you see all that often, to be honest, but definitely one. I think it's recently been with, first off, the Legends of the Force set, and then some of the really strong. Hey, there's the Shin Hati. So Getsu is replaying a bit. Um, but I think with the Legends of the Force set leading a lot of decks to the ground arena to try to get the Force tokens going, aggro decks have kind of shifted towards space in order to help deal with that sort of threat.
That's right. And in
Um,
particular, the number of one drop ships, particularly in the cunning aspect, has increased, which increases the odds that these space focused decks are able to do double one drops in space. They essentially go wide, they largely dodge one for one removal, and they're able to just present a number of small little bits of damage over time. to get to their ultimate goal. But Getsu here responding nicely to that suited up A-Wing, a Talzin's Assassin coming down, that -3/-3 at least stems the bleeding a little bit, potentially to buy him time to get to that leader flip turn, potentially something like an outmaneuver there into something potentially like an Anakin Skywalker -3/-3 on 6 resources. So Getsu behind on the damage race, but his goal here is to slow things down enough that he can take the game over with powerful blowout effects like outmaneuver.
Yeah, and we do see Talzin's Assassin there getting some value. But 15 damage on Getsu's base, 10 damage on Cunning Boy's base.
And critically, we've reached 5 resources, which means this is the leader flip turn for both players. Poe Dameron has the option. Does he want to spend this turn hopping from ship to ship? Or he's also going to present 4 damage on the ground. With Getsu already at 15 health, just 13 remaining, Cunning Boy's ability to present a 4 power threat on the ground in addition to his space threats might be too much for Getsu to stop.
Yeah. Talzin's Assassin swings on in. V-Wing swings in, buffed by Poe. Or I'm sorry, buffed by the pilot Han. That's not Poe.
So Cunning Boy is showing exactly lethal on board at the moment. That's 3 from the Falcon, 2 from the Turncoat, 4 from the Poe. But this old Daka is going to allow Getsu to recur the Talzin's Assassin, taking out the Cartel Turncoat. Cunning Boy is now going to be able to bring Getsu to 22, plus 4 from Poe Dameron is going to be 26. Meaning any one of his attackers might be lethal first action next turn. So the window is closing for Getsu to stay in this game.
Yeah, now Getsu does have some buffs of his own and some potential debuffs. But I don't know if the debuff is enough. So he's at 22. We could potentially give Poe -1, so he would only get hit for 3. But that would put him at 25, and there would be a bunch of things that are still lethal, so it wouldn't really matter. So Talzin's ability against Poe isn't the most relevant here.
Yeah, and at 18, the Sith Assassin could bring Cunning Boy to 21, which still leaves Getsu 1 short from a blastered old Daka. If he has a surprise strike in his hand,
Surprise
he could
strike old
potentially do
Daka.
it. He also, if he has a bamboozle that he could discard for free to exhaust the Poe Dameron, he could put himself in a position, but it looks like he might come up just short if he doesn't have anything in his hand to change the way that this game is going.
Yeah, it's going to be Sith Assassin, I think, into the base, adding up the damage. The problem here is his opponent has a base with more HP than his base.
Yep.
21. 9 damage.
Poe brings Getsu to 26. That's just 2 HP remaining. Any one of Cunning Boy's units are going to be lethal next turn. Zach Getsu forced to claim, but given that there's lethal threats in both space and ground, outmaneuver is not going to cut it. There's no way to get a Sentinel in both arenas. Not
Needs a
looking good
surprise
for
strike.
Getsu outside of Surprise Strike. That might be his only out.
Conceivably, he could have healing, but I don't think it would help him that much. So,
Yeah,
like, if he played a
Vigilance wouldn't be
Vigilance, he
able to
wouldn't be able to
defeat
kill
any of the
anything.
units.
Yeah, because the one unit that would be able to be killed by Vigilance is buffed and out of range. So he can't do the like Vigilance kill and heal. He needs a surprise strike, and I don't think he has it. If he has an out of aspect cunning, he could do that double exhaust bounce.
Also true. Also true.
I don't think he has an out of aspect cunning. But how hype would that be?
Is there anything else there on 7 resources? Let's at this point, I think it's safe to say Getsu is a strong enough player. If he had something, he would have seen it. I think he's just trying to think through, is there anything I'm not seeing that's not obvious?
Yeah, I suspect he does not have it, but we'll have to see. Maybe he'll pull a rabbit out of the hat here.
potentially the players are asking, did Getsu draw a card when he killed the cartel turncoat?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. One more chance to draw a surprise strike, I guess, maybe. Don't know too much about that. "21 HP versus 22 HP, but it's further apart than it seems because the difference is in base health." Now, while we wait for this reeling, Grumpy, what do you think of those new bases that were previewed for set 7?
Is that it's the 27 health common base that allows you to play one card out of aspect?
Yeah, that's right. And
Also,
and
here's
it can't be villainy or heroism that it ignores. It
yeah,
just
yeah.
ignores one of the other ones.
Well, no, there's the fist bump. Cunning Boy takes it 2-1 against Getsu. Getsu had the blaster, but that was going to leave him one short. I like those bases a lot, Tower. I think that clever deck, I think it rewards clever deck building. Can you find the one card out of aspect that's going to turn a matchup around? We were talking at the start of today about the infinite combo in Grand Inquisitor that plays
Yeah.
a single card out of aspect. That is the kind of deck that could really benefit from, sure, I'll take 3 less health, but now my infinite combo comes down potentially 2 turns earlier. Of course, Grand Inquisitor is going to rotate out with set 7, but this potentially makes the infinite combo live for the Eternal format.
Yeah, that seems like a very relevant point, and you could also just have some sneaky surprises of one type or another waiting to catch somebody off guard. Now, I think there are going to be people who will say, I'd rather have the consistently higher HP and just, be boring but efficient. But I don't know. There could be some clever opportunities for sure.
I mean, the number of times that folks have said, if I had an out of aspect super laser blast here, I would win. Or what we were just talking about, like, does Getsu have an out of aspect cunning? That
Yeah.
playing something like a double aspect card that's good already for 2 more, but now you have the opportunity. So you're playing 3 of them because it's a strong card based on what it is, but now you have the opportunity once a game to play it on curve as you could if it were a double aspect deck. Potentially very interesting.
Yeah, I could see something like, oh, I'm going to play that vigilance for 4, and that can be a huge setback to aggro.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I mean, it's been interesting to see how the game has evolved and what new options they're going to offer. Um, but I think set 7 is going to be a whole new game in a lot of ways, thanks to rotation, plus the exciting new stuff that they're bringing out in that set. It's going to be really interesting to see where the game
Yeah.
heads.
I'm really personally very excited about the double aspect cards. I think the flavors of different aspect combinations in this game is really powerful. I've really been a fan of sort of green yellow heroes' ability to swarm and present tempo. A lot of folks really like blue green villains' ability to ramp and present significant big threats while also clearing the board. And so if FFG does a nice job of designing those cards to really lean into what each color combination is doing, I think we're going to start to see a lot more differentiation in decks. Even if we end up with a number of strong mid-range decks, those mid-range decks might feel very different based on the way that they utilize those double color card combinations.
Very interesting point. And I want to give us a shout out before we break here. Big shout out to Top Deck Games for hosting this event and letting us stream, as well as to their online shop, Card Titan. So Top Deck Games in New Jersey and their online shop, Card Titan. Big shout out to you guys.
And with that, we're
That
going to leave you for a bit of a break.
I
There's about 25 minutes left in this Swiss round 5. We've got 2 rounds of Swiss to go after this before we return with top cut coverage. In the meantime, I'm Grumpy Elephant with McClunky Gaming here with Tower Number 9. We'll be back with you shortly.
see you guys soon.
Welcome back, folks. This is Grumpy Elephant with McClunky Gaming here with TowerNumberNine. We are minutes away from round 6 of 7 for our Planetary Qualifier here at Top Deck Games in New Jersey. We started the day with 75 players. We are now down to 2 undefeated players of that field. But many others still fighting for their spot in the top 8. We've got 2 more rounds of Swiss for that to shake out, after which we'll see our top 8 battle off to be the Planetary Qualifier champion. Tower, how are you doing going into round 6?
I'm doing all right. It should be interesting to see here, and these are the rounds where things really start narrowing, and players have a good sense of where they might be in the tournament, how they need to do in order to make that top cut. Just by making the top cut, you will earn some number of leaderboard points. I think it's 15-point minimum for top 8, and if you can make top 4 or top 2 or win the whole thing, you get more points beyond that. So we're getting right into it. Players may have a sense of if I win these next 2, I'm in, or maybe if I win these next 2, I'm on the bubble, or and then the people in the best spots might be able to do some IDs to get in. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, it's always a little bit unpredictable, especially when you get odd numbers going on. If there's, for example, 13 people with a certain record, well, one of them might get a pair up or a pair down, which can throw off the math. One thing is for sure, though, we will be bringing you a game of players who are choosing to play a game from near the top tables, if not the top tables themselves. Probably another pair of interesting decks, players doing interesting things, and some of the top players at this tournament who have navigated the first 5 rounds of Swiss to a strong result, who are still themselves in contention for that top 8.
That's right. Now we've seen a fair variety of decks. Some expected, some unexpected. There was that cool Colossus deck that we were seeing earlier. And I think it's interesting to take a look and see just what people have been playing at this event. We're seeing the meta get a little more established now. The Beatle event had kind of a more experimental meta, thanks to being played shortly after the set came out. But yeah, we'll see what things look like with this event, and as the PQ season moves on and we see more games, I think I see Tyler and Wu there walking down there, which makes me think they may have chosen to draw.
Yes, Tyler from McClunky Gaming and Wu from KTOD were our 2 undefeated players after the first 5 rounds. The 2 of them have officially recorded a draw, likely doing some number calculations to realize that draw guarantees them both a spot in the top 8. But here we have 2 players who did not draw. We have Lunar from an earlier round on Cad Bane Tarkentown, having fought their way to a 4-1 record, facing off against the deck that you have been clamoring for all tournament. Tower, we have your Dedra Miro here paired with the base Shield Generator Complex. I believe that's a blue base, so it's going to be a Dedra blue, likely taking a control route, trying to take down this Cad Bane. I believe we saw this Cad Bane lose to Ophir on his Yoda Data Vault, wasn't able to get just enough damage in fast enough. Duncan here going to be another control barrier, trying to stop all of the aggression this Cad Bane can bring before potentially taking over the game with some late game threats.
Yeah, and so Duncan, the Dedra player there, this is probably, like you were saying, Grumpy, going to be more of a traditional control deck. Um, and we'll see what happens here. There have been times in this game's lifespan where control was quite popular and powerful. I know back in Spark of Rebellion there was a period where decks like Double Blue Iden or Iden Red or Vader Blue made a lot of appearances. As things have developed more, those decks have not been as successful, and people have come up with more tactics to fight them even at the time. But Dedra Miro offers an interesting spin on it, with her leader ability potentially doing damage or giving you cards that you can potentially draw you into more control options, and her very fast flip helping you to resist early aggression.
Yeah, now I wonder which route Lunar's going to take. Lunar will have to decide every time Duncan uses that Dedra leader ability, will I allow 2 damage to be placed on my unit, or will I allow Duncan to draw a card? The danger in drawing cards is that if Duncan can survive till late game, then he has enough cards in hand to take care of any threats that Lunar can play. Something like a Super Laser Blast, followed by a fistful of cards, Powers of the Dark Side, Takedowns, Fell the Dragons, can lead to just a full lockout by the control side. But on the other hand, if Lunar allows Duncan to deal damage to his units, he may not be able to push enough damage to have enough board presence to finish the game before Duncan gets to his Avengers or his other strong top end, his Emperor Palpatines. And so it'll likely depend on the cards that Lunar draws, but that's probably going to be the most consequential decisions that Lunar is going to make this game is how do I minimize the benefit that my opponent's leader is trying to give him.
Yeah, and there we see a interesting sequence of events. A so the crafty smuggler hits the board, 2/2 shielded, Dedra's ability used. Lunar says, okay, whatever, it's not gonna kill. I'm just gonna lose the shield, only to have a daring raid followed up and get that crafty smuggler off the board. Now Boba Fett hits the field, only to be cleared by power of the dark side.
Yeah, falling into a very common rhythm for these mid-range control mirrors. Unit gets played, unit gets removed. Unit gets played, unit gets removed. One difference is we're now at the 4 resource turn. This is when Duncan can choose to flip his Dedra if he wants to, giving him potentially a little bit of aggression on the ground, giving him another unit. But instead, the player's choosing to pass back and forth. Duncan very happy to leave his Dedra on the leader side to continue to churn out that micro decision, forcing Lunar to choose between card draw or damage.
Yeah, now one thing to note about this sort of matchup is one of the most effective tactics that people can use against this sort of control deck is to play multiple units at once. Often you see things like Power of the Dark Side where they can relatively efficiently kill one unit. But if, on the 4 resource turn, you deploy two cost ships, that can be much more of a problem for them. Now, here, Dedra's ability used, Lunar takes the damage, and then there's a follow up with an open fire. And Duncan, once again, happy not to deploy Dedra, might just be waiting here until Dedra needs to be sent in to clear out some unit.
Yeah, and then importantly, Dedra gets a little boost as a unit if you have more cards in hand than your opponent. She goes from a 2/5 to a 2/5 raid 2, so the ability to hit for 4. I believe the players have gone card for each of the first 3 cards played, and so if Duncan had flipped Dedra, she wouldn't benefit from that additional text. So he instead chooses to prefer keeping her leader side active, wanting to use that every turn that he can.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And this entrenched on the Cad Bane leaner unit leads me to think we're not going to see a Dedra flip at all this game until very late game. The Cad Bane unit no longer able to attack, and so long as Duncan does not play a unit on the ground, he's not going to flip his leader either. Cad Bane is a sitting duck waiting to be taken out by something like a Super Laser Blast along with the rest of the board. And at that point, once the Laser Blast hits, then we might see Dedra flip. But look at this tower. I saw Duncan just resource a tech out of aspect, right? He could smuggle that tech for 6. That makes me think this Dedra deck is trying to grind its opponent into oblivion. It's possible that Duncan might not have a way to win through damage. We could be looking at a mill deck for all we know. We could be looking at vigilances and restocks, but it seems clear Duncan is happy to take this game as slow as possible.
Yeah, so historically, what these decks try to do is control the game completely until they can get. So traditionally, it was Avenger, which can then kind of put someone into a soft lock. Another option these days is to bring out a Crate Dragon, which again can create kind of a lock. And then you try to close the game with those. And in the event that your opponent has things to deal with those, you're going to shift tactics and instead attempt to win via Vigilance Mill endgame. We'll see whether or not that's what Duncan's doing here. Forlom hits the field. Dedra's ability used yet again. Damage thrown onto Forlom this time. Does Duncan have a follow-up? Previously, we saw a unit killed with Dedra's ability plus knowledge and defense for -2/-2 draw a card, but I'm not sure if Duncan has an out this time.
Still, though, Lunar in a tough spot. Sneak attacking this Zuckuss in, that's going to give him 7 damage to base. I don't think Duncan cares about that because the Zuckuss is going to die at the end of the turn anyway. He's at a point where he has so many cards. Oh, apparently he does care. I would have probably chosen to no glory the Forlom because the Zuckuss was going to die at the end of turn anyway. I'm willing to go from 0 to 7. Duncan instead chooses this is the moment to deploy Dedra. I guess he's valuing giving up his leader epic action over 7 damage on base.
Yeah, so I think he's basically I think he's playing more or less pure control. And what he's doing here is his opponent had a unit that wasn't clear, so he brings in Dedra to clear it out. Now we see Lunar Cad Bane unit using Cad's leader ability to defeat the Dedra there because an underworld unit was played. Now there's a 7/7 on the board. Let's see if Duncan has an answer. I
Yeah,
think there's a
Cad Bane
restock in hand.
Cad Bane unit really powerful. Here's the blast to clear everything. Cad Bane unit powerful when you can use it to its full effect, capturing your opponent's units. Duncan hasn't played a single unit this game, so Cad Bane ends up being a 7/7 for 7, relatively underpowered to what you'd like to do. And meanwhile, Duncan continues to sit here with a fistful of cards, likely able to respond to anything Lunar throws his way. If you're Lunar, this is probably a demoralizing matchup. Probably one of the most frustrating games of Star Wars Unlimited he's played today.
Yeah, and this is another thing, like you were saying, with Duncan not playing units, Cad's ability, Tarkin Town, not very relevant. Now here's a Bazine Natal, so we'll get a sense of what Duncan's playing here. There's
Oh,
a Bounty Hunter
Duncan.
crew, Emperor Palpatine, Avenger is going to be the card picked to be removed here. Um, a Power of the Dark Side, I think there was a Fell the Dragon, quite a few options there. Dedra's ability
Yeah.
used, there's the damage.
And it looks like Duncan has options for pretty much anything. That bounty hunter crew is going to be able to get a super laser blast back if he needs it, if he's ever in a tough spot. This game might very well go many more minutes, but it's hard to say that it's not effectively over. I'll make one sort of meta observation. I have never played the Cad Bane versus Dedra Miro matchup, but one choice Lunar has made this game is to allow Duncan to do the 2 damage every time. When I was figuring out this matchup as Anakin Data Vault, here's a tip for the Anakin Data Vault players among you. That was my instinct as well. My instinct was control decks need card advantage in the late game, so let me do the damage, and then they won't have cards later. And what I found is actually if I let the Dedra draw every single time, that they no longer have the ability to stop my units from getting in, and I was able to win that way. So it's possible that Cad Bane can present enough pressure that Lunar should have taken the same route that says, Duncan, you can draw every single time. That means his crafty smuggler survives turn 1, gets in for 2 damage. That means he can play something like a Boba Fett turn 2, get in for 3 damage, and you gradually chip damage over time, trying to essentially kill before a super laser blast hits the board. But it doesn't matter whether they have 1 card in hand or 100 cards in hand when you win if they don't have the resources to take advantage of those cards. So possibly a different strategy needed for Cad Bane, or it's possible that this is just not a good matchup and Cad Bane doesn't have enough oomph to navigate the Dedra choice in either direction.
Yeah, I often think that like taking the damage can be more correct in the event that if you think like the game is going to go long, I think the value of giving them cards becomes, that becomes dangerous. But if your plan is to like try and push through and win quickly, which I think is often a better plan, sometimes you have to just be like, whatever, take your cards, like
Yeah.
as you were
Well, and
saying.
the challenge tower is by taking the damage, you make it much more likely that the game will go long because they're able to clean up your board that much more efficiently.
Yeah, it's interesting here. We do see a Ruthless Raider. I think this is the first damage that's actually landed on Duncan's base. Um, Emperor Palpatine hits the field.
This is Duncan's first unit of the game, played on his
No, no, he played that
12
Bounty Hunter
resource
crew
point.
earlier.
That's true. His second unit of the game.
Now, what is that on the is it an unrefusable offer there on that Palpatine?
It's an unrefusable offer that's going to let Lunar capture that Palpatine via this arrest on his base. He's going to then be able to deploy the Emperor Palpatine and get 6 damage into Duncan's base. So it's going to bring Duncan from 4 to 10. We are a third of the way there. Duncan's hand is large, but not massive. We did see Lunar strip that Avenger with one of his Bazine Natals. So, but we also know that Duncan has a tech in his row, right? So he's sitting on potentially fistfuls of other cards. Uh, Duncan really is at the stage of the game where you want to be as a control player. He's got a lot of life to play with. Um, and your opponent may be running out of steam. This Garandan, however, is going to claim a Fell the Dragon from hand. So another way to keep the hand smaller.
Yeah, some of the damage is adding up here. We're up to 10 damage. Daring Raid.
Yeah, it looks like Lunar has 3 cards in hand and a currently empty board.
Now, one of the things that's pretty annoying about these decks is how long these games can take. So we're pretty far into the game, and we haven't seen a single point of damage on Lunar's base. Despite that, I think Lunar is like fairly clearly losing in terms of this is not at all where you want to be against control. But one way or another, it's taken a while.
I did see from Duncan's standings earlier in the tournament, one of his rounds, he won 1-0-0. That means the players did not even finish 2 games in their best of 3. And I'm starting to understand why, watching this Dedra play out. This Dedra is incredibly happy just to stop everything that its opponent is doing. It's not necessarily trying to initiate its own proactive game plan outside of cards like Avenger, which Lunar was able to take from hand.
Yep. And so we're looking at this, and well, here we have Boss briefly making an appearance, taking the damage, being cleared by, let's call it, War. Duncan plays the Client, a unit that can really prolong the game via healing.
Yeah. And we
And
also always have to be
if you're
mindful.
Lunar,
We're
what are you
now
trying to do at this point, Grumpy?
well, I'm just thinking from Duncan's perspective very quickly. Duncan is at 5-9. He stayed at 12 resources. There's a tech in row. That's again representing a possible second hand for him. That waylay is not what I'm trying to do, Tower. The waylay to return
No.
the client, just to have the client be replayed, is not advancing your game plan. I would be looking for things like Devastators, right? Things that can deal 4 damage, regardless of whether they get removed. I'd be looking for things like Ruthless Raiders, even something like a Reckless Gunslinger from the row Smuggled. I don't know if this deck is playing with it. What are the ways that I can do damage to my opponent's base, even if they remove everything that I do? And you just have to hope, right? You took the Fell the Dragon with the Garandon. You have to hope that some point you can get a threat, either a Devastator or a Ruthless Raider, that doesn't line up well with your opponent's removal. Maybe they just have a takedown. Maybe it's a Ruthless Raider and they power of the dark side, but then you get to deal 2 more damage to base. 30 is not impossible, but with this client alive on board, it's starting to look more and more out of reach.
Yeah, the Client is potentially a source of major healing if Duncan can bounty and then clear small units or large units for that matter. It doesn't really, it's not really dependent on what type of unit it is. And I think it's going to be tough for Lunar without access to some of the reach tools that certain other decks have. So with like a Sabine deck, sometimes you can enter this state where the opponent has the Client and you just stop deploying units and you start pinging them and waiting for a cause. And it's extremely boring, but sometimes that might be what you
Yeah.
need.
Now, one interesting choice that's been made, Duncan chooses to attack Lunar's base with the client instead of putting a bounty on, for example, that Aura Sing. Turns out that Aura Sing was bounced anyway, so the bounty would have been wasted, but potentially arriving at the point where Duncan says, I'm going to start advancing a game plan. I am going to start getting my opponents to 25 because I'm confident that I can stop whatever they choose to bring.
Yeah, entrenched there, blocking out the spacer. We're I'm actually not really a fan of entrenched in these control decks, but I know a lot of people are fans of it. I don't like that it blanks out the cards that make your opponent choose a thing to discard, but can still be handy, especially if you're waiting for a super laser blast.
Yeah. Now, here's another thing to keep in mind as Lunar. Do you believe that you can win this game? Or is this game going to take 20 more minutes? Because if you lose this game, you need to win the next two games to have a shot at winning, or you need to win the next single game to have a shot at drawing. And so this is a choice that players who find themselves in these grindy control matchups have to decide. At what point is my window for victory so small that my odds of leaving this round with a draw or a win are better if I actually just concede and then potentially bring out whatever anti-control cards I may have put in my sideboard. I don't know if Lunar has those. I don't know if he thinks that games 2 and 3 will be more in his favor than it seems like this game 1 has been. But it seems like Duncan is perfectly happy to make this game go as long as physically possible.
Yeah, I do think the old scoop for time becoming increasingly relevant here as the timer ticks down. There's a client bounty over on the cartel spacer. And here comes the Avenger. This is kind of the famous, original and greatest closer for these decks. Technically now there's Annihilator or whatever the really big one is, but Avenger, the fact that Avenger gets its ability on every single attack allows you to create a kind of soft lock situation sometimes.
Now that's another unrefusable offer on the Avenger. So it's possible that Lunar was in part waiting for Duncan to play big threats of his own. If he has a way to get this Avenger potentially through something like another arrest, there's the
Oh,
arrest discarded for this pillage. He could have played the Avenger, killed the client, and potentially swung in for 9. Instead, he's going to throw his cartel spacer into the Avenger, deal 5 damage, but then triggering that bounty, meaning that Duncan is now down to just 5 health on 5 damage on base.
all right. The scoop for time warnings are getting louder and louder for me here, metaphorically
Especially
speaking.
as this Avenger smacks in for 9, just 15 health left on Lunar's base. It's a Garandan. It's going to name something with a
Garandan's
fistful of
not going to do
cards.
it here.
Emperor Palpatine, perhaps. That Annihilator you were talking about, perhaps. It was a Vigilance. And Lunar sees a Snoke. The presence of that Snoke, if Duncan plays the Snoke, it seems like there's basically nothing that Lunar could do to get back in the game because all of his sort of regular mid-range size units are going to be at -2, -2. So the prospect of getting 25 damage through before Duncan can get another 15 uh, seems increasingly unlikely. I would say if there was ever a time to scoop, it was the moment that you see the Snoke in your opponent's hand. If Duncan plays it this turn, that could very well be a wrap.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of these units would not even. It's kind of silly, but like if Snoke hits the field, some of the units that Lunar might be playing might not even be able to be played meaningfully. Like if you're playing, Kylo's TIE Silencer 3/2, Snoke's
Yep.
on field with the static -2/-2. You just can't actually play that unit. You can only play it if you're willing to have it immediately die.
Duncan able to fell the dragon on the Zuckuss and also deploy the Snoke, clearing the Garandon, healing 5. Duncan is back at 0 damage on base with a total of 16 damage on board. He's actually now presenting lethal. If Lunar doesn't have a way to stop one of these 3 units from attacking in.
Well, yeah, Duncan's base is now fully healed. Lunar's base only has 10. I
Yeah,
think we're
there's
finally
going to be
seeing
the
the
scoop.
concession.
Yeah, Lunar was drawing off the top of his deck. He draws a 4-lum and a Hot Shot Blaster that gives him a single play, which becomes a 2/2 against the Snokes -2/2. Nothing in that hand is going to be able to stop any of the attacks.
All right. Well, if you're a Lunar, what are you thinking in terms of how to re-equip yourself, think about sideboard strategies, and challenge Duncan here in round 2?
Yeah, I would think 2 things. I would say this is probably a hard matchup. My leader deploys on 6. I'm effectively going to get no use out of my Tarkin Town, so I'm at almost every disadvantage. What I did game 1 did not work. I let Duncan put the damage every time, and I was never able to get a foothold in the game. This is potentially the first time that Lunar has played this matchup, so he doesn't know how the rhythm is going to go. I would just say, let's switch it up. Duncan, you get to draw a card every single time. And now the game is going to be, can I do 30 damage to your base before you get essentially to a super laser blast? But even after a super laser blast, I'm going to have things like Devastators and Ruthless Raiders to chip in damage. And what that does is it essentially forces Duncan to play below curve for the first part of the game. Every time he wants to use Dedra, he'll be essentially drawing a card for 1. Over the course of 3 Dedra activations, he'll have drawn 3 cards for 3 resources. There are cards in this game, cards that people don't play, that let you draw 2 cards for 3 resources, 3 cards for 5 resources, or if you meet certain conditions, like you have 3 officials, you can draw 3 cards for 3 resources. 3 cards for 3 resources is not necessarily a particularly exciting prospect, especially when it's combined with the fact that Duncan is going to have 1 resource to play with on his 2 resource turn, 2 resources to play with on his 3 resource turn. So if he uses Dedra the first 2 turns, that means he's not going to play a Power of the Dark Side. That means you're going to probably go into the 4 resource turn with 2 units on the board. So even if he does remove one of them with a takedown or a power, you'll still be able to get attacks in. That's how I think Lunar is going to have to be able to chip the damage through to get to 30. It's a risky play because the risk, as you mentioned, Tower, is Duncan ends up with too many cards, is able to stabilize, and then it's game over. But we saw in game 1 it was game over anyway. And so I do think Lunar needs to change up his strategy if he wants to have a shot in this next game. Well, we start with a Bazine, and the Bazine's going to take out a Vigilance. It's not necessarily putting on much aggression, but it is taking out a source of healing. And here we see Lunar saying, I'm not going to let you draw the card. When your unit is Bazine, I think that makes sense because Bazine is a 1/3, you're not threatening much damage. But this start does seem to be a little bit better for Lunar. He's got a unit on the board. He's going to get a damage on Duncan's base before, I don't know, was it the 6 or 7 or 8 resource turn was the first time last time. So we're already off to a faster start from Lunar. Mist Hunter from Lunar, and a claim from Duncan, not even a Dedra activation, potentially trying to play something like a takedown, wanting to take no damage, potentially trying to do something like an entrenched to prevent that Mist Hunter from attacking in and getting card advantage. But again, Duncan taking a very slow roll approach to this game. We may be having slight technical difficulties. We'll be working on that and hopefully be back with you shortly. We should be back. The game has developed slightly. Looks like Duncan has been able to deploy a client, but Lunar has continued to deploy threats. He's had a Mist Hunter stick on the board. The Boba Fett that he plays is able to clear the client shield. That's going to be answered by the Mist Hunter is answered by an open fire from Duncan. But we are at the, I believe, no, we're still at the 5 resource turn. So we're one away from a Cad Bane deploy, but we still don't have a flip from Dedra. This is the same pattern that we saw in game 1. Duncan happy to just delay that Dedra flip until much later in the game. Now, however, choosing to flip her to claim the bounty that he was able to put on that Boba Fett from the client, returning his base to 0. And now it's Duncan who has 2 units on the board, 2 Lunars none. Lunar has not been able to have a window to use that Tarkin Town because Duncan has never presented a damaged unit. We're getting now 2 Lunars flip turn, but flipping a leader onto an empty board is quite dangerous. Duncan has a fistful of cards. A power of the dark side would be a strong and immediate answer. But if Lunar chooses to deploy a unit, potentially something like a Forlom, he could attack into one of Duncan's units, but then Duncan would be able to take that unit out with the other. We are going to get a plotted Garandan, though. That's going to give his Cad Bane power of the dark side protection and potentially give him a window to attack a unit with the Garandan. The Garandan is also going to create a ping for 2. Duncan will have to choose between removing his leader, and it looks like he pinged for 1. Duncan realizing now he needs to ping for 2. Putting the 2 on the client will allow Lunar the first opportunity of the game to use Tarkin Town, so that's certainly going to be something Lunar is going to consider. Garandan now choosing what to name, and Lunar will get a first look at exactly what he's up against. And to take out that Garandan with the Dedra, which does open up that Cad Bane 2 power of the dark side removal. Keeping that in mind, Lunar chooses to send that 4 into the client, clearing the client, rather than sending the 4 into base, and Duncan is now left with a 6 health remaining Cad Bane leader, something that can survive a takedown. It's not going to be killed by a vigilance. It's really just power of the dark side or potentially Rival's Fall. We're only at 6 resources, so Duncan is 2 away from being able to play something like an Emperor Palpatine, instead choosing to shield up his Dedra, wants to make sure that she can survive another turn, and mills 6. No damage on his base to be healed, no units of 3 health or lower to be removed, so the mill 6 an only option, but also starts to put an inevitability clock on this game. Duncan may not need to put 25, let alone any damage, on Lunar's base if Lunar's deck simply runs out before the game is done. Moving on to the 7 resource turn, this Forlam is going to be a nice answer to that shielded Dedra. It's going to ping off the shield and ambush for 4. We're still 1 turn away from Super Laser Blast, so Lunar likely to be able to take this window to push a little bit of damage to base. Duncan now trying to figure out how best to stall the bleeding. If he does have a super laser blast, no need to necessarily do anything. Instead, he's going to choose to put this condemn. The condemn is going to give -6, -0 if he can disclose a vigilance villainy card, which he almost certainly has. So effectively turning off the Cad Bane leader attack. Here is a takedown to clear the Forlom, and once again, Lunar left with essentially a worthless leader on the board, facing down an empty board from Duncan, but Duncan doesn't particularly care. He's winning this game not through board presence, but through the crushing inevitability of stopping every single thing that Lunar can play against him. One of those units we talked about. That's one of the ways to get damage in, both when played and when defeated. But Duncan again is going to have an answer. It looks like it was a condemn. It's either a condemn or an entrenched on the Ruthless Raider. That might be an entrenched, which is going to turn off any attacks. Duncan discloses the client to stop the condemn, stop the attack from Cad Bane leader, giving it -6, -0. So again, Duncan just happy to sit back, say, throw your best at me. I'm going to answer everything. At some point, we will potentially see Duncan try to turn the corner, maybe a super laser blast followed by something like an Avenger. But in the meantime, it's hard to imagine Lunar mustering enough pressure to put Duncan on any kind of clock that's going to force Duncan to take potentially risky answers. I'm joined now by our bonus commentator for the day. TowerNumberNine has stepped away for a moment, but we are here to welcome Mickey D from Bothan Network. Mickey, thank you for jumping in on what has been one of the more interesting matches of Star Wars Unlimited we've had today.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen this kind of blue red villain control deck, like Bosk blue style from set 2 and 3. We saw it a bit more. I know Duncan, I believe from Team Secret slash KTOD, has played a lot of Bosk blue in the past, so I'm not too surprised to
Mm,
see him playing this style of deck at this event. Got some cool new tools. I've been watching on the stream as well, keeping up with the rest of the viewers. Cards like Condemn are very interesting for this archetype, but I
yeah.
heard you mention, or Tower had mentioned that like Entrenched similarly. These condemns and these entrenches make your power of the dark side really awkward, but it's cool to see this deck get a little bit of exploration. Not everyone's cup of tea, but in a part of the meta, even if it is like a small percentage part of the meta.
Yeah, it is more reminiscent of the Bosk blues than I think the originator of the archetype. We saw some Darth Vader blue all the way back in
Hmm.
set one, and that's because one thing that this archetype has struggled with is card draw. It has a lot of one-for-one removal, but it needs a way to sort of keep up with the pace of the card
Yeah.
game, especially when people are drawing two in this game, right? You could do one-for-one removal, but late game that means your opponent might be drawing two threats every turn. So
Yep.
Bosk was infamous for being able to play Deathmark and killing the unit with Bosk's ability, ending up positive on cards. And if you could ever flip a Bosk and double claim a Deathmark, then you could claim 4 cards for the cost of 2 resources. Dedra offers a similar style of impact where if your opponent lets you draw cards off the Dedra ability, it's as if you were sort of playing death marks of your own. You get 2 cards for 2 resources, a death mark that's not doubled as 2 cards for 2 resources. Like Bosk, Dedra can flip earlier than Darth Vader, so she can potentially stall some early aggression. I very much understand the theory of the deck, and you have to be a player with a lot of patience to bring it to a tournament like
Yeah.
this because it means you're going to have very few breaks between rounds.
This deck also plays very differently than most Star Wars Unlimited decks. Normally you think about resource efficiency and board control and damage on base, and this deck is like cards over everything. I will sacrifice some of my health for cards, I will sacrifice my board for cards until I just drown you in card
Yeah.
advantage. One
Although,
interesting one interesting thing I noticed just in the deck building perspective,
yeah,
we're halfway through game two. I don't think I've seen a single Dr. Pershing from Duncan's deck. Maybe saying this Deidre leader ability is enough. I do not need Dr. Pershing to value get cards. I just don't care about the board. Let me get and like if
yeah.
you're planning on activating Deidre turn one every time anyway, you don't have the resources for Pershing. So very interesting but very sharp deck building there, I think.
Well, and the other thing that I think of is Dr. Pershing turns off two things. One, it means Lunar has never had a chance still in this game to use Tarkentown
Yeah.
because Duncan's just not playing any units. And two, I'm thinking about, facing this deck or similar style decks with Anarchy and Data Vault. I don't mind when they play units early, things like Dr. Pershing, the client, Lieutenant Childson, because that gives me a target for bounties. So if I'm
Yes.
Anakin Data Vault and I'm holding a Bounty Hunter's Quarry, Duncan is essentially saying, you'll never have the chance to play it. You
Yep.
might as well auto resource it because I'm not going to play a unit until 9
It's
resources.
a really interesting point you just mentioned there. Same thing with like unit removal, stuff like Power of the Dark Sides or Fell the Dragons or Takedowns or whatever. That's another kind of card advantage where sure you might be equal on cards. Like I have 4 cards, you
Yeah.
have 4 cards, but if two of them are unit removal, those are effectively 2 dead cards. Now that's a little bit less impactful in this game because of resourcing. You can just resource your dead cards. But if like half your deck is bounties and unit removal and just like
Yeah.
ambush units, you're really devaluing the card power in your opponent's deck.
You only get to resource one at a time. I've heard people say the exact same thing actually about Vader Yellow as a deck. Going
Yeah.
all space, going wide, they say part of why I'm doing this is because it's going to make half of your cards irrelevant to the game. Dedra is a similar philosophy. I'm going to make half of your cards irrelevant to the game, a different half than the half
Yeah.
that become relevant against Vader. But then when you're in a meta and you might face either a Dedra Blue or a Vader Yellow, all of a
How
sudden
do you prepare?
makes deck building incredibly complicated. So I can't be mad that this archetype exists. I think it forces players to make interesting choices, but I
Hmm.
could be mad if I sat down across from this
Yes. Yeah.
and I was 37 minutes into a PQ game. That being said, this game has obviously been proceeding while we've been commentating. Somehow Lunar has gotten Duncan up to is that 30? There are 6 5s.
20, 20,
There are 31 damage
31.
on
That yeah, I guess if
that is 31. And Duncan
maybe
is
one
not
of those
playing
fives is
Colossus.
extra. Maybe one of those fives is extra. I don't
Maybe it's 26.
maybe it's 26. I don't because maybe like a dice got moved or something. But yeah, we as
One
the
way
game
or
is
another,
proceeding. Yeah, that's a
that
lot of
damage total was
damage.
creeping up. I mean, I saw there was a Devastator that was played, there was a Ruthless Raider that was
Yeah.
killed. Right, so it's going to be 4 and 6. There was a Cartel Spacer that attacked for 2. It certainly can add up. Okay, they've removed the extra 5. We are at 26. Lunar has put himself in the position where a Devastator off the top would deal 4 damage. Duncan
Mhm.
is now in the position where he has to answer every single card that Lunar plays because a
Yeah.
single ground unit backed up with something like a Hotshot Blaster can deal 4 damage out of nowhere.
Things like planetary bombardments as well are lethal. And you're right, like Duncan's deck is full of removal, but it has to line up properly. Like if he has a Fell the Dragon against a Boba, or if he has a takedown against a Ruthless Raider, none of that
Yeah.
works.
Well, and this, what he just did, you noted earlier, he's played an entrenched to stop this unit, but that turns off the power of the dark side.
Yeah. And 2 Super Laser Blasts and Condemn look like the holdings for Duncan there. I'm honestly kind of okay with letting Duncan keep all that. Maybe you get rid of the Condemn, but if he is forced to condemn the Bazine and then just strand him with 2 Super Laser Blasts, you can set those up to be just
Yeah.
1-for-1s and super inefficient.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be mad at taking one of the 2 Super Laser Blasts because the 2 Super Laser Blasts do offer 2 sort of hard resets that he can do back to
That's
back
true.
to buy himself 2 more turns.
Hmm.
Especially we know that he has techs in his deck and that resource count is getting up there. He's arrived at 12 resources. That's where he ended the game 1. He generally stops resourcing after 12. Looks like there
Hmm.
is a tech in hand, and so Lunar does need to find a way to squeak through some damage.
Yes. And we don't have deck lists, so I don't know if this Cad Bane list has like Daring Raids or any other reach, but really chunks of 2 and 4 is kind of where you want to be. So the swing for
Yeah.
1, while it is pushing a single damage, it can kind of affect the race maybe later if some healing happens.
Yeah.
It's really 2 or 4 you're looking for because that's Ruthless Raider damage, that's Devastator damage, and likewise.
And that one from Bazine suggests that Lunar doesn't have a Hotshot Blaster because if you have a Hotshot Blaster, you're at high enough resources that you just want to get that 2 in. But look at this, the Zuckuss is going to force a Super Laser Blast. So it's
Yep.
going to clear the board. Lunar still's going to have resources available, but nothing to play in his hand.
Yeah, looks like he might be stuck with some of those dead events we were talking about, stuff like Waylay, maybe a Relentless Pursuit or two. And that's
Yeah.
another thing that this type of deck forces against you this Deidre blue deck, where if you have a ton of dead cards but just nothing to bring in from the sideboard, sometimes you have to leave in some of these more situationally useful cards. And we see now that like Owele can be good in this matchup for sure, but right now it's not what you want to see.
Yeah, I've seen one trick from Lunar, and I wonder if he's holding on to that to sort of sneak through a victory. But he has the combination of unrefusable offer plus arrest, which means if
Yeah.
Duncan is ever forced to play either an Emperor Palpatine or an Avenger as a form of removal, I mean, even something like a client would potentially get close. He can whip out that combo to have a surprise ready unit. That being said, here comes a top target from Duncan. Now we're
That's
going to be in need of something like a McClunky to break that bounty. Otherwise, Duncan's life total is going to start going in the wrong direction if you're
Yep.
Lunar.
And it looks like Lunar has just 2 resources up. If you had a third, I would honestly just waylay my own Cad Bane
Oh,
to
absolutely.
effectively deal
Absolutely.
5.
Well, there's the second blast. It's going to clear the blast from Duncan's hand, so Lunar can be pretty confident that there's not another, but it's also going to bring Duncan back down to 21. So
Yeah.
all of a sudden, this game felt like it was so, so close, and it might start to become just out of reach.
Even Planetary Bombardment at this point would be 1 short, so
Yeah.
we're still fighting for it for sure. And at
Yeah.
this point, I kind of like dealing the damage to your units because you just need to
Oh,
trigger as much
absolutely.
of the removal as you can.
Absolutely. And also, I don't know how many, I think we've gone through at least 2 Ruthless Raiders, at least 1 Devastator. So Lunar's going to know how many more copies of each of those cards are in his base. Something like
Mhm.
a Devastator into a Planetary Bombardment, even if it's cleared. I don't think, I don't know if we've seen a Planetary Bombardment from him this
I,
match so far.
I think we might have seen one earlier, but I'm not 100%
Okay.
sure. But I'd imagine standard, you can kind of guess. Like if I'm in Duncan Seed and I don't know the deck list, I'm guessing like 2 Devastators, 2 Planetary Bombardments, 3 Ruthless Raider is kind of the reach I'm worrying about. Maybe some sneak
Lunar
attack stuff, but if you have the unit removal, then that's fine.
Yeah, Lunar has gotten Duncan to a little bit of an awkward position. The other 2 cards in his hand are a top target and a no glory only results, which means he could have cleared that Forlom, but he could not have put the bounty on that Forlom and then used no glory. So instead, he's playing Snoke to shrink that Forlom. But this ambush Zuckuss, even through the -2/-2, is going to be
Yep.
able to take care of that Snoke. 5 from the ambush, 1 from the Cad Bane ping. The Zuckuss will die in return
Yes,
because
but
it's shrunken by the time it runs into the Snoke.
still left with the 4/4. That is a close call. Depending on your hand, I might just kind of like pushing the 2, but Snoke is gonna shut the door on this game if you don't have any of that burn in your hand.
Yeah.
So, and we've seen he hasn't had it the past couple turns because they would have used it at that point. So,
There's the Raider. There's the Raider, and he was able to bait the no glory only results
just
from Duncan,
yeah, that's
which means
big.
that who's going to go on base. It's going to bring Duncan to 23. Something like a surprise strike would be enough to finish. Duncan tapping a lot of resources. Here comes the tech. Duncan saying, I don't have the answers in my hand.
Mhm.
That could give Lunar a 1 action window if he draws the surprise strike, except Duncan
Ah,
has the entrance.
yep. Okay, and there are the 2 damage goes on base. Still not bad. This Ruthless Raider is going to be power protection for the rest of your units.
Yep.
If Duncan does happen to draw the 3rd blast, it'll be another 2 chip, but that gets him to 25, and 25 is 1 short of that magic number. We really
Yeah.
want to get him
A,
to 26, so the
a
devs are lethal.
planetary bombardment here would be exactly lethal. 5 to tech, 7 to base.
That is true.
Um,
That is big.
Devastator would bring us closer, but also we have to note Lunar's deck is starting to look incredibly small.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of cards to draw from.
Uh, and like some of those early game vigilance that might have milled, those might matter at this point. Of like, was a Devastator milled? Was a Planetary Bombardment milled? That's another way to remove that burn from
Yeah.
your opponent's deck.
Comes a Mist Hunter. Also, though, with this many resources, Duncan's resource row is now effectively a hand. He can smuggle anything. He could probably even smuggle something like an Annihilator at a +2. So he's likely to have the answer. Here comes a client potentially saying, this game might go for multiple additional turns. I want to be able to start to heal.
Yep. I imagine Duncan's still hiding a piece of removal in that resource row, but I don't know if he will have the resources to play 2 pieces of removal. So we might get another swing for at least 3 from the Mist Hunter, if not potentially
Well,
5 from the ground unit.
this new assassin droid is going to hit for 5. A hotshot blaster could bring it to 7 because that tech is damaged.
Yeah.
So Duncan, it looks like I think he has a bounty hunter crew in his hand, which means, and he's also holding a top target. He has enough resources. 1, 2, 3. No, using that Dedra means he does not have enough resources to play both the bounty hunter crew
Yes.
and the top target. I'm not
I was
sure
a
what
little
he's.
surprised. Yeah.
What is he trying to get? Or did Lunar let him draw a card off of that Dedra activation?
Okay, somebody, that's
Someone on the podcast called in the fire department.
But you asked him.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
There's the top target on the Mist Hunter. If you're Lunar, so I think Lunar has claimed here something like a takedown from row for Duncan could clear the Mist Hunter and heal 6. There's lots of ways out of it at this point.
Yeah, but then you're taking like this is still a pretty nip and tuck game.
It's close. It's close for her. And the fact that Lunar got Duncan up to, I think, 26, 27 was his highest at one point, is an impressive change of pace from the game 1 that we saw, where Lunar was never really able to get off the ground.
Yeah. Those sideboard cards really coming in clutch.
Yeah. But
They've
Duncan, deep in the
yeah.
tank. The answer is not obvious to him.
I really would have liked this turn, I think, that bounty the top target on the assassin droid and then an ambush into it. I don't know, like it's not a unique unit, so you're not getting the full 6, but even healing 4, I think, is
You're
backbreaking
getting
in
4,
this
which brings you back
situation.
down into the teens. He would go from 23 to 19. All of a sudden, you're feeling more comfortable. You have a client that's going to untap next turn. You still. Okay, there's the open fire. He did
All
have
right.
the removal in his resource row. He is going to heal that 6 from base.
That does help a lot. That gets us back into those teens, into the 17 area. Still probably taking a hit for 5, so kind of effectively a heal 1 plus taking the attack off the board for the next turn. But that's, I think, the door is ever so slowly closing on Lunar here to find the way back into the game. And even if they do manage to win this game, I don't think a game 3 is happening. We're down to
Yeah, but
under 8 minutes left in the clock.
I do think Lunar would be happy leaving this round with a tie, because it seems likely, based on Swiss pairings, that 5, 1, and 1 has a strong chance to make top 8. So a loss here is almost guaranteed to be knocked out. A tie wouldn't, but it looks like Lunar's scooping. His deck was empty. Duncan has outlasted Lunar for a 2-0 win in this Swiss round 6.
Yep. Good second game there. The first game kind of, this is the power of playing this type of strategy, and I think the meta is kind of going in a direction where a lot more of this type of strategy, not necessarily the hard control, but just extreme strategies in general. You
Yeah.
have a game plan game 1, and a lot of the times your opponent's not going to be ready for it. And so you're going to win game 1 like 80% of the time, maybe a little bit lower, maybe a little bit higher, depending on how extreme and how prepared the meta is for it. And then you just have to win one of the 2 post-board games. And that you can kind of steal. I think Piet Red is a deck like this. I think Very Yellow is
Sure.
a deck like this. And more or less extreme given certain the ways the deck's built. Like Piet Red has some amount of interaction and can still just play a normal game, but it's ramp, big triangle. Do you have an answer? And a lot of decks
And
pre-board don't.
yeah, and the more strategies like that exist, the more Piets, Vader Yellows, Dedra Blues, right? They all have different extreme strategies. It means that main board decks, even if they know that you exist, they can't prepare for you, because they can't prepare for you can't prepare for extreme space aggro and hard control for game 1. And so I agree with you completely. If you are confident in a deck, you know it in and out, it is a way to spike a PQ. That being said, I do think all of those decks have some glaring weaknesses. Like I wonder this Dedra deck running into something like hard aggro, like Go Wide
Yeah.
Space or Sabine, right? Does that 80% winning game 1 flip to suddenly a 20% winning game
Yeah.
1? And so now you're just relying on the Swiss lottery. Let me dodge my bad matchups while doing well into most of the field.
And I think this meta, more than any other meta we've had, is a little bit of playing the matchup roulette, and so deck selection is as important, it feels like, as the play at the table. Do you bring a deck, like, you can bring some 50-50 decks. I think there's a couple in the format, not too many, but like Anakin, I think you're not a dog to too many matchups. I think Han 1 Green, you're not a dog to too many matchups,
Yeah.
but you also don't have incredible matchups. You're not 80-20 into anything.
Yeah.
Or do you say, I'm going to target the top of the meta. I expect to see Han, I expect to see Anakin, I expect to see Piet or whatever, and do you pick a deck that you win 80% of your matches into that? Maybe a little bit less because it's hard to get to 80%, but if I see a Sabine, I'm dead. And I think
Yeah.
that's a fair choice to make.
I know personally, I don't like sitting down feeling like I've lost the game before it's even begun. So I tend to want something that has game into the field regardless of what it is. But there are players who are, hyper aggro specialists, hard control specialists, and they say, I'm going to go to enough PQs. I don't have to win all of them. I just need to roll enough dice that I get lucky for one of my Swiss runs. And
Yep,
that's how I'm going to make top 8 and make worlds. And it works for a lot of people.
it does.
So that brings us to the end of our match for round 6. Grueling control slog in which Dedra Blue was able to come on top over our CAD Tarkin Town. We are going to take a short break. We'll be back with you for more commentary for our last round of Swiss, round 7. And after that, the top 8, where the remaining players seek to battle it out to become planetary qualifying champion of this Top Deck Games Planetary Qualifier. Welcome back, folks. This is Grumpy Elephant with McClunky Gaming, joining you for Swiss Round 7 of the Planetary Qualifier at Top Deck Games in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. I'm going to be joined by Round 7 with our guest commentator, Mickey D from the Bothan Network. And then for our top cut, Mickey D and TowerNumberNine will take you the rest of the way to crown a champion. Mickey, how are you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me guest commentate today. Been keeping up with the stream as much as I can throughout the day, and it's been a pretty interesting, like, kind of what's been expected of the meta. There's definitely, some local flair. I think there's a good handful of Gar ECL at this tournament, I believe. There's a decent amount of Anakin, obviously. I think it was the top played deck, but it's been a fun tournament overall, and I'm excited to see round 7 and get into the top 8 here.
Yeah, one thing I've been struck by watching these games play out is how much the card pool has improved since we started this game. Almost every unit is starting to have some sort of advantageous text. Gone are the days of folks just playing sort of vanilla units back and forth. And so it
Yeah.
makes sense, right? We're approaching rotation in just a few months. We are seeing sort of the peak power level of what 6 sets of this game can build. And so every deck, they might be taking different approaches, but they are being tuned to be the best version of what that approach can be. And it's just a fun change of pace from the Sabine versus Bobomirs that we started out in set 1
Yeah.
with.
We're also seeing specifically Secrets of Power make a pretty big impact on the meta compared to what we might have thought at the beginning of spoiler season, where we were a little bit disappointed. And then they started to spoil all these really powerful, really interesting cards, and now stuff, especially like Karis Nemec, I think is the big
Yeah.
impact stamp on the formula. But cards like Fulminatrix have really brought Piet to rise into like the front of the meta. Cards are all over the place. There's a couple key ones, but plot as a mechanic has been big. Like Sudden Ferocity is going in a lot of decks, and honestly, I think as a card might be a little bit underexplored. So it's definitely changed the dynamics of games.
Well, and we just saw in our Dedra Blue versus Cad Tarkentown, we saw Condemn add a sort of another upgrade style angle to these control decks. Now paired with
Yeah.
Entrenched, all of a sudden you have access to 6 effects that effectively shut down an opponent's ability to attack. So just adding depth, adding a lot of power, in some cases adding new angles. It's
Yep.
been exciting to see.
Yeah, I'm excited to get to see round 7, and this first weekend of PQ is really shaping the meta going forward. It's since Beatle, we've had like a couple week break. That was the breakout of Anakin Data Vault into the meta, and now we haven't seen the meta have a chance to react yet, really.
Yep.
And so this first big weekend of results coming in, seeing does Anakin Data Vault rise to win? Is their decks rising to counter that? I know we've seen some Yodas. I believe Wu is here with a Yoda Data Vault deck as well.
Yep.
Maybe to counter Anakin, maybe to counter the decks that are trying to counter Anakin, but taking advantage of, I think dovetailing off of that, Green Hero is probably the best aspect combination in
Yeah.
the game right now. It has got a shot in the arm in the past couple sets, and especially this set with cards like Mina Bonteri and Queen Amidala.
Yeah. Well, and it really, all the way back, in sets 1 and 2, starting off with really powerful cards like Ewing Reinforcement, that led Han1 Green to be a power player for quite some time. I think Green Hero took a little bit of a break, but now with, as you say, cards like Queen Amidala, Mina Monteri, cards like Keller and Beck, the ability to go wide and get card advantage across so many different points in the curve has meant that it has the staying. It has always had the raw stats to fend off aggro, and it now also has the staying power to fend off control. And so I do think it's really well positioned just in terms of a raw power level.
I think not necessarily a sneaky card, but there's in set 4 we got Blue Leader, and that card to me has kind of symbolized a bridge from the first 3 sets of Green Hero to the second 3 sets of Green Hero, where Green Hero got a lot of power injected into its cards. It had Ewing reinforcements, but beyond that, it was a little bit underpowered and lacked a little bit of versatility. But Blue Leader, a lot of decks would play either a 3/3 ambusher for 3 in space or a
Yep.
5/5 ambusher for 5 on ground, just vanilla. But if you
Yep.
get both in one card, and since then we've saw like Kellerin back in Legends of the Forest, and now every set it seems to get 1 to 2 busted Green Hero cards, and
Yep.
it's really shaped the meta and how these decks are constructed.
Now, before we get to our official round, I just want to make a few additional shout outs. So, as a reminder, if you're following along this tournament and you want to check standings, see how things are progressing, the Melee link to the tournament is going to be in our YouTube description. I also want to do a special shout out to Top Deck Games for hosting this Planetary Qualifier. They have great prizing support and they've been so supportive of the stream. If you want to learn more about them, you can visit their online shop, Card Titan. You can find information about Card Titan and the link again in the YouTube description. And then finally, if you've been enjoying the stream quality and you've wondered what is that nifty initiative token that's being passed back and forth on stream, that is McClunky Gaming's new special edition Sabak coin initiative token. It's a metal token, incredibly high quality, designed by our team's very own Tim and Claire. We are giving away 5 of those initiative tokens this weekend. So if you've been curious about McClunky Gaming, or you already know about us and you just want your chance at winning one of those tokens, join our Discord. You can find the invite link also in the description for this YouTube stream. In the Discord, you'll find a link to the giveaway. And over this weekend, we'll be giving 5 of our Discord members these limited edition, very exciting new McClunky Gaming initiative tokens. I believe mine is in the mail. I cannot wait for it to arrive and to bring it alongside my other McClunky gear when I am able to attend my first PQ of the season.
It's a hot looking initiative token. You can see it down there on the Poe Yellow players mat, and we're gonna come in to table 5 here. We have Gar ECL versus Poe Yellow. I believe both decks and maybe both players you have seen earlier today, pairing off in round 7. I believe the Gar ECL player is 4-1-1, whereas the Poe Yellow is 4-2.
Yep, and this is Cunning Boy. We saw Cunning Boy take down McClunky Gaming's Getsu on stream, playing off against Getsu's Talzin Yellow. Was just able to present a lot of aggression in the space arena and close the games before Getsu was able to really get a foot in the door. But facing off against this Gar ECL, the trade-off is going to be ECL's has 3 less health than that 4 space, but Gar ECL has potentially come prepared to brawl in space. He has multiple likely turn 1 plays in space, that Inferno 4, the 2-3, as well as the 2-3 TIE Fighter that can restore 2. He potentially has follow-up plays in space, so he's not going to be caught sort of dozing while Cutting Boy takes to the space arena sort of uncontested. That being said, DDA might choose to try and race on the ground using that buff that Gar Saxon offers to shielded units. A Secretive Stage 2-2 shielded for 2 is going to come in as a 3-2. And Iden, you oftentimes play Iden as a 3-3 pilot, but she can come in for 4 as a 5-3 on the ground. So it'll be interesting to see. Cutting Boy's strategy is sort of locked in. He's a space aggro deck. DDA is going to have to be the one to adapt to this matchup. Is he going to try and be control? Is he going to try and outrace? If you're DDA, Mickey, what strategy do you think is going to be more successful in this game 1?
So I think a lot of it's going to come down to what I see in my opening hand. Those 2-3 spaceships, they don't line up necessarily the best, but we see DDA start here with the Onyx Squadron Brute, so he's going with the trade game plan this time, it looks like. But if I'm not seeing those early spaceships, I think I want to see Director Krennic. A Krennic into like an Owen Lars or something, or a Krennic into a cheated out Krennic shuttle, I think is a way you can kind of jump ahead in the game and match this super high paced aggro from the Poe Yellow deck.
Yeah, this double A-Wing start against many decks would be one of the stronger starts. You can get 4 power and space split across 2 units. But with DDA having initiative and Cunning Boy taking 2 actions, DDA will be able to start by taking out one of the A-Wings. And now if Cunning Boy doesn't take out DDA's ship, next turn this ship can take out the other A-Wing and still survive.
I think a playline I would have liked to see it explore from Cunning Boy on turn 1 is after you see the Onyx Squadron Brute. I know playing the 2 A-Wings power protects you in this kind of matchup, but putting your Poe on an A-Wing does let you contest against these 2-3 ships. It does get a little bit blown out by Iden potentially, but even if DDA takes an action to pilot the Iden onto a ship, you at least get a hit for 3 and then can develop your board after that.
Yeah, Cunning Boy trying to take that line in the 3 resource turn, throwing Poe on that A-Wing, but DDA answers with a clean confiscate, gets a second ship on the board, that Inferno 4 joining the fray, confiscates the Poe, and Cunning Boy saying, I just need to start getting damage. I could choose to throw this A-Wing into your damage tie, essentially making it a trade. I'm going to throw 2 to base, but that does allow DDA now to send one of his ships into the A-Wing. He chooses to send the damage ship, the Ankh Squadron Brute. What that means is the black 1 is going to be able to crash in. It'll be able to throw 1 damage on a unit because Cunning Boy has Poe as a leader. He could use that 1 damage to finish the Brute, but instead Cunning Boy choosing to deploy another 1/2, an interesting choice because it's sort of offering itself up to that Inferno 4. However, if that Inferno 4 does take the favorable trade, it will go down to 2 health, and then an attack from Black 1 into the Inferno 4 would be able to finish off the Ox Squadron Brute and the Inferno 4. Instead, GDA is saying, I'm not going to take the bait. I'm going to ECL in this Krennic shuttle. I'm going to clear your Black 1. I'm going to get the shield on after, and I will be able to clear your A-Wing with my Inferno 4 now.
Yep. And there's a lot of strength in this kind of space deck against Gar ECL because you can shut off their ECL a little bit. Like you shut off their strongest ECL play. They're not going to get to ECL Vader most likely. Maybe you don't flip to ground unless you're pushing for lethal, but that play is turned off. However, Gar ECL also does have a lot of good spaceships that can ECL. Like even on turn 1, if it's against an A-Wing, ambushing a 2/3 into an A-Wing, it's totally reasonable to stop them from piloting onto it with the Poe leader. So ECL, even though it's been downticking in its playability over the last 6 sets, it's still a very, very powerful base.
Still one of the most powerful actions you can take. The risk, of course, is being 25 health has felt like it's become more and more of a liability. Tarkin Town has helped make the 25 health feel more manageable because you're able to clear your early boards so easily and get board advantage. ECL has been seen more for high-powered plays around the 5 or 6 resource turn, but there's a lot of decks that can just get under you and end the game effectively before you're able to take advantage of that epic action.
Yeah. DDA has seemed to have the perfect answer on every turn of the game
Yeah.
here. Being able to craving power, deal with that piloted disabling Fang Fighter. There's a lot of haymaking back and forth, but bamboozling a craving power back to your opponent's hand doesn't feel
That
the
cannot feel
greatest.
good because the impact of craving power is the win played. The 2/2 stats are nice, but the win played is what really does it. And now he's flipping Poe. Poe has 6 health. DDA is going to be able to throw that craving power back on the shuttle. It's going to get +2/+2 and another +1/+0 from Gar Saxon. That craving power is going to be dealing 6 damage to that Poe on the ground, likely first action next turn.
Yep. If this was any other blue-green villain deck, this Poe flip would be pretty safe. But given that it is Gar, that extra point, it comes up a lot. Like, it's more than just an extra point of damage in the race. It can affect these craving powers, even overwhelming barrage numbers. It has impacts when you like pilot your spaceships and makes them 6 power, which can trade with some things they wouldn't otherwise.
Another interaction that I've run into, I've been playing around with different cards for Anakin Data Vault. On ECL, Darth Vader has enough power to take out a Chewie. Normally, you'd say, well, Chewie has 6 health, it can resist the ambush, and it can't die to the shield effect. Well, Gar Saxon doesn't care. It just makes the Darth Vader 6 power, and the Chewie dies to the attack.
Yep. 7, I do think, is probably the biggest breakpoint in this game, especially on the ground. So it doesn't fully unlock that potential, but there is definitely some cases like with that, even like a guerrilla attack pod out of some decks, if that's floating around in like Hantu ECL lists.
Now, what is this unit that Cunning Boy has played on the ground?
I believe that is Han Solo Pilot, but from the Galactic packs.
So Han Solo Pilot is going to survive a Gar Saxon attack. Unless there's some sort of upgrade DDA can throw on Gar Saxon, which means it is threatening 4 damage, which would bring DDA to 15. That being said, Cunning Boy is already at 14. This Gar Saxon attack, if it goes to base, would be 18. And that means that DDA is presenting lethal on board as soon as next turn. DDA, however, instead saying, I'm comfortable in the control route in this game. I want to make sure that there's no window for you to squeak through 14 damage. I might have chosen to turn the corner here. I might have chosen to throw that Gar Saxon towards base.
I think a trick with the 25 HP bases that you have to get very, very good at and like very precise with is learning when to turn the corner. Tarkin Town especially, but even the ECL decks, especially the bigger ones, like with Sabine ECL, turning the corner usually happens on like turn 1 or 2. Not always, but usually. But especially with these guard decks or these later deploy ECL decks, you still want to control the board early, but need to pick the precise point to turn the corner. And I agree. I think I would have started to turn the corner last turn.
DDA is looking at 10 power in space alone. And then he's got his 4 power, and he's got his 2 restore from Owen Lars, which means even if Cunning Boy is able to push through some damage, say something like a surprise strike, well, that's resources spent on a pump spell, which means fewer resources spent for deploying units, and then that Lars is just going to undo some of that damage.
Yep. Uh, yeah, and there's like an argument to be said as well. You put the Poe deck in a position where it's uncomfortable, and Poe does not want to be a reactive deck. It does not want to have to answer the
Correct.
board. It wants to be able to push full advantage and make you react. If you force it into a reactive position by turning the quarter and going base there, I think Poe is going to have a very, very hard time coming back. Now, I think Poe is still going to have a hard time coming back, even with the trade that DDA took on the ground. But a small note, I think I would have turned the corner there.
Yeah. Well, in DDA, of course, there's not necessarily a way to know this in the moment, and possibly he didn't have the power in his hand. He ends up clearing the Han Solo using power of the dark side, which means he essentially left 4 damage off the base and put 4 damage on his Gar Saxon for no real impact on the board.
Yeah. And we're starting to see Cunning Boy claw back in a little bit. Although that shield on the Inferno 4 is going to give it the 3 power it needs to be able to trade into the
Yep.
cartel current code. So I think this game is all but over at this point. No board to 4 units, and we're looking at 9 damage as it stands, which isn't enough for lethal, but any upgrade will probably close this game out in 1 turn.
Yeah. And whether or not DDA can close the game this turn, Cunning Boy has to deal 14 damage to DDA's base and currently has 0 power on the board to be able to
Yep.
do so.
So going through the end game formalities, it feels like Gar Saxon swinging the base. I will say, while we're kind of closing the game out here, I do want to give a shout out to Owen Lars. That is one of my favorite cards from set 5, and we're gonna scoop him up and go to game 2. It looks like Owen Lars
Yep.
is such like a nice little glue piece. It's something that your opponents never want to kill, but they
Yep.
kind of have to, because otherwise it's going to restore like 8 health throughout the entire game.
Yeah, well, I think of it has utility against a wide range of matchups, right? If you're faced against something aggressive, it presents a restore clock and a pseudo sentinel, right? So you're saving damage from base because they have to put the damage on Owen Lars, and if they don't put the damage on Owen Lars, you're going to restore 2 every turn. So it's just a real nuisance. Still useful against mid-range and control decks because of its ability to replace itself and its ability to dig for what are oftentimes the most impactful answers. If you're a blue-green hero, it can search for a Yoda unit, right? If you're blue-green villain, it can search for a Darth Vader or a Maul. And so really its utility across a range of matchups means it's a real all-star, and the fact that it costs 1 means it can fit into so many useful scenarios. And one of the best is as you pointed out, its ability to be played for free after a Director Krennic. Really a powerful opening, getting 2 units on the board.
I especially love it in the blue hero decks because it's a unit that you oftentimes want to die, and so you just throw it away, and then it finds you a Luke Skywalker, and what do you know? You had a unit die this
Yeah.
turn, and so now that your Luke is fully activated, it was an all-star in Han 2, in my opinion. Being able to another deck that can play it for free, so you can power
Yeah.
protect against the power decks. You can, like against a Cad Bane, you can just cheat out an Owen, and it eats the ping, so you find a card and it lets you play your 2/4 for free without getting pinged Tarkin Towns. A lot of utility in that guy.
Yeah. I mean, it is in a sense a pseudo cantrip, right? Cantrips being
Yeah.
cards that traditionally cost 1 that replace themselves, oftentimes with some sort of little dirtling effect. And throughout pretty much every card game that I know of, cantrips have been a staple of the format. The ability to get card advantage while also advancing your position on the board, one of the most useful things you can do when building a deck.
And it's oftentimes finding your highest impact cards. You had mentioned the Yoda unit. I think that is
Yeah.
the reason to be playing a green hero force deck if you're on that strategy. And so being
Sure.
able to have extra, like if you find 2 or 3 of them, 10 to 15 extra looks at the Yoda unit to make sure you don't brick on not
Yep.
finding one, it's very, very impactful.
It does seem, though, the Yoda that we've seen today has chosen to forego those units. It was Ophir from KTOD playing a Yoda Data Vault, went 5-0 in Swiss, and then drew, and so is likely locked to make top 8. But says I don't need that Yoda unit in my Yoda strategy. That being said, there's folks who have found incredible success with Yoda Green Force, relying on that Yoda unit, sometimes in conjunction with that clone unit, to be able to present functionally two Yodas on the board at the same time. So neat to see the same archetype succeed across 2 pretty different lists.
I'm partial to the Yoda Green Force myself. It is a weird trade-off because you're sacrificing 5 health, which
Yep.
the Yoda unit is restoring for you, but you don't get it until later in the game. So, are you banking that you're going to get there or not? I also prefer the 10 less cards in that deck. Now, in these grinder kind of matchups, stuff like the Anakin Data Vaults and the Han 1 Green's not necessarily super grindy, but the grindier matchups, the 10 extra cards can matter. However, I found the most success with Yoda Green Force being able to single or even double ramp with cards like Resupply, Spark of
Yep.
Hope, Resupply
Yep.
Carrier, and that's really how you get ahead in those games. If I was planning on going to a PQ myself this weekend, got snowed out unfortunately, but
Mm,
Yoda Green Force was top 2 deck for me that I was going to play this
okay.
weekend. Now, I tried like 6 different decks throughout the week because I was a little lost, but it was
Yeah.
definitely in contention for me.
Well, that is, I mean, the 6 different decks, I think, is a testament to that the meta, it might not be wide open, but it is certainly wide, right? Like there
Yes.
are sort of pillars of excellence, and you want to make sure you can't just play any leader-based combination, but there are a different number of range of play styles that can be accommodated by decks that seem like they all should have a real shot of success at top 18 and potentially winning the whole thing.
Yeah.
So our players are now set up for game 2. They've made their resourcing decisions, but this time it's Cunning Boy with the initiative. He's going to start with a black 1, and this time it's going to line up quite well to DDA's Ankh Squadron Brute that he plays down. Just a 2/3, which means Cunning Boy, if he wants to, will have the opportunity to attack that black 1 into the Brute, deal 2 damage from combat, and deal 1 damage as a result of the ping that the Poe Dameron leader enables.
I snap take that trade if I'm Cunning Boy here because I don't want to get blown out by an Iden pilot, and it looks like that's exactly what Cunning Boy's thinking and gonna go
Well,
for that as
and
well.
even if you go to base, you're doing 2 damage to base that the Ankh Squadron Brute will effectively undo upon death. And so clearing the Brute when there's 0 damage on DDA's base effectively makes the Brute a 2/3 vanilla for 2, which is not the strongest start a deck can have.
Yeah. Taking a bit of a turn off from DDA a little bit, going with the clients, able to potentially put a bounty on that black one and get an easy potential ECL kill to heal the 3 damage that was just put on the base here. But going ground while your opponent's swarming the space, when last game we saw him go all space and have a bunch of success. Obviously, if that's what your hand dictates you do, you have to do it, but
Yeah.
probably not what he's looking for.
Now, it's potentially the case that he has something like a Director Krennic's shuttle, the ability to ECL that for 4. The question for DTA is going to be if he does have that, which of the 2 units is he going to put the bounty on? If you put the bounty on the Millennium Falcon, planning to do something like an ECL shuttle, then any kind of upgrade might be able to keep it. But instead, before the bounty, he's just going to ECL this new 4/4 unit. I forget the name. Do you know the name of this ship, Mickey?
It's some sort of royal skiff or
Star
something,
Skiff,
but it
the Nubian Star Skiff, I think.
GIF.
Um,
Yes.
he's going to ambush that in, take out the Falcon. That means Cunning Boy is down a resource for this turn as a result of the Falcon tax, but does not get a benefit from the 3/4 ship. The client now is going to go 3 to base because DDA does not have a way to clear the black 1 this turn. And the black 1 attack powered up by Poe is going to finish off this Star Skiff. It seems like Cunning Boy is not all too much worse for the wear as a result of this transaction.
Yeah,
He's got a threatened space.
What I've noticed through this first couple turns is initiative seemed to really matter in this matchup. Being able to turn 1 deal with that 2/3 and then bait out a relatively early ECL but still have presence on the board and get your Poe
Yeah.
leader flipped onto something and present. This is a very different game from game 1.
Yeah. Although it's less so initiative. I mean, certainly initiative allowed Cunning Boy to take advantage in this game, but game 1, Cunning Boy opened with 2 1-drops. If
Yes,
that was
that
his
as well.
opening this game, those 2 1-drops would have given up initiative going into the second resource turn. So it was the combination of initiative plus specifically black 1, which is able to trade favorably into those 2/3 space drops from DDA. That seems to have given Cunning Boy a little bit of an extra edge in this game
And
too.
I wonder if Cunning Boy looks for that in certain matchups. With initiative, I'm going to play a 2-drop so I can keep it. Whereas if I don't have initiative, I might as well play 2 1-drops since I'm going to lose
Yeah.
initiative anyway.
Here's what I don't love about what's just happened. DDA spends 1 to play Confiscate. Confiscate's going to remove the Poe Dameron upgrade, but we are on the 5 resource turn, which means Poe Dameron can simply go from that ship and now flip onto the ground. Whereas if
Yeah.
you leave Poe Dameron on the ship, you take that 2 damage, but you potentially leave him stranded in the air, unable to flip to the
This
ground.
This could have been a very interesting play, say if DDA still had ECL up, because you
Yeah.
could be baiting Cunning Boy into flipping Poe to the ground, just waiting to get ECL Vadered, and that way you get both the black one and the Poe in one go. But with ECL down, this is relatively risk-free for Cunning Boy to flip to the ground and get another 4 in for free with that Poe.
And ECL Vader doesn't happen until next turn. So that's still 4 damage this turn for
Yep.
Cunning Boy on the ground.
Yeah.
With DDA now at 16, here's a timely. We're going to be timelying from the row, something that costs 2. It's an Inferno 4. You'd probably like it to be an Ankh Squadron Brutes, just to add more heal. But that bounty from the client will restore 5 from DDA, bringing him back down to 11. The Poe flip is going to bring him back up to 15.
Yep. And we have the Inferno 4, not enough to deal with the black one right now. It could pick up something like a Craving Power or even Overwhelming Barrage. Craving Power specifically, I think would, because that black one has, no, it has 4 health left, so Overwhelming Barrage would be enough as well.
Yeah.
But that Poe is going to be pesky, probably going to get an, interesting
Oh,
play. Go
interesting.
straight for the Heroic Sacrifice.
Which I don't know how I feel about that because it does take away one of the 2 threats that he has. So if DDA is able to answer this black 1 first action next turn, Cunning Boy is going to be left facing a Gar Saxon flip with nothing on the board. That being said, DDA probably cannot afford to take the action to bounty the black one because something like a surprise strike would be lethal from hand. DDA at 17, black one currently with 5 power, the surprise strike would make it 8. So that's potentially what Cunning Boy is thinking of, trying to get DDA to 17. But here's the overwhelming barrage. It's going to take care of the black one immediately. And now DDA is faced with, how do I get 8 more damage? Cunning Boy's faced with, how do I get 8 more damage onto DDA's base from an empty board?
I think if I'm DDA here, small difference is I would have liked to Overwhelming Barrage off the Inferno 4, because that way, in case Cunning Boy plays something like a Millennium Falcon, the Inferno 4 can hit and deal with the Millennium Falcon and save you potentially 3 damage.
Yeah, for example, this red 5, the Inferno 4 would now be able to take it out, a bounty from the client. Although then, if he bounties with the client, then maybe Poe deploys
onto it, sure. But I think I would have liked to. This is just going to be a battle for space, and that's where the damage is going to get snuck in by Cunning Boy. And so, any way you can protect the space lane, I think I would have liked.
Yeah. Cunning Boy again has put him in the position where a surprise strike from hand will be able to end this game. An attack with this red 5 followed by something like for a cause will be able to end this game. So there are very much outs for Cunning Boy, and those outs partially come from the fact that DDA left this red 5 alive. The confiscate will take out Poe for the second time. So now we need a little bit more than a surprise strike or a little bit more than an attack plus a for a cause. But at the same time, Cunning Boy has 17 health to work with, so that he knows that he's not going to die this turn. He has a little bit of time to make that extra damage happen.
The way that DDA has been playing, if I'm Cunning Boy here, I don't think they're representing Power of the Dark Side. So I might risk the Poe flip. I think it would lose to Craving Power, but I think he would have Craving Powered last turn instead of Overwhelming Barraged, just to stick the stats on board still. So while DDA can top deck those answers, I'm putting it at like a 90% he didn't have them last turn, maybe even a little bit higher. So with that surprise strike, make him top deck the answer. And he could have, but I think since the heroic sack on the Poe turn, you've been playing in a way that's just forcing DDA to have an answer every single turn. So now is not the time to start respecting them. Now you just have to keep making them have the answer.
Yeah, and I suppose you put the Poe on the red 5. I might choose to attack with the red 5 first, bring DDA to 20, and then flip the Poe, because the difference between an attack of 3 and an attack of 5 isn't necessarily huge depending on what's in your hand. And I like the idea of getting the damage in and then presenting check with the Poe flip.
It also, if you attack with red 5 first, it does clear the Inferno 4, so any potential shenanigans, like an Iden to potentially trade with your units. Looks like he's going to go with the N1 Starfighter and said, I think this is out of respect for power, but the Inferno 4 can still just trade with it, and the power threat remains. I guess if you have
Yeah.
something like another 1-drop to power protect again, and then you can flip, and then you can surprise strike, that's a very specific setup, but it could be a line Cunning Boys
It
goal.
also gives DDA a nice client target to put the bounty on,
Yes.
if he wants to. That would force Cunning Boy to likely flip the Poe onto the Starfighter to prevent the trade from the Inferno 4. But here's the craving power. He had it
So it
anyway.
does have the creating power. So I I think all moot, all the lines that at least I was mentioning earlier, that craving power kind of opens the door on all of them. So
Yeah.
I would be
Now
curious
the
if DDA had it last turn.
The Nubian has 5 power now. DDA needs to respect the possibility of surprise strike, so he's likely going to have to trade into that with his Inferno 4. He probably then, given that he's still in a trading mode, is going to want to put the bounty on it with the client to restore 5, just to give him a little bit more breathing room as he navigates the final couple turns of the game.
Yep. This client has been putting in work. I think it's already healed 5 this game. It might go heal another 5 more. Without that, GDA would be well past lethal. Although Bamboozle, interesting to prevent the heal 5 this turn. I kind
Bamboozle
of like
stops
that
the
play.
heal. It doesn't stop the trade. And the trade will, of course, allow DDA to look at the top 2 cards of his deck, dig a
Mhm.
little bit deeper for an answer. Oh, but look at this. He gets to return
Mhm.
the Craving Power to his hand because of the Gar Saxon leader ability. Not an impact that we often see actually happen in games, but here has the potential to be incredibly impactful because that Craving Power played back on the Gar Saxon leader is going to deal 7 damage to whatever Cunning Boy plays. I don't think Cunning Boy plays a unit that can survive that. He does have that 2/2 ship that's shielded if you control another cunning unit, but on an empty board, it's not going to come in with a shield. So DDA now has insurance. Pretty much, Cunning Boy's only out at this point might be a double for a cause, hitting 4 damage on both of them. If he
Yep.
has that, he can still squeak through a win in this game, but otherwise, the door is closing very quickly.
I also like this line from DDA, especially because this craving power can just clear this Poe very clearly.
Yep.
The way I've seen Cunning Boy's deck be built, I would not suspect Forecast to be in it. It could potentially be in there, but it
There have been
has
enough neutral aspects. Sure.
yeah, it has the A wings. I expect a lot more of the 1-drop ships, a lot of which are neutral, like Crackshot V wing and the Republic Y wing. We've also seen the Privateer Seek, which is the 2/2 shielded. So that's probably 9 to 12 neutral
Yeah,
cards. I think we've seen
that's a good
Daring
point.
Raid. So I'm
And
not
it is one
expecting
reason
Forecast.
Poe Yellow is a deck that we haven't seen really heavily represented. There's other combinations of Red Yellow Hero, even Red Yellow Hero Space Aggro, things like Han for Tarkentown, things like Sabine Yellow. Sabine Yellow offers a little bit more reach, oftentimes playing those things like for a cause, the ability to deal damage off of Sabine's leader ability. And then Han for Tarkentown takes a very upgrade centric approach, much like Poe Yellow, but has the ability to explosively go off on the 5 or the 6 resource turn. And so Poe Yellow seems to be straddling the line a little bit between what those 2 decks are trying to do, but potentially not reaching the ceiling that other heroic red yellow space focused decks have been able to accomplish.
Yeah, I agree. Interesting play here from Cunning Boy. This is like one of the few things I think could maybe start to get him back in the game. Change of heart on the client, but GDA does have the power here to answer, and I think that will all but
Yeah.
lock the game out with only 2 resources up from Cunning Boy. Does
Well, and
effectively clear the client, but
I don't think DDA even needed to necessarily power. He could have just attacked with the Gar Saxon.
yeah.
Although, no, the Craving Power was removed, so the Gar Saxon would hit for 4. Doesn't matter either way. DDA is able to take this with a quick 2-0, likely advancing him to the top 8. So, congratulations to him. It seems like there will be a Gar Saxon ECL making it to the top 8. Cunning Boy, nonetheless, running his Poe Dameron Yellow, a unique build to a really respectable 4-3 finish
Yeah.
at this PQ. So I hope he feels good about how his run went and potentially
Mhm.
will take away some deck building thoughts for how he wants to tweak the deck in the future.
Poe Yellow is a very interesting deck. You had mentioned before that there are other red yellow hero kind of space decks in the same lane. We have the Han for Tarkentown. We have the Sabine Yellow. I think they each bring a different thing to the table, and Poe Yellow is an interesting one. Han one or Han 4, I think, is the most explosive. It's the most dominant in space. It has
Yep.
the biggest flip turn, but I also think it has the biggest. It's got the lowest floor as well as the highest ceiling. If you don't get the double 1-drop start or the C3PO start,
Hmm.
you're kind of
Hmm.
floundering and there's not much for you to do throughout the game. I last as early as last week I was thinking about playing Han for Tarkentown in an event, but I had one too many games where I just didn't draw an ideal turn 1 and I lost because of it. So it can be a little bit frustrating to play in that aspect. Sabine Yellow, what it brings to the table is I think it lets you play both lanes pretty well, as well as the reach.
Mm.
So you have the space aggro starts, but you're also still just going to play cards like Karis Nemec, like Sabine Unit. You're still just going to play these hyper efficient
Yep.
2-drops on the ground. And it lets you play in both lanes, where if your opponent's going space, you can go ground to dodge, or you can go space to fight. If you're against like an Anakin, which dominates on the ground, well, then you can just ignore it and go space. That deck runs into the issue of it can draw its wrong half of the deck in the wrong matchup. If you're against an Anakin and you draw your ground units, tough luck. It's going to be harder to win that game than it might be if you were a fully dedicated space strategy.
Yeah. Yeah.
What Poe Yellow brings, which I find interesting thinking about it, is it kind of raises your floor a little bit. If you're going all in on these 1-drop starts, and these double 1-drop starts especially, there may be some games where you only draw a single 1-drop, but that's okay because you have that leftover resource to flip your Poe and make your 1-drop effectively a 2-drop. It takes more actions, it's a little inefficient, but it is at least, it covers you. And your flip can be pretty potent as well because like you can bounce that Poe around and deal 4 damage a turn with it. The problem is I think your ceiling is a little bit too low, or at least lower than the other two options. You have Black 1, which is very powerful, but you don't have great reach, you don't have great explosivity, and so you're really reliant on just like steady chipping in 3 to 4 a turn and hoping that's enough over 5 or 6 turns. But a very interesting build. It's the kind of strategy that I'm partial to just as a red yellow
Mm.
hero player in general. And it was something I was considering exploring. So I would be it's nice to see it go 4-3 here, very good tournament, playing in the final round in a match that mattered. It's all you can ask for as a swoop player, is just playing in games that matter at the end of the day. And so good performance, and I'm excited to see it and may tinker with it myself here in the future.
Yeah, one thing we talked about earlier today, you're sort of exploring different leaders that do this particular color combination well. I'm particularly excited for set 7 because of the double aspect cards that they're releasing. And so, right, knowing that red yellow hero, for example, tends to be a space focused strategy, but can also just be a generally aggressive strategy, how powerful are these double aspect cards going to be? We've already seen some promising cards spoiled, and there's likely to be more. Reminds me of set 1 when they printed those double aspect legendary cards that really over time have all had a really important function in the format in terms of defining a particular color pairing. Less seen than some of our other powerful cards because folks generally don't want to be locked into a single aspect deck building. I'm curious if we're going to get that power level and that impact on the format in cards that can just slip into dual aspect decks to begin with. So one of the reasons why I'm particularly excited for rotation is I think it's going to bring a new style of deck building to the game where folks can really lean into what the color combinations they love already do well.
Yep, and I'm especially curious to see their design philosophy behind them because these double aspect cards, Vigilance and to a lesser extent Cunning in particular, were powerful enough to see play out of aspect. They got play for 6 fairly often, Vigilance especially, but Cunning in some sideboards. I've definitely played a Cunning for 6 in my day.
Mhm.
And I'm curious if they push the power level on these double colored cards enough to match that, because it's a lot easier to play like a green blue card than it is a blue blue card. You have a lot more versatility and leader based options. It like doubles the potential leader pool you play. It doubles the potential like 25 HP bases you want to play. And so like if Vigilance was a green blue card, oh my goodness, like Hero would be even better than it was in the past. Um, Stuff like that. So
Well,
it's an
I think the
interesting
difference is
philosophy.
the double aspect cards, you have to choose to build your deck around them. You can build a good deck and then make it better just by the fact that you happen to be in the 2 colors that a double
Yeah.
aspect card. So I think we'll probably see fewer build arounds or like dedicated strategies for that particular combo. And I think we'll just instead see those cards heighten the power level of decks that happen to be in their color.
Yeah, I think the build around cards will be, because we've seen at least one tricolored card, I believe. It's the new Zeb, is red, blue, and
Oh, sure. Yep.
heroic.
Yep.
So I think that's where the build arounds are going to be. I think you're right in like the Han unit we've seen, green, blue, 1/1 shielded, and it gets bigger.
Yep.
That's the kind of power level, maybe a bit stronger than that I expect to see out of those double colored cards. I don't think they're ever going to be splashable, right? Like these double aspect cards have. But is there going to be a like a green blue white card that sees play in red blue white or in green blue villain.
Interesting.
Or
Interesting.
um
I see what you're saying.
I'm
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
Interesting
still
question.
hesitant because double aspect is so restrictive that it's
Mhm.
fine to put a lot of power into that because it rewards players for playing with a weaker card pool overall. Whereas if you're making a green blue white card that's so powerful people want to splash it, it's not
Yep.
restrictive for the players that want to play it all in aspect. Because green blue hero is one of the best color combinations. You still get, even post rotation, you're going to get stuff like Queen Amidala and Caloran Beck
Yeah.
and Nina Bonteri, and I can't think of a blue hero card right now that's around post rotation. I'm trying my Captain Rex, if that's something you want to play.
Yeah, sure.
But it's very,
All
very
of this to say, some exciting stuff. We're in the middle, or we're the start rather, of an exciting set 6 competitive scene. First planetary qualifiers of the season starting today, but still some exciting stuff to look forward to. Rotation potentially gonna shake up the game, offer some new experiences. We'll be excited to see what happens. One thing you can be sure of, McClunky Gaming will be here to stream the PQs as they happen, to stream the big events as they happen. But this has been it for us for Swiss here at Top Deck Games in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. It's been a pleasure to stream with you through these 7 rounds. After these 7 rounds, we've got 22 minutes left of round 7. We're going to have a confirmed top 8. Those top 8 players will play through a 3-round top cut that will happen shortly. I'll be signing off, so you'll be joined by the incredible Mickey D, who's been here with us for a couple rounds, and TowerNumberNine will be back. They'll bring you safely to the rest of this tournament as we crown a champion. It's been an absolute pleasure, so thank you to folks who have watched. Thank you to Top Deck Games for sponsoring this incredible PQ. Thank you to Claire from McClunky Gaming for running the stream. Thank you to Tower and Mickey for co-casting. This will be it from me. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage. I am TowerNumberNine. I am joined here by Mickey D, and we are about to bring you the top cut here at Top Deck Games in New Jersey. Mickey, how you doing?
Good. How about yourself, Tower?
I am doing okay. I am, jumping back on to help cast the top 8. Big shout out to Grumpy Elephant, who
Yes.
was casting earlier, but I believe will be off now. Let's see how we do with this top cut.
Yep. Looks like we have an interesting bracket breakdown. We have our 1 versus 8 is an Anakin Data Vault mirror. Our 4 versus 5 is a Piet Red versus a Kira Data Vault. Our 3 versus 6 is Deidre Blue versus Vader Yellow. And then our 2 versus 7 is a Yoda Data Vault mirror, which is what we plan on featuring in the quarterfinals, is that 2 versus 7 matchup. Ophir, aka Woo, and Brandon, both on Yoda Data Vault. I'd be curious to see. This has kind of been the answer to the question that Beatle 2 proposed of how do you answer the Anakin Data Vault in the Han 1 green meta. The rest of the decks in the field were kind of either at the Beatle or more fringe answers, I'd say, in that the Deidre versus Vader matchup. But Yoda green, whether it be Data Vault or Force, has seemed to be picking up some steam lately.
Yeah, I think I think we're in an interesting spot where these are really going to be some of the events this weekend's PQs that help define what the initial meta actually is now that people have had more time to reflect and build those decks. I know that we had earlier the Beatle, which was, certainly a fun event, interesting event, but I think that there are going to be a lot more PQs and similar events upcoming, and we're going to see, probably a meta develop and also some reactions to that start developing as well.
Yeah, there's already been some interesting results this weekend over in Bristol, I believe. A Captain Phasma won a PQ over an Anakin
Wow.
Data Vault in the finals. Not something I think people necessarily expected, but these PQs, you can see these kind of more fringe decks emerge, and maybe from those other deck builders flock to it and pick it up themselves and maybe refine it for their local meta, and it becomes more widespread. So already some interesting results this weekend. We have some interesting decks in the top 8 here. I do like the blend of expected metagame and the Anakins and the Piets we see versus like the up and comers in this current meta, in the Yodas and the Vaders and the Deidras and the like. Um, and the way the bracket shook out, actually, it looks like the top half there, the 1 and the 8 and the 4 and the 5, are what I would consider to be the more established decks. Anakin, Piet, and Kira. So one of those is going to make the final. And then the bottom half is kind of more of the answers. Vader is an established deck, but it kind of wasn't in the metagame lately. And so whether it be a Yoda or a Vader or a Deidre, kind of it'll be a question versus answer finals. Weirdly,
Mm.
is kind of how I'm viewing this top 8.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see just how it's going to break down. I think that I think Vader kind of a kind of a classic aggro sort of composition.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
There's a
some
lot of
updates
decks trying to
maybe.
play in that space. It did get
Yeah.
some new one drops. It didn't change the strategy much, but it got like a new A-wing and the Screeching TIE Fighter, so just upgraded a couple of the one drops. But I lump Vader in the bucket with like that Poe Yellow that Grumpy and Nice commentated in round 7, as well as like a Han for Tarkin Town of just an extreme strategy trying to punk you out in space, catch you off guard, and make sure like
Yeah, we were
punish
talking a
things
bit
not
about
ready.
space aggro earlier with the cunning Poe deck, and there are a few other decks that do this. So you can see cunning Sabine sometimes does this as
Mhm.
well. Sometimes you've seen people play like Kazuda,
Yeah.
odd numbers Han, as you mentioned. There are a few different compositions that are trying to do that kind of like very space focused aggro push.
Yep. Vader Yellow was actually one of the decks I was considering for a PQ this weekend until I was unfortunately unable to travel to it. Funnily enough, throughout the entire week, every day I was on a different deck until on Friday evening. I looked at the forecast and realized I don't know if I should be driving in 4 inches of snow in the dark, so maybe I'll stay home. Um,
I-
but up until then, I still didn't know what deck I was playing, and it was a new deck every day.
Mm.
It's in a very interesting meta right now. It feels like more now than ever, deck selection is of utmost importance. Like even in some previous less solved metas, I think back to set four, end of set four after Django and Triple Dark Raid were banned. That was a more wide open meta, but there was still probably 5 to 7 expected decks. This meta, it's really hard to pin down right now. Like there's two top decks, and then everything else trying to answer it in very different ways.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to think also, sometimes we have had those metas where there is a very specific thing that is the thing that people are trying to solve. We
Hmm.
need to find the answer to Django. We need to find, the answer to this, the answer to that. And other times there's a more open field. And I think you do get those sort of answers coalescing more in some of these situations.
So it looks like we have the Yoda deck lists on screen for you. And I'm glancing over these deck lists. I think they're running the exact same 60 card main deck. I did not notice a difference. So I believe Brandon may be a KTOD secret member. I'm not 100% sure on that. So I apologize if that is true or false. But
Yeah,
I
I'm
would be
looking at this
shocked.
myself.
I would be shocked if they didn't work together on this deck somehow, because I think it's the exact same 60 card main deck.
I'm seeing a little bit of difference, at least in the sideboard.
The boards are a little different,
So
but it's
that's
very
something.
minimal. Like it's hyperspace disaster versus direct hit, which is, pick your anti-space answer that you want to have. Triple eager escorts are there, some number of confiscates, a Caloran Beck, and then an Obi-Wan versus a home one.
Yeah, so I think the main deck is actually same exact same as you were saying.
Yeah. I do
Or
believe,
yeah,
by
I
the
think
way,
that's right.
the Obi-Wan in the sideboard, I believe, would be 6-drop Obi-Wan because there's 3 Obi-Wans in the main deck, so I assume that's the 3-drop, and then we have
Yeah,
the 6-drop Sentinel in the sideboard for those
good
grindier
point.
matchups like
Yeah,
this.
so one of them has they both have 3 Eeyore escort fighters, a home one, an extra killer and back. But then one of them has 3 confiscates and 2 direct hits. One of them has 2 confiscates, 2 hyperspace disasters, and that one presumed 6-drop Obi-Wan. So, we have here people with very, very similar decks to one another, probably have played either against each other or have been at least in conversation with these same builds. And, here we see the question,
Yeah.
did you practice the mirror? And
Yeah,
I think mirrors are something that some players neglect in preparation, but they can actually be really important.
they are. And shout outs to Harp CR in the YouTube chat, part of Secret KTD. I believe so. I recognize the name. I believe it's Brandon Caves. It's a name I've seen around. So I, as part of KTOD Secret, I would imagine that they worked on this deck together, which is why
Yeah,
you
I think
see
you
such similar
I
lists.
think you're probably right. Back in the day when I was playing Flesh and Blood TCG, there was one season where it actually was one of those ones where there was a deck that was the clear deck to beat. I felt like I had something that could beat the deck to beat. I felt like I was pretty locked on. I felt like I was in a good spot. And at 2 or 3 different events, I ended up uh, bubbling out or missing a win and in to make the top cut, specifically after losing in a mirror because I had not
Mhm.
really practiced that mirror. And I was doing great against the deck to beat, and I was doing great against some of these other decks, but I did not have the mirror altogether worked out, and that proved to be kind of my downfall that season. So I think, neglect mirrors at your peril.
It is an interesting point as well because that's kind of part of it goes into my deck selection is what mirror do I feel the most comfortable with, or do I expect to see a ton of the mirror? I am I think relatively known for playing these hero pink Tarkenton decks, and part of that is just because it fits my playstyle, but part of it is because I feel like I learned the mirrors down pat, and like almost to a science had them mirrored down. So makes a lot of sense. Looks like Brandon started off with a Mina Bonteri and Wu missing his turn one play. Not the end of the world in this kind of matchup. I think both players took a mulligan to start, so also not necessarily unexpected. But if he follows up with, has a 3-drip to follow up with Obi-Wan Kenobi and resupply from Brandon. So Brandon, I think, having the ideal start here of a 2-drop into being able to ramp.
All right. Mina Bonteri, Obi-Wan. I'd probably rather be the one ramping in this scenario, to be honest with you.
I think the ramp cards are going to be the most important cards in the matchup. The game is going to go long, but being able to be the one presenting the questions instead of the answers in this kind of matchup, I think can start inching you ahead in the late game, making your opponent utilize their removal inefficiently and lets you maximize your removal and your threats. So generally being the more proactive person is good, which I think ramp leads to.
Mina and Obi-Wan trade swings at the base here, which ends up with 2 damage on each base since Mina gets to repair. Wu brings out Captain Typho only to have him ambushed and removed by a blue leader, making use of that extra 5th resource from ramp. And Brandon in a pretty good spot after that exchange, I feel. Wu also missed his disclose there for
I think
Captain
well,
Typho.
I think a couple small things there. I think Wu is opting not to disclose intentionally because I think he values that information more than
Hmm.
one life, just keeping it
Yeah,
secret.
that could be.
And you notice Wu also didn't utilize his Yoda ability. Wanted to keep initiative so that Blue Leader couldn't just trade into the Obi-Wan first action. Potentially has another Sentinel to protect it, or maybe some sort of buff, or decides to take the trade himself.
Yeah, I guess actually he did want that trade, and maybe he wanted to avoid Blue Leader having a chance to hit base or something.
Or
Brandon gonna
maybe
just use Yoda's ability here.
could have been digging for an answer, and then once he didn't find one, decided to take the trade.
Wu using Yoda's ability right back at him. We're seeing some true mirroring here in this mirror match.
Hmm. Yoda's leader ability is hard to put an exact value on. It's a leader that started to see a lot more value once like Ray unit was released because it really maximizes that value. But even without Ray, just that filtering ability can be very strong and hard to quantify.
Ooh, you're my only hope with the top deck manipulated for a home one, bringing back the blue leader in space. That is a high value move. Wu with Queen Amidala, not exactly a poor play on that side, but the home one here is pretty big.
Yeah, and if Wu doesn't have any answers in hand, we're a turn away from the flip, and it's even hard to set up a flip to guarantee kill the home one. Probably have to have something leave the battlefield and then set it up, and then flip and kill it. That that's assuming you have a home one to set on top, and if you're doing that, it means you're losing a home one. So this home one's probably going to hit for a lot and also get a good amount of value out of Wu.
Yeah, plus the restore there. Now we do see Wu using Queen Amidala to remove Mina Bonteri. Does Brandon have the disclose? It looks like he either doesn't have it or opts not to use it. But home one swings on in for major damage on Wu's base, up to 11 damage there, and Brandon's base now fully repaired. We could see some more damage coming in as well from that blue leader. Wu still having the two those goofy Porg tokens are spies, and we're seeing them start to work now on the base. Brandon going ahead and using Yoda's ability.
Brandon gonna be able to flip this turn, whereas unless Wu has a piece of ramp, is stuck in flipping next turn.
Yeah, Wu's kind of a turn behind with Brandon having ramped and Wu not.
And Brandon kind of mitigating the downside of the ramp because Wu didn't have a turn one play, and normally ramp makes it so you fall behind on board, but Wu had already naturally fallen behind on board by not making his turn one play.
Looks like a Luke Skywalker hits the field, the -X, killing Queen Amidala without her being able to use her defensive ability, because that ability works in response to damage. But killing Queen Amidala enables a spark of hope here from Wu. That's the ramp that he needs to be able to flip Yoda this turn. Brandon
Mhm.
flips, and the top card of his deck is a Gonk droid, but
Oh,
that's totally fine if all he's going to do is clear out one of these porgs.
yep.
And now Wu is looking at a very scary board.
Yes, this
Luke
is
and
a
home
very
one and that blue leader, I don't know.
Wu does know the top card of his deck,
Yeah.
so because he Yoda filtered, I believe he put it on top, so he knows what he'll hit with this Yoda flip. And throwing down a Sentinel to protect his life total at least for one turn. But this
Yeah,
is pretty
Obi-Wan
dire.
covering against that Yoda. Yoda
This
swings
is
into the Obi-Wan, deals some damage, does some restore. Wu's Yoda flips. What's the top card? It's Bo-Katan. That's going
okay.
to allow him to get rid of that home one. That's a big play.
This is how you start to claw back into this game. It's still going to be tough, and like that Bo-Katan is really valuable, so throwing it into your discard isn't necessarily ideal, but you'll do anything to get that home one off the board right now. Having played a bit of Yoda Green Force, a little bit different of a deck, but you are sometimes soft into space, especially big spaceships, which is why I think post board these decks have the direct hits and the hyperspace disasters as potential ways to answer that. And so an early home one like that put on a lot of pressure.
Okay, well, the resources are now evened up. Board-wise, Brandon is ahead, but not by as much as he was before we saw that Bo-Katan. I think having your leader flip destroy a home one is a lot higher value than having your leader flip destroy a spy token.
Yes. And
Z-
you see Brennan here making the decision to go base, thinking he's far enough ahead on board still to push this race and making Wu answer his threats.
Yeah, and so now we're up to 18 damage on the base for Wu, and Brandon's base has been fully healed from his various restore sources. So not an optimal situation here, but Wu is able to use that spy token to remove his opponent's Yoda. Then we see another swing to the base here from the blue leader, 21 damage on Wu's base now, and that leaves him with only 12 HP left, which does mean he's gonna be looking at another turn or two before he's in the danger zone. But we are going to see at least some restore. There's Yoda here. Now, Wu plays Luke, debuffs his opponent's Luke, but here comes a Village Protectors to give that Luke some cover. And if Wu doesn't have a way to deal with those Village Protectors, he's going to have to use both of his attacks to clear them, and he won't have something left over to deal with his opponent's Luke Skywalker.
Yep. This is why I liked the line Brennan's have taken here. He's the way he's playing, he's forcing Wu to be the first one to take an action and can hold up his resources to respond accordingly. If he plays like a big spaceship threat, maybe he has a space sentinel or a home one, another home one or something. He doesn't have to protect his Luke, but if he goes after the Luke, he can slam down a sentinel and just protect it.
Oh man,
Ooh.
Brandon played a second copy of the Village Protectors only for Wu to play a Bo-Katan, and that clears both of those Village Protectors and Blue Leader, and now we're getting some experience tokens spread around for Wu. That's some really big value. Bo-Katan already getting a triple kill and sending a lot of experience around, and now Bo-Katan hits the field on Wu's side of the board, or on Brandon's side of the board, kills Wu's Obi-Wan. That is going to be an experience, and the debuff on those other units is also going to put them in a much worse position for clearing Brandon's board.
Yep. So in terms of units fighting each other, we can kind of pretend like nothing has a debuff right now in terms of trading. Now, if you want to put damage on something that'll last into the next turn, obviously that matters, but everything effectively has -3/-3 right now. So that means we have Lukes are matching each other, so they can't really fight each other. That Yoda is a 6/11 with 4 damage on it, which makes it a 6/7 with -3/-3, which makes it a 3/4, I believe. So I think it's just a bunch of 3/4s and 4/5 staring at each other right now, effectively.
Yeah, and that does potentially mean that Brandon's Luke could, I believe, kill Wu's Yoda. Um, maybe I have that wrong though. It looks like they're no. It looks like so it looks like that attack is
There's a lot of things affecting it. Maybe so it should have 9 health, 11 health. Yeah, I think it should be dead because of that Bo-Katan. Unless I'm missing
does Bo-Katan
something.
not hit leaders?
Oh, maybe it doesn't hit leaders. That could be the trick. You might be correct there.
I don't know for sure. I think if it did hit leaders though, well, anyway, um, let me look up exactly what that does. I might have got that math wrong myself.
I think that would make the most sense is if Bo-Katan does not hit leaders.
But then wouldn't that have been a one-hit kill against the Luke?
Uh,
If yeah, no, it's just each enemy unit. Okay, so
okay. Maybe something
yes,
was missed there. Maybe we're doing math wrong. But I
I'm
think
not
8
sure.
minus 3 is 11. Either way,
It does appear to me that Yoda should have died there, but I don't know quite what's going on.
yeah. There's a
Brandon's Bo-Katan swings base. Let's see.
Bo-Katan hits into Bo.
The viewers have been spamming 6-7, and yeah. So Bo-Katan definitely does hit leaders. I don't know exactly what happened there. We're now seeing Brandon's board has been wiped with Wu very low on base HP, but with a lot of restore. It seems to me like Wu's actually gotten into a pretty favorable position.
Yeah, so he's at 28 and he can restore 5 to put him to 23. So even something like a home one to get a blue leader back in space, it's not going to be enough actions for Brandon to finish off Wu in one hit. And so that Yoda
Well,
being
it'd be
alive,
really
being able
good
to
for Brandon
restore
here is another
2,
Bo-Katan.
that would be insane. I think it would all but it clears everything but the Luke right now.
Yeah, like you could kill the enemy Bo-Katan and the enemy Yoda, and then you could give yourself 2 buffs. It's not gonna be a Bo-Katan, but it is going to be home 1, and that's gonna
This is not
allow
exactly.
Brandon to bring something back, but Wu hasn't spent his resources yet. He could easily
That
have an answer here.
that is the scary part. And I think this is the risk of taking a line like Brandon took of trying to race is if Wu has those powerful stabilization tools like Bo-Katan, like Luke, he can shut the door on the game very, very quick.
Okay, I think let's see here. Home 1 on the board, ambushes, kills Luke with the blue leader, but then we have a Rivals Fall there, clearing home 1, Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. Brandon is now in some trouble. I think, yeah, so it's a little interesting here. The, we're looking at a scenario where I think Brandon is now in a very losing position.
Yeah.
And I hope whatever happened with Yoda was played correctly because it would be a bummer if that ended up being decisive
Mhm.
here.
It is
We'll see what
also
happens. Keller and
it's a
Beck.
long day, and those type of effects oftentimes don't hit leaders. So maybe the players at the table agreed it didn't because that's like a Snoke doesn't hit leaders, stuff like that. So
I don't know.
understandable. It is unfortunately pretty impactful in this game, but understandable mistake to make this late in a tournament.
Okay, so now we're going to see Keller and Beck into a Luke Skywalker, Luke's ability clearing Bo-Katan. Brandon's
Yeah,
still in this. He is
he's
not
not
just
out of it.
going and folding here. We have some big plays being made, but that Yoda is a huge problem on Wu's side of the board.
Yep. But if Wu doesn't have any it would require a lot to not have super impactful cards, but there is a decent amount of filler, especially in a data vault version of this deck. You have the 2 drops, which wouldn't make a huge impact right now, the ramp spells, which wouldn't make a huge impact right now. But even something like a village protector to protect this Yoda and let you push the race, I think would be enough for Mu to help turn the corner.
Well, yeah, Wu is still very behind in that race, but he also hasn't spent his resources yet. Depending on what he has in hand, he could easily have some answers here to
Yep.
these threatening units.
I don't remember from looking at the deck list earlier, but 2 Bo-Katans are in Wu's discard, so that's if there is a third, it's very unlikely right now. I believe we're too early to home one back a Bo-Katan, but that would be something to help take back the board as well. Uh, Potential Sentinels, but Wu's tanking pretty hard.
Yeah, that might mean that he doesn't have an easy answer here, but he has something big. Let's see what it is. Looks like 8 resources being spent. Looking at the discard pile, I think that might indicate a home one here. Yep, there's home
Yeah.
one. And he
So
still
has
has a few resources left over. I think there's 3 resources left. Yeah, and he's going to use that to bring back his Captain Typho.
I like
He
this being
spending one of those
attacked.
resources. Then there's a Battlefield Marine here being played. How does he have the resources for that Battlefield Marine? Doesn't he have to have spent like everything on Kelleran?
Um, 6, 7, 8,
Am I
9,
missing
10,
something?
11. I think you're correct. I think it would have had to spend everything on.
Did he forget to exhaust the resources from playing the Luke? I think maybe that happened.
Yeah, I think that's probably what happened there as well.
There may have been some errors on both sides of the match here. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Uh,
Um,
Having been late in tournaments, trust me, I'm sure I missed a couple things here and there.
all right. Well, looking at this state of affairs, Wu has now reversed the base HP situation from a combination of pushing damage to Brandon's base and his home one providing a lot of healing. Now a Bo-Katan hits the field yet again. Bo-Katan with the big debuff clearing 2 units on Wu's side of the board, and that's going to be 2 experience tokens that Brandon can now give out.
Unfortunately, still some big hitters left, and I think so. -3 on a 9 power Yoda. So we have 4 attack going to base and 3 in space and 1 from Kelleran. So that's 8, and we are at 24 damage on our base. So not lethal on board. I don't know if Brandon's going to have enough restore and be action efficient enough to clear the board and deal with the home one. So I guess we're looking at a potential lethal line. So if we put the 2 experience on the Battlefield Marine, I kind of might have wanted to put it on like a Luke here, because then Battlefield Marine can clear the Typho, which gives you a 3rd experience, and then you're presenting 16 damage to base, which would be enough.
Luke clears Typho. We see the heal being used from the Disclose ability. And Brandon using his Bo-Katan trigger there on his copy of Kelleran Beck. Lot of damage being pushed through onto his base, but he's still alive thanks to the restore. I don't does he have I don't think he has it. It's
23.
23. He can do 5 more damage, but
I
either
don't
of
think
these
he
units
has
from
it.
Wu swinging is lethal now.
Yeah,
Wu should just be able to claim.
I think there was potentially a setup. Now, this is if Wu has nothing. But I think
And
there's
there's the fist
potentially a
bump.
setup if you put the experience counters from the Bo-Katan on a non-Battlefield Marine unit, then you use Battlefield Marine to clear the Typho. That gives you 3 experience to go extra to base. And then I think that would present 34 -1 from the healing from Typho is 33. However, that assumes Wu has nothing. So it's very, very unlikely at that situation. But all right, we are going to go to a game 2.
Yeah, ultimately Wu with the win there. And I'd have to watch that back and, do the math more slowly to figure out exactly what happened there. I'm not entirely sure
The fact that we were
what went on with that
confused,
Yoda.
and you've been commentating all day. I've been commentating for only a couple of rounds. It's even more exhausting to be playing all day, and we didn't know what was happening. There was two Bo-Katans happening at the same time, a lot of math. It's hard to like. I
Yeah,
understand
buffs,
why.
debuffs, damage. I don't know exactly what happened. Ultimately, it looks like Wu is getting the win for this one, and we're going to be
Mhm.
moving on to game 2. I also
But
do think that Brandon played that Battlefield Marine improperly.
yeah, and these guys are both teammates. There's no foul play of one trying to get it over on the other. So
Okay.
obviously, yeah, it's not anything I would suspect. It's an honest mistake. Unfortunately, it did impact the board state in that situation, but I think the game is played how the game is played, and we were far enough along that the players agreed it on the board state, and so if it was missed
All
in the
right.
moment,
Well, I think we're going to be moving on to that game 2. I don't know exactly how that's going to be here. Um, it sounds like there's some kind of review about what happened. I think it's so late, to be honest, that I'm not sure
yeah,
they can meaningfully roll it back.
no.
Because that was like many turns ago, and a large number of decisions would have been made differently.
Yes,
But I don't know. We'll
we're
see what the players and judge end up doing. We still
looks like
have an
they're
ample amount of time for the next few games, because we are in a extended, this is the extended time limit for that top cut. I believe it's a 75-minute round instead of a 55-minute round. So we are now in a position where, despite having a relatively long game, almost a 25-minute game, they are on track to complete the match on time, even if we go 3 rounds with that same pace of play.
mhm. And if they spend time reviewing or something, they will get a judge extension to ensure that they have a fair amount of time left to finish if it were to go that late as well. So
Yeah,
looks like
so
we're
we'll see how
sideboarding.
this proceeds.
Um, and this is just something that like I'm sure happens at tables everywhere in Star Wars Unlimited at every PQ, and it's just missed because we are humans and we're players. And it just so happens that this one was caught on camera, um, which can be both good and bad because if we catch it in time, we can go back and fix it. But if not, then it can cause a bit of a storm. But it's all the most important part is that the players and the judges agree on a solution, and it looks like we have at least mostly reached that. So,
Yeah, we'll see what happens next year.
yep.
And yeah, I think they are getting ready here for round 2, I believe.
Yep. So let's yeah, as in terms of sideboarding in this matchup, obviously a bit grinder. We saw that Brandon took a bit of an aggressive approach in that game, and it was very close to working out there. But part of that, I think, was just because Wu missed a turn 1 play, and that I don't think you can bank on that sort of thing happening. So I think in general, you want to be a little bit grindier. You want to bring in like Wu has that extra Obi-Wan 6-drop unit. I think they both have the extra home ones. The interesting cards for me are stuff like the direct hit and the hyperspace disaster.
Mm.
There's not a lot of space units in these decks, but a lot of the ones that are there are pretty impactful. And specifically, direct hit says vehicle, so you can defeat a blue leader that's been ambushed and is on the ground. Now, usually, if that's happened, the blue leader has gotten its value, and so a direct hit isn't like super impactful and not something you necessarily want to be spending your resources on, but mainly as answers for home one. And maybe they think I have enough answers for home one in my deck. I just have to draw them at the right time, but those are the cards that are kind of on the fringes for me in terms of sideboarding in this matchup.
All right. Yeah, I think it does seem like something where it's time to bring out the big end game,
Yep.
anything that is going to help you in that. I mean, this is really going to be like, we saw an extended clash of the power units in that previous match,
Yeah.
and I think the things that help you in that sort of situation are what you want, and cards that might be sort of anti-aggro options and so on probably aren't going to be as relevant.
A lot of green hero matchups tend to come down to just throwing haymakers at each other because you can oftentimes wear each other out of resources, and it's just Luke versus Home One versus Kellerin versus Queen Amidala, and Yoda is particularly good in those kind of instances because you get to filter all the cheap cards and the ramp cards to the bottom in the late game. I admittedly have not played a Yoda mirror. I don't know if many have, at least in this set, unless you're these two that are probably prepared for it. But having played some Yoda versus Anakin, that's often how those matches play out.
It'll be interesting to see how this match is going to proceed and how game 2 may or may not be different from game 1. Looks like this time we're going to have a Gonk droid versus the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing here.
Yep. And I believe Brandon kept and Woo mulligan. So Woo with a pretty good mulligan here, Gonk into the resupply. And Brandon, if he starts with a Phoenix Squadron, I think that's probably your worst turn 1 in the matchup. I would assume he had ramp as well. And we saw the resupply there on turn 2.
Yeah, I might have just thought it was, I don't know. I mean, I think if you have I don't think Phoenix Squadron's terrible. I think if your hand is like Phoenix Resupply,
Yeah.
I think that's enough of what you want to be doing. That
And I think your 2-drops aren't what's really important in this matchup. It's the ramp. And Gonk is probably the best just because it is basically ramp, as long as they don't have like a battlefield marine to contest it. But I would keep any hand with a 2-drop plus a resupply.
Looks like Queen Amidala showing up, discounted by the Gonk droid, although I don't think the discount is actually necessary thanks to the ramp.
Yeah.
It does leave Wu with a resource that he can maybe spend on something, and then we see a Captain Typho on the other side of the board. Not a great matchup into Queen Amidala, as the Queen will
No.
be able to defeat Captain Typho and just sacrifice one of those spells. So very unfavorable kind of mid-game unit lineup here for Brandon, I feel.
Yeah. Wu's definitely had the stronger, I think, units on curve. And we see in exactly that play tower of Queen Amidala taking out Typho. Brandon will decide to reveal the Mina Bonteri to restore the one from his base, but Typho being traded for basic just a spy.
Yeah. And Brandon is ahead on damage on base, but his board is looking a lot worse at this phase with just that A-Wing versus Amidala, the Gonk droid, and a copy of a spy token. We see, I think that was going to be an illegal play. It looked like he was going to play Bright Hope and bounce his A-Wing to draw a card, but Wu maybe pointed out, hey, you can't do that. It only bounces ground units.
Mm-hmm. And with that Gonk Druid attack, Wu can cheat out of 7 this turn, so something like a Kellerin or a Luke could be on tap, which would be very powerful this early.
More damage going in. Nothing for Brandon to do with those resources. Might have been hoping that he could replay the A-Wing after bouncing it. Wu's bringing out more and more stuff on the ground. This is looking pretty bad for Brandon right now.
Yes, but it is a lot of smaller impact stuff.
Yeah,
A lot of Sentinel
Bo-Katan could be
protection.
huge here for Brandon if he can bring her out. She would be able to clear clear the spy, clear the Gonk droid, clear Queen Amidala. That's 3 experience to give out. It could be very impactful.
Even just a Luke to like clear the Amidala this turn, and then you can set up your Yoda flip, maybe potentially clear the Typho, start to clear the board that way. Wu is certainly ahead on board here, and he can have reactions to all this. Say Brandon, it's the opposite of last game where Brandon was the one pressuring and making Wu play things first, but we saw Wu come back in a game like that, and so Brandon could have the opportunity to do the same with stuff like the Lukes and the Bo-Katans.
Mm.
Life total is high enough right now, not a ton of damage on base, that he can still stabilize from this point. But if he doesn't soon, it'll start to slip pretty quick.
Damage being pushed to base on both sides here, but Wu just has a lot more power on the field than Brandon at this point. Brandon has 5 total damage flips into a Mina Bonteri, very much not what you want to see here. Ends up being able to remove the spy token. Very underwhelming Yoda flip. Did he do that blind? I think he
He did
did.
do it blinds. I don't blame him for a blind flip here. Oftentimes, you just want to save your resources in this kind of matchup. Um, Never usually want to be the first to act unless it's something like a Bo-Katan that just gets you so far ahead. Does decide to Luke. I might have preferred to do this Luke before the flip, but if Brandon decided there wasn't like this Luke is most likely going to take care of Queen. Or maybe it's shrinking the Typhos so the Yoda can attack into it now. Yeah, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
who is the target there for the Luke? What you think it was Typho?
My best guess would be Typhos so that Yoda could come in and clear it.
But now a Luke from Wu debuffing his opponent's Yoda. Brandon claims Yoda's ability used, leaves that on top, flips a Caloran back and kills his opponent's Luke. Things are going from bad to worse for Brandon here.
Yeah. And that Yoda gave -6/-6, so this Obi-Wan takes it out. Obi-Wan should have 1 damage on it, which I don't think is going to matter in the grand scheme of things. 4 versus 5 health isn't the break point in this matchup. It's 3 to 4 for effects like Luke without the ability triggered and Bo-Katan. Yeah. But the Luke was kind of the perfect answer there. And that's why you usually don't want to be the first one to act, is if your opponent has, specifically in like a Luke war, if they have a Luke to respond, they can oftentimes blow you out in a situation exactly like that.
Hmm. Yeah, and we're in a very, very bad spot for Brandon. In fact, it
Yeah.
looks like there's a fist bump. I think he's just conceding the game at
Yeah.
this point. Even the Bo-Katan wouldn't save the day.
And chat is correct. It did -6, which I caught on the health of the Obi-Wan, or on the Yoda, but not the attack for some reason. So yeah, Obi-Wan did not take any damage there. And yeah, just the swarm. I think the Gonk really impacted that game a lot to get early cheats out and it stayed alive. And just I think Wu just played the slightly better unit all the way up the curve, putting Brandon on the back foot and forced Brandon to act first. And then that we saw that is kind of a losing situation if in this kind of mirror.
Yeah, tough one really there. I think the as soon as it was Typho into Amidala, things were really going Wu's way, and there wasn't any real breakthrough to change that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think the mid game for Brandon there was stuff like Bright Hope and Typho, like you had mentioned. That was really the turning point for sure.
Yeah, Bright Hope, very, very low impact in that scenario.
Mhm.
Honestly, even if it had been able to bounce the A-Wing, I think it still likely would have been a bad play.
Yeah,
Or, I mean, I don't know what was in his hand. It may have been the only play that he had available, but it's not
but
what you want to
it
see in
doesn't
that
feel
sort of
good.
situation.
Exactly. And also Wu's flip was just so much better than Brandon's in that game. So that also made a huge difference. It's like we are zooming in on the other quarterfinal matches happening.
Ultimately, Wu prevailing in the Yoda mirror here.
Yeah. And we will see it versus, I believe, the winner of the Deidre and the Vader player. Duncan versus Travis. On the opposite side, we have that Piet versus Kira matchup, and then that Anakin Data Vault mirror. And it looks like the Piet versus Kira matchup has wrapped up. I don't know who won that one, but assuming the speed, I would lean into the Piet potentially having won it. It's hard for Kira to win that fast, but given everything, it's a relatively quick matchup compared to what you might expect at the very least. But looks like we are going to take a break here from Top Deck Games, the Planetary Qualifier here. First weekend of Set 6 PQs. We will be back in the quarterfinals here in just a bit after this round finishes. I have been Mickey, joined by TowerNumberNine, and we will see you in just a bit. Welcome back to the Set 6 Planetary Qualifier here at Top Deck Games. I am Mickey D. I'm joined by TowerNumberNine. Tower, how are you doing?
I am doing well, Mickey, and we are about to move on into that semifinals top four.
Yep. We have the Anakin mirror was obviously won by Anakin, but Tyler Mersing won that one. The Piet Red versus the Kira Data Vault was won by Kira Data Vault. The Dedra Blue versus the Vader Yellow was won by the Dedra. And then obviously we saw the Yoda Data Vault mirror won by Ophir or Wu, as he is better known online. For our semifinal match, we will be featuring the Anakin Data Vault versus the Kira Data Vault. And pretty interesting matchup. Two kind of like Kira Data Vault has been around in some form or fashion really since set 2. Obviously, Data Vault wasn't printed until set 4, but before that it was 30 health or ECL. That color combination has been relatively strong. And Anakin Data Vault, kind of the breakout deck at the beginning of set 6, but we've seen these kind of like a Han 2 Data Vault was popular back in set 4, so it's not an unknown color combination here in the semifinals.
Should be interesting to see how we do here. I think who do you favor in this matchup personally?
My instinct is that Anakin Data just has so many sticky, annoying threats. Things like Karis Nemec, things like Kelleran Beck, Cobb Vanth. Units that, when played either or when defeated, give you some sort of value, which really advantages you in these kind of one-for-one mirror trades. Plus, your leader can be really annoying and sticky, and if Kira does not have an answer for your leader, it can close the door pretty quick. So I would tend to favor Anakin, but Kira does have some tools, stuff like No Glory can answer these sticky when defeated threats. Darth Vader is similar to a Caloran Beck that has ambush. So the Kira has tools, but Green Hero, I think in general, likes this style of matchup. We are looking at deck lists, doing deck checks right now. Trying to see if there's anything interesting in either player's list. Looks like the Kira is on a couple Vigilance and a one of main deck restock. We've seen some Kiras move away from that mill package. Does have the Ogdo Bogdos as well. I think that makes sense. Kiras have also moved more towards a unit-based control strategy. On the Anakin side, looks pretty stock. Only one home one main is something to note. Does have a one of Hotshot DL44 blaster. I do love a cheeky out of aspect blaster. And then 2 Overwhelming Barrage in the sideboard. I do love that inclusion as well.
Hmm.
And it looks like 61 cards for Tyler, our Anakin player. And if that 61st card is a Hotshot blaster, I respect it.
Yeah.
24 plus 12 is
Interesting.
36. I believe Kira might also be on a cheeky 61st card. 35 plus 24 is 59 plus 2 is 61. Yeah, it looks like both players decided to go to 61. The difference between 60 and 61 or 50 and 51 can be overblown a little bit, especially in these style of decks, Data Vault decks in particular, where a lot of your cards are homogenous and do similar things. Like for Akira, it's just, am I playing Power of the Dark Side, or am I playing Fell of the Dragon, or am I playing Rivals Fall? It's all very similar, doing similar stuff. It's more so for those like Han 1 green decks that really want to see the resupply early, that those extra cards start to matter a lot more.
Hmm. Yeah, I think it could be there could be an interesting balance between some of those, very similar sorts of removal cards, but sometimes, having the right one for the situation can mean a lot. So like Rivals Fall works on everything. It even works on leaders, but it's not
Mhm.
efficient compared to, Take Down, Fell the Dragon, which are cheaper options and more effective in the scenarios where the opponent plays into them. But there are also those cases where the opponent might not have the right units for those cards to be effective.
Exactly.
Mina Bonteri start for Tyler here, and Inferno 4 for Dan. Looks like Dan's looking at those top two cards with Inferno 4. It's going to be one on top, one on the bottom.
Yep. And a general strategy against Anakin you can take is oftentimes their early units are stuff you don't want to defeat immediately, especially if you have good, clean answers like Traitorous or No Glory. And so space starts to make a lot of sense, especially if you can resupply into one of those 5-drop answers. Don't let them trade their own units away to get the value.
Yeah, you have to watch out though. There is the possibility of getting blown out with a lot of early space units into like a blue leader, for instance. That can be really bad.
Yeah.
That card is extremely effective. But it
Blue
doesn't look like
Leader,
we're immediately seeing that, or maybe Tyler has it but doesn't want to lead off with that.
I think he's
Might be an
okay taking the
attack.
hit.
Well, maybe not.
Could have the Blue Leader, but maybe thinking if there's a better option for him
Better
available.
play. Looks like he's, yeah, maybe. Okay, something for 3 resources. It is the
There's the
blue
Blue
leader.
Leader.
Okay. He was going to go for the Mina Bonteri attack, but ended up deciding, actually, I'm going to get my opponent's unit off the field. Blue leader ambushing in, extraordinarily strong card, like really a crazy card. So
Yeah.
people like blue leader is essentially either a 3-cost 3/3 ambush in space or a 5-cost 5/5 ambush in ground. There's also a special case where you can ambush in space and then move to ground afterwards.
Yep.
Um, this is just incredibly strong, given that people play like conditional 5-cost 5/5
Yeah.
ambush ground, and blue leader is unconditional 5-cost 5/5 ambush ground with very major upside.
Yeah, it's just 2 good rates. It's 2 good cards stapled into 1 card, so
Yeah.
it's a
Looks like it's
big
gonna be the resupply for Dan. He is gonna be able to ramp up. That means we could see Kira flip as early as next turn.
Kira Flip is a little vulnerable and ineffective in this matchup because oftentimes if there's any ground unit on Anakin's side of the board paired with Anakin's leader ability, it can just trade straight up with the Kira with whatever units lying around. So Kira, not really necessarily your game plan unless you plot out a Cad Bane with it. So if Dan here were to go first action flip and then plot out a Cad Bane after the Kira when deployed effect to kill the Mina Monteri, could protect your Kira that way.
Mm.
Also, we saw Tyler decide to Anakin ability just to put 2 damage on his base. He does want to make Anakin a threat when he deploys, like a 5/7 or a 6/7 at least would be good, and knows that Kira's not going to present a ton of pressure, so decides to do the work himself. Super laser tech into a blue leader attack on the base, and Dan doing the Kira trick of defeating his own super laser tech with the Kira ability does 2 damage to it, and it will die before getting the shield, which allows it to go to the resource row. Tyler thinking maybe clocking with Mina, but decides to go with Typho first. Leaves the Mina up, most likely for a potential Kira flip. If Kira flips wants to have something to run into Kira with the Anakin ability.
Dan thinking about a 2-resource play here.
Could be another Inferno 4, could be a Pike Sentinel potentially to protect the Kira flip. Let's look.
Pike Sentinel.
Let's,
So
and just
now Mina is going to be used with Anakin's ability. It's going to clear the Pike Sentinel, but the way is now potentially clear for a Kira flip. The problem, though, is if Dan flips Kira into this, Tyler can just claim and kill her with either Mina or Typho at the start of the next turn. Maybe realizing that Dan is going to avoid doing that flip for now, but that does leave Tyler with quite a strong board presence versus an empty board from Dan.
yeah. But I was expecting with the claim, it sets up very cleanly for a 7 resource Vader here. Ambush is going to take care of that Captain Typho. Could potentially get something like a Death Trooper off this to clear the Mina, and then in one swing, Dan will take control of the ground arena.
Yeah, a
Although
Death
we'll be
Trooper
tapped
here
out.
to clear Mina would be extremely relevant because Mina is still sort of holding Kira hostage, but it looks like actually it's a complete miss from Vader, not something you see very often.
Not very often, but it is super rough when it does happen. I don't know if I've ever fully missed with the Vader before, and it's never a good feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I think a Death Trooper would have been great. Another Pike Sentinel would have been quite solid. Even just bringing out an additional unit like a Super Laser Technician or whatever would have been substantial added value. Missing that does not seem good for Dan.
No. But Dan is still 2 resources ahead, and the Mina Bonteri is now off the board, so Kira is safe to flip. However, now there's no real reason to flip Kira. There's no board to threaten. And it's one of the intricacies of playing Kira is when do you flip your leader? And it's very complicated and very matchup contextual. Uh, and I don't fully know the answer in this matchup. My instinct would be it's a good way to threaten Anakin flip, but if you find better value, you take better value. Like if you can set up a good overwhelming barrage or something. But looks like Tyler
In
is going to Cham Syndulla to match ramp with Dan, and we are going to go to the next turn with neither deciding to flip their leader.
Yeah, very interesting situation here with leaders not seeing the field just yet. We are starting to get into range of a potential super laser blast from Dan.
hmm There's a very interesting tension with Anakin. It feels a little similar with Palpatine tension almost of you don't have to immediately flip. You can use your leader as a tool to pressure your opponent into like if your Anakin hasn't flipped, your opponent isn't going to want to push as much damage necessarily. However, they do have to push damage eventually to get the game over with, and so it creates this interesting tension in the game. And Tyler taking
Here's the
advantage of
Kira
that.
flip. And we see a Cad Bane, the set 6 Cad Bane unit played from plot here to remove Cham Syndulla as he was wounded by Kira's when played ability. Kira now uncontested in the ground arena, but Anakin still with a lot of resources.
Yeah, and this is an interesting play from Dan. I like it just because it clears your board, and it's hard to find a great Kira flip in this matchup. It seems. And this could force Tyler to overextend a little bit into the ground, maybe even deploy to start clearing up the ground. And if you have a follow up of like a super laser blast or an overwhelming barrage, getting your opponent to play out more units into that is pretty worthwhile.
Tyler's going to play it slow. He goes ahead and swings with blue leader. That's going to be some damage on the base. And I think maybe we saw, was that a pass there from Dan into
I believe
this,
so.
into a bounty hunter's quarry on Kira? Kira swings in more damage on that base. And then we see it was up to 8 damage. So Tyler now using Anakin's ability with no unit eligible to attack, just doing 2 damage to his own base to power up Anakin to that next level. When Anakin flips, he is going to be swinging at strength 6.
hmm Could see potential General's Blade as well, making him even larger. A little bit
Yeah,
scary in this matchup because there is Rival's Fall. Not a power of the dark side threatened right now because he does have that blue leader in
there's
space.
that blade. Good call.
And this is a good time to land it because Rivals Fall resources are down. But if Dan has some follow up like a super laser blast, I'm sure that Tyler's thinking of that. I imagine Tyler's going to send this Anakin just straight to base. And that Bounty Hunter's Quarry is kind of nice super laser blast protection, where if Dan
Yeah.
decides to use the super laser blast, Tyler will get a unit off of the Kira being defeated with the bounty.
Yeah, so I think that's a very good point. The super laser blast would defeat Dan's own Kira, allowing bounty hunter's quarry to be triggered and kind of getting a built-in rebuild on Tyler's side. And it looks like With the discount from that General's Blade, Tyler is also able to smuggle a Cassian Andor from the row, only paying 3 for that. And then Cassian swings on in for another 3 damage, and Dan is in real trouble here with 23 damage on that base.
Tyler,
Anakin is swinging, I believe, here for 9, so not quite lethal in one shot, but there's the super laser blast.
yep. Tyler's done a great job playing around this blast of applying enough pressure that it's forced, where he also still maintains cards in hand because he played a card from Smuggle, and he's still sticking a unit from this Bounty Hunter's Quarry. Plus, he has all of his resources this turn to still play a unit alongside whatever he gets off this Bounty Hunter's Quarry.
Cobb Vanth hitting the field for Tyler, and he still has, like you were saying, Mickey, that's still going to be 8 resources of other units to potentially bring onto the field to recover from that super laser blast and put Dan in a bad spot. And now that Cobb Vanth is himself going to be kind of a form of insurance against a potential follow-up super laser blast. Here's Queen Amidala. Little fun fact, Cobb Vanth is an official, so you could defeat Cobb Vanth to Queen Amidala to get that when defeated ability going.
There's a nice little built-in synergy. Now, this board
3
is
resources.
this board is pretty weak to something like a Supreme Leader Snoke right now.
That's true. So a Supreme Leader Snoke would kill Cobb Vanth and both of the spies, debuff Amidala, and the red 5 as well. But I guess Dan just doesn't have any sort of answer to that repopulated board because I believe it's a quick concession here, and we're going to be moving to game 2 with our McClunky Gaming teammate Tyler getting the initial win.
Yeah, and that's about how I expect that matchup to look. Now, Dan had some awkward turns in there where he Inferno Ford got blue leadered immediately. He resupplied, which is ideal, and then just played a super laser tech and ramped, and I think skipped out on everything. Plus, the Vader missing is a pretty big deal. So while he did double ramp, which is generally I think pretty good in this matchup, between the Vader whiff and Tyler being able to catch up on ramp with the Champs and Dula there, Tyler's cards just pound for pound out dueled Dan's cards there. But a lot of interesting tension around that super laser blast, and Tyler did a great job of forcing it out while still having a great follow up. In this matchup, in terms of sideboarding, generally you just on the Anakin Datavolt side of things, you want anything that can help with the ramp aspect. So if there's any more chams or anything like that, as well as just grindier, stickier units. So potential home ones that are in the sideboard, any more Cassians that might be in the board, any not that these are necessarily in the board, but like a Queen Amidala style card. All 3 of those are in the main deck, obviously, but cards like that that present multiple bodies in one card and threaten the board, threaten either multiple answers out of the opponent or pristine, like high value answers such as Overwhelming Barrage and Super Laser Blast out of the opponent. KTOD in the chat asking the other top 4 match. It is Duncan Howard versus Wu.
Yeah,
Deidre,
Duncan Howard, I believe, is our Dedra player,
yes.
and Wu on a Yoda Data Vault. So we'll see whether or not the sort of harder control Dedra deck is going to be able to prevail, or whether the various ways that Command Heroism can repopulate the board and go wide and so on in the end game are going to be too much for it.
Mm-hmm. It is pretty hard to play these control style decks in a Green Hero world. Now, obviously, these players are doing well. They made it to top 8, both Dedra Blue and Kira Data Vault. But running into these Cobb Vants, these Queen Amidalas, these Caloran Becks for these Super Laser Blast decks feels like an uphill battle. So Anakin obviously up a game here, and we don't know what the backup match looks like, but in Swiss, Wu did defeat Duncan. So uphill climb for both of our control players. Not impossible, though. On the Kira side, you're looking for as many efficient answers as you can for some of these sticky threats, as well as ways to potentially keep the board clean or clear the board. Stuff like Supreme Leader Snoke, Traitorous, no glory only results. Traitorous is a bit risky because of the Outer Rim Constables in the main deck of the Anakin Data Vault. can get blown out by that, but sometimes you gotta go big or go home in this kind of matchup. Here, I'm gonna start with the initiative as we draw our opening 6-card hands.
All right. I think one of the key moments in that game was, Tyler put Dan into a pretty difficult position and then sort of forced his hand, like you said, with that super laser blast, but then was in a great position to recover from it. And Dan did not really have much to recover after the super laser blast tried and failed. That is one of the problems with super laser blast. It's very expensive. Often it's going to be your entire turn just to play it. And if your opponent
Mhm.
can quickly repopulate the board, you can be in a lot of trouble.
We've seen early on in the game's life in set 2 and set 3, even in set 1, oftentimes the play pattern would be super laser blast. Your opponent plays 1, maybe 2 units out, and then you Avenger. And you either get
Right.
the 1 unit off the board or you get the worst of the 2 units, but it's still you're stabilizing the board, you're presenting a big threat. Sure, you might take some damage, but it helps you stabilize from there. Then you have a big target to overall barrage off of. But in this format against this deck, these style of decks, if they just play like a Kellerin, they can sacrifice the little unit they get off of Kellerin, and you've traded an Avenger for like half a card, plus they have all the cards in their hand they still get to play. Or a Queen Amidala, they're just gonna sacrifice a spy. So that kind of play pattern has really diminished, and that's why we've seen a decrease in these blue villain decks. As well as even when you do see blue villain decks, oftentimes they're moving more away from super laser blasts and Avengers. Looks like we are good to go. Dan starts with a Dr. Pershing. Tyler with a Mina Bonteri. And Anakin really kind of flexing his muscles here, as he does often. Dr. Pershing only going to be able to get 1 card if he decides to do it right away, because the Anakin ability on Mina will just be able to finish off the Pershing immediately. So would not be surprised to see Dan either try and protect this Pershing or remove the Mina if possible. But that would mean he's not ramping anymore that turn. So decides to go for the super laser tech instead, which is
Super laser
probably
check
the
on the
ideal.
field.
And I really like this because it allows you to put the damage from the Pershing into the super laser tech, making the Anakin plus Mina attack not defeat the Dr. Pershing.
Red 5 ready. Pershing using the ability clearing the super laser tech. We do see Anakin plus Mina, but as you mentioned, it's not enough to actually clear Pershing. So we could see another card draw there from Dan. We could also, we could conceivably, I don't think you want to flip Kira into a position where Mina can just clear her with Anakin's ability, though.
Yeah.
I think it's more likely that Dan will try to get something else on the field to potentially absorb that first, or try to get Mina exhausted or otherwise removed.
He could flip Kira and plot a Cad Bane to clear the Mina, but decides just
Good
to
point.
cash in the card immediately. And I like this play because if you do that, clearing the Mina, that red 5 is going to be a nuisance for your board. It can attack and mow down the Kira over 2 turns, and it starts to get rough.
Yeah, so we get the draw, and now we're in that position. Red 5 has swung, so Kira doesn't need to worry about getting hit by it immediately. We could potentially see that flip into Cad Bane here if it's available. 3 resources. Oh, Ogdo Bogdo. Yeah,
This
okay. So Ogdo Bogdo here, once Kira flips, Ogdo will be damaged and therefore eligible to attack. Okay.
Mhm. Or if he wants, he can put the shield on the Ogdo Bogdo, and
Yeah.
then it'll be able to attack that way. This is a nice piece of tech from the Kira decks that I've liked in recent uh weeks, because one thing that Anakin does struggle to deal with is shields. Any green red hero deck, especially if they're trying to go later in the game, can struggle into a bunch of shields, and Kira can just hand them out like candy. Now, it is hard because it takes resources, and if the Anakin is doing its thing and keeping your board clear because it just hyper efficiently trades, it's hard to have units to put shields onto. But if you can stick something like an Ogdo Bogdo, get a shield on it, you can kind of let it run rampant.
Yeah, and here what we're seeing is Captain Typho from Tyler. Ogdo Bogdo can clear Typho, but will need to be damaged either by the flip or by the Kira ability here. Dan, with two resources up, could use Kira's ability to shield and damage Ogdo Bogdo. Ironically, Ogdo Bogdo being damaged is actually positive. And it looks like that is what Dan is going to do. So yeah, Ogdo Bogdo can't attack unless being damaged. So Kira's ability here is really getting a double benefit, not only dealing the damage that Dan needs to be able to swing, but also putting up that shield for potential defense so that we can't see something like a buffed Mina Bonteri swinging in here to try and get the Ogdo Bogdo off the field.
I really like this claim by Tyler, by the way, because now what he can do is the red 5 gets to attack first action, clear the shield off of Ogdo, and then Dan has to decide, do I want to trade this Ogdo Bogdo for this Typho, or do I want to spend the time and the resource to reshield it to protect it uh, if it wants to attack into Typho? So red 5 flexing his muscles a little bit in the matchup as well.
Yeah, there's the red 5, knocks the shield off of Ogdo Bogdo. As you mentioned, we could see Dan just use Kira's ability again, that it would be a resource. Dan opts not to do it, just goes ahead and swings. Ogdo Bogdo trading with Captain Typho, and Tyler either doesn't have the disclose or would rather not use it here. Instead, spending 3 resources as the next action, bringing out Cobb Vanth yet again.
We've seen Tyler aggressively use the Anakin ability to put damage on his own base, so I don't think you'd want the heal even like if it had no downside of disclosing the information, and keeping the information hidden is just a
Yeah,
way
now this is
beast.
a little surprising. So what we're seeing here is the 4-1 ambush fighter.
The eager
Um
escort, yeah.
yeah, the eager escort fighter is being brought out there ambushing and clearing that red 5, and now we're seeing another Ogdo Bogdo. Mina swings. This could be an opportunity for Kira to hit the field. What do you I don't know. It's
It's
it's a
tough.
little rough. It's tough to get max value out of Kira in this matchup.
It is, and so any instance where you can like effectively 2-for-1 trade here, like if you Kira flip and then attack the Mina and then the Cobb Band trades with your Kira, on the surface that seems good, but Mina's gonna draw a card potentially off the disclose. Cobbvanth's gonna get another unit, and that's just kind of the systemic problem in this matchup. Is everything you're removing just buys itself back, either it be cards in hand or cards on board, and that's why we see Dan, I think, decide not to flip. Potentially setting up 7 is really where the power plays start to come in from Dan. You can see Darth Vader, you can see Maul, and deciding I just want to get to that resource and potentially hold my flip for their flip.
And it is worth noting that copy of Ogdo Bogdo is not relevant.
Mhm.
Um, at least not until damage gets on it. So we're not going to see Ogdo able to attack and clear one of these units here. Dan could potentially use Kira's shield, but we're going for a Vader line instead. Once again, not finding the Death Trooper. Death Trooper would be nice here in that it could immediately clear Cobb Vanth while Vader takes out Mina Bonteri. But we are going to at least see something this time compared to the complete miss from the first game.
Mhm.
Vader, in this case, finding and bringing out a super laser technician for Dan.
Super Laser Tech's not bad in this situation. Can get you ramped up to your Avenger next turn potentially, or a Devastator early. And Devastator can be one of the clean ways to answer an Anakin because it can kill an Anakin with the General's Blade. Decides to go after the Cobb Vanth. I don't know if it's in how much of a difference it makes which one you want to go after. I guess saving damage on base, or potentially, I guess the reason you do this is that way Anakin plus Cobb can't take out your Ogdo Bogdo. I don't think that was going to happen. I think the most likely scenario is this Anakin is going to buff whatever one you don't ambush into to finish off your Vader, which is why I think I like not flipping, because if you have Vader, it's going to answer the 2 units anyway, so you might as well save your flip.
Yeah, let's see here.
Looks like a Mina Bontaria was what was found off the Cobb Vanth, I believe, which makes a lot of sense. Now
Only
this,
yeah, that only reinforces the idea of using this Mina Bonteri to trade
yes.
in conjunction with Anakin's ability. Now we're going to see that disclose going off here, going to draw a card, and with that Mina Bonteri off the board, that puts Tyler into a position where he can bring out the other copy of Mina Bonteri that was put into the discard pile by Cobb Vanth.
Yep. Still full 6 resources up, still flip available. And I think Dan, it's hard to tell without the audio, but I believe Dan just passing here, wanting to see what Tyler does and could potentially flip this turn as well. Sabine unit. Notably, if Anakin flips, Sabine unit will have that protection. And it looks like we're seeing a flip now, which does let the Ogdo attack.
Yeah, Ogdo now able to swing, but an open fire is going to come out here from Tyler, and I believe being used to clear Kira.
There is a real argument whether you want to clear the Kira or the Ogdo. I think I like clearing the Kira just because it can be a bigger threat and can start to potentially threaten your Anakin. But Ogdo is going to be able to kill one of these units, stick around, and then either you probably have to claim as to not let it happen to your other ground unit, and that means you're not flipping this turn, and so Dan can start to get to those 9 and 10 resource plays like Devastator and Avenger, which can really help stabilize this board. So this game lining up a lot better for Dan.
Ogdo Bogdo swinging and clearing Sabine does have the heal that you get there.
Yep.
And Mina Bonteri could clear Ogdo Bogdo with Anakin's ability.
Would also
But
draw a
because
card.
Mina Bonteri is damaged, if there isn't a swing from her, we could easily just see the super laser tech trade there.
And I think Tyler, realizing this, decides to claim, doesn't get to flip, but honestly, it's a bit of a vulnerable flip in the first place. You're not going to be able to get a General's Blade. You have so few units, it'll be hard to power protect your Anakin. So, gonna take this line instead, trade off this Mina, I assume, into the Ogdo. Gets another card for his troubles. At least I assume. Yeah, just gonna reveal. It looks like might have resourced one of those blue leaders because otherwise I think he would have just disclosed the same 2 cards he disclosed last time. So, bit of information Dan can pick up on. We are in Dan's action now. I think he just passed,
Tyler
which
and
I
Beck.
don't hate.
Yeah, Tyler, Keller and Beck does have a few options there. It's going to be a Karis Nemec that hits the field. Now, the Super Laser Technician could kill Nemec, but this would
Not
then
this
give
turn.
Tyler the opportunity to get that spy on the board.
It does have hidden, so for at least the
Oh,
turn,
yeah,
the Nemec
very
is
good point.
protected.
Very good point. Nemec has hidden. That's right. Thank you
But
for catching that. I did not see it. Which is
but
funny
that
because I played
will
with
take
Nemec
care
quite a
of it.
bit. Nemec is such a crazy good card that even if he didn't have hidden, he would be extremely strong.
Yeah.
Supreme Leader Snoke on the field for Dan. So Nemec is off the board, hidden or no hidden. And even if there is a disclose, the spy will just be removed by Snoke. So that's a pretty good answer there, all things considered. Now,
However, to put in perspective just the strength of this Anakin Data Vault deck, Snoke is like an ideal card in the matchup, and it's a good spot for it here. But Tyler can just claim and then use his Anakin ability to. Oh no, this is very sharp by Dan. Sacking the Super Laser Tech to then put a shield on the Snoke, protecting it from the Anakin ability on Caloran back to trade for the Snoke. Very sharp play.
yeah, I was about to say it was unfortunate for him not to have the ninth resource that he needed to shield Snoke, but by attacking in with his super laser tech and getting it killed, super laser tech turns into a ready resource, and that means Kira can shield Snoke. So now Tyler's in a bit of a trickier spot when it comes to removing this important unit.
Yeah, Snoke is really hard to deal with. Shields are really hard for Anakin to deal with. This is one of the few power plays I think Dan has in this kind of matchup, and it's kind of like a protect the queen situation now of protect the Snoke at all costs, or at least make Tyler pay a high price to deal with it. Maybe it involves throwing a blue leader and an open fire into it, or like if he blue leader ambushes and then you just reshield it, then he has to throw a Caloran into it. You then let it get open fired. Make this Snoke get as much value as it can. For instance, this Obi-Wan I think is a little bit of a bait from Tyler trying to get Dan to attack the Obi-Wan into it just to, or the Snoke into the Obi-Wan just to get the shield. You stay away from that. And at Tyler's hand, it looks like there's 4 cards over there, so starting to run out of resources slowly, but there's still a resource row as well with potential Cassians in there, but a slammed Avenger immediately. This could be enough power from Dan's side to potentially push to a game 3. Have your little guys covered with the Snoke, have your big guys covered with the Avenger. The door's starting to shut on Tyler's end this time. Tyler still does have his flip, notably. And neither Snoke or Avenger affect leaders.
Anakin flips. One
Wonder-
resource up for Dan.
It's most likely going to be used for a shield. The question is, do you want to shield the Avenger immediately, or do you want to pass to potentially punish your opponent for trying to get your shield off of the Snoke? I think I like the passing option, although at least gets an attack as an action here.
Okay, so Snoke is going to swing in and actually clear Kelleran back. Now, Anakin could kill Snoke in this situation and is going to. So then we could see a shielded Avenger with that last resource. You think that's what we're going for here?
I think so. No, I don't know how much I love this play from Dan. It's very hand dependent. Like if he has a backup Snoke and his only answer for Anakin is something like a Vigilance, so the damage on the Anakin matters, I think this play is fine. But I think that Snoke, like, if that Snoke was still out, this Covenant and the Sabine would be doing effectively nothing. Um,
Yeah,
so
I
I
mean, one thing that we
like the
could
follow up.
see would be Snoke swinging base, and then if another attack goes into Snoke, the shield could be sent there instead.
That's the
You
line I
can't
think I
double shield
prefer.
with Kira because the damage will knock off the first shield, but you could try and draw things out in that fashion. But maybe he
Yeah.
just really wanted Kelleran back dead.
But with Snoke on the board, the Caloran, it's a 5 power unit, but you have 25 HP left on your base. That's a few turns of hits you can take to try and find another answer for Caloran. Maybe something like an overwhelming barrage here sets up your
Yeah,
Avenger to be
Barrage
very
would be
powerful.
massive here. It will wipe the board completely. We could potentially then see a unit coming back from Cobb Vanth, but a swing from Avenger would then be able to clear that unit.
Mhm.
Avenger right now, if it attacks, will be a good chunk of damage and a unit kill, but could potentially be more value. Timely intervention.
Is this a Darth Vader potentially? Could be a reinforcement walker. It
Timely
looks like
intervention for
six.
either Vader or Walker would be massive. It's Vader.
That's pretty big.
This is incredibly powerful. So what we're probably looking at here is going to be so Sabine Wren. The complication here is that Sabine Wren can't be attacked.
Yeah.
But what we could do is do shield on
Anakin, it looks
yeah, so
like.
it looks like it's going to be attack into either Cobb Vanth or Anakin. The other one is given the shield and then defeated with the on
Yeah.
attack ability. Plausibly, we could have had Sabine removed instead of Cobb if we had
The
the
shield on the
shield put
Sabine.
on her.
Yeah.
So even though she couldn't be attacked directly, she was still eligible. Looks like Cobb Vanth finding a Karis Nemec.
Yep.
Definitely a situation where that Supreme Leader Snoke would be handy.
And
And
you see
there
him
is
stand
the Nemec.
immediately.
Now, with the Nemec quickly brought out, if Dan swings with Avenger, which is very likely something he's going to do at least at some point this turn, it will create a scenario where Nemec can be defeated and that spy can be brought on board.
You're gonna have to chew through it eventually.
Bogdo on the field here for Dan doesn't have an immediate way to damage it, but next turn we can probably see Kira's ability for the shield there,
Mhm.
and then we'll see what happens after this.
This game is far from over because Anakin Data Vault has a lot of bombs left in the deck. There's home ones, there's Kellerins, there's Nemeks like laying around, there's Queen Amidala's, but this is the kind of pace of play Dan needs to take the game at in order to get ahead and potentially win the game. Only 8 damage on his base, has a big spaceship with the shield on it that Anakin has almost no way of dealing with.
Okay, it's a looks like a General's Blade on the field for Tyler, buffing Sabine. Now, Sabine is not a Jedi, so the discount effect is not live, but that is going to be some nice bonus stats. Now, Avenger makes its move, swinging in 9 damage to Tyler's base. That's a heavy hit, and we're probably going to see Karis Nemec cleared with the ability. Does Tyler
Mhm.
have the disclose for the spy token? Looks like he does, showing a both a blue leader and a Cham Syndulla. So then the spy comes into play ready, and we're going to see a nice chunk of damage being able to be inflicted here by Tyler. Looks like the first attack is actually going to be Sabine into his opponent's Vader, which is going to be enough to remove it with the on attack ability. Sabine staying alive thanks to that General's Blade. The spy token then going on and attacking into Dan's base. And then that Cham Syndulla does hit the field and is going to provide an additional like counter ramp here for
Mhm.
Tyler.
Not a bad turn from either player, all things considered. The timely Vader definitely cleaned up a lot of the board, but Tyler able to refill pretty nicely. The Nemec off of that Cobb was quite a big hit. I think I might have preferred in that instance, if we go all the way back to the timely Vader, to kill the Sabine instead with the Vader on attack ability, because that way the Avenger can clear the Cobb and then you don't have to deal with the spy. It all is pretty moot in the end. It's very similar outcomes, but slight preference to killing the Sabine there in that instance, I think. Both players high on resources. I believe a fair number of cards in hands for both player, 3 or 4. And I would favor Dan's board slightly just because it contextual to the answers of each player. Dan's board is going to be a lot harder to deal with from hand than Tyler's is for Dan. Like Tyler doesn't have Fell the Dragons to deal with Avenger, whereas Dan does to potentially deal with the Sabine or the Cham or stuff like that.
Now, Avenger sending another huge chunk of damage Tyler's way and clearing the spy token. It's a tough
Yep.
spot here for Tyler in terms of how to answer that Avenger.
He's also getting high on damage on base. Potentially, if Dan shields the Ogdo, although it looks like he's going for a much bigger play than that. Looks like a Annihilator.
Wow, Annihilator killing Sabine, and that is going to allow Dan to search Tyler's hand and deck for more copies of Sabine and remove them. That part is not necessarily the most important. But another interesting factor about Annihilator is that it has the same ability when defeated. So even if Tyler can cook up some method of getting that Annihilator off the board, it would then weaken his own board even further. And I don't think Tyler's deck really has the type of removal that he would need to deal with these big ships at this point.
I don't even think he has Space Sentinel to stall. I don't know if Bright Hope's in the list, and if it is, I don't know if it'd be in for this matchup. And while Tyler might be able to present a lethal board for next turn, there's no way it's going to be as action efficient as Dan's. Not only can he kill in 2 actions with the spaceships, but I was going to say before he slammed a big triangle to pair with his other big triangle was if he just shields the Ogdo Bogdo and attacks base, then the 8 from the Avenger is lethal. Typho obviously stops that, but now we have 2 triangles to deal with on Tyler's side.
Yeah, and the Ogdo Bogdo can still clear Typho here, potentially giving a heal. But Dan's not even going to mess with that. Now, Outer Rim Constable arrives and clears the shield token from Avenger. That could be something relevant if Tyler has some source of damage here, but I don't know if he has the direct damage that he would need to actually bring Avenger down. We saw the out of aspect overwhelming barrage earlier. That could potentially work in conjunction with Chamson Dula, but I don't know. I mean, that still leaves Annihilator on the board, and I think
Mhm.
Tyler's days are numbered for this game.
Yep. I think if first swing with Avenger is Dan's first action, it's going to be tough. I guess this also works. Might as well just clear the board on the way out the door. So we're going to get a game 3 between these two players.
Yeah, I think Tyler sees the writing on the wall, and it is going to be a concession. Here we go, game 3. We're
Yeah.
moving on, and we will see how this one progresses.
So it's interesting to note the differences between game 1 and game 2 and how it played out, where Dan managed to get game 2 where he lost game 1. I think a couple of the key points, uh, initiative really matters against Anakin. Tyler started it with game 1 and he's getting it game 3, so big points for Tyler in game 3. Just having initiative really helps. Ogdo Bogdo really put in a lot of work. While it only traded with 1 unit, it made Tyler's lines a little awkward, and he had to play in a specific kind of way to get the Ogdo off the table. He had to claim early so he could attack with the red 5 to get the shield and then set up the trade there. So that card seemed to be pretty good in the matchup, as well as Vader hit a super laser tech this time with the wind blade, which let Dan accelerate out that Avenger a turn early, and we saw how well that Avenger took over the game in the late game. Looks like Tyler may be revisiting his sideboard here for game 3, and Anakin's an interesting deck where I think a lot of decks, maybe he didn't, but an underrated aspect, I think, in card games in general, but especially in this game, is it's okay to have different sideboard plans between when you have initiative and when you don't. Anakin, especially because it's a deck that differs super heavily with and without initiative. So maybe if you win a game, you go to the sideboard and sideboard in cards that are good going second, and then if you lose a game, you can sideboard in cards that are good going first. But looks like we are quick, ready back into game 3 here. Both players, I believe, keeping their opening hands. Tyler has, and Dan just deciding on resourcing here.
Okay. Tyler versus Dan, game 3. Karis Nemec start for Tyler. Very strong card. Dan is going to be going ahead and bringing out the Pike Sentinel. Not a great matchup into Karis Nemec. Nemec will be able to trade with that Sentinel and bring out a Spy, which will come into play ready and leave Tyler as the only one with anything in play.
Yep. Although a lot of Dan's turn 1 plays are not great into Nemec. Part of why initiative matters so much, I think, in this matchup is one thing I didn't note before is Dan had turn 1 Dr. Pershing last game, and that really seemed to help getting those couple extra cards. But turn
Yeah,
1 Nemec with a Knit stops Pershing from seeing play without dying immediately.
Nemec brings out the Spy. We see a Ogdo Bogdo played by Dan. Tyler then going to bring out red 5. Dan takes the initiative. We could potentially see the Bothan Spy swing into base here for 2 damage. I think that makes a lot more sense than attacking into Ogdo Bogdo, because
Yeah.
Ogdo Bogdo being damaged would actually be favorable for Dan. In the current setup, he actually has to spend a resource to put the shield on Ogdo and damage it in order to enable another attack.
Mm-hmm. The red 5 does shut down the Bogdo a little bit, being able to clear those shields off. Um, Bogdo will still be able to attack this way, but it won't be able to get as favorable of trades as it normally would.
Yeah, although there is a favorable side to this for Dan, which is that um, Ogdo Bogdo, because of his ability to heal when he clears stuff, um, sometimes having a shield is actually awkward with that because it makes it so that he heals and like any damage that he would have taken in the combat and then can't attack again. In
Mhm.
this situation, Dan is going to be attacking into a spy token, so that effect is in play anyway.
Yeah.
Um, we now see Cobb Vanth. Dan fires Power of the Dark Side. Tyler's just going to remove Cobb Vanth, which means that the Cobb Vanth trigger will be able to go off because Tyler has not taken the initiative. One of the weaknesses of Cobb is that the unit that you get from the when defeated effect does not interplay automatically. You have to spend an action to play it. That means that he's a much worse card for aggro than I think he appeared at first glance, because
Yeah.
aggro decks often want to take the initiative relatively fast. And if you do that, you're potentially missing out on value if your opponent clears Cobb afterwards. In this situation, though, Tyler does get to bring out his Nemec, and now we're going to see a Bounty Hunter's Quarry played onto Dan's Ogdo Bogdo, and Anakin's ability used to add some more damage to the base. Kira Flip is in range here now. I don't know if we're going to immediately see it, though.
Yeah. And that turn kind of highlights the strength of this Anakin deck into a deck like a Kira Data Vault. Power of the Dark Side traded for a Cobb Vanth, which got a Nemec, which is going to get a Spy. And so that Power of the Dark Side effectively upgraded this Cobb Vanth and helped Tyler while also discarding a card from Dan's hands. Um, Power, it's kind of why we don't see as many of these decks around. Power is kind of the worst it's been in a long time right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things in this meta that create multiple units, that create create a unit when defeated. They have some kind of annoying thing they can do to get around it. You even have cards like Bail Organa that can just make a bunch of spies.
Hmm.
There are a lot of ways to get small units on the board. Power of the Dark Side is really most effective against decks that are like curving out, playing like one unit on curve every turn for one.
Hmm. And we see here Tyler thinking, the instinct I think is to attack this Nemec into Kira with Anakin ability. But if Dan's flipping this aggressively, I think it's because he has 2 units up and both can't be answered. So I would be expecting an overwhelming barrage here if I'm Tyler.
OB,
If
very possible. As you were saying, we could see the OB landing on either Anakin or on that copy of Ogdo Bogdo. And in both
Yeah.
cases, we could potentially be doing a lot of damage. I'm sorry, I said Anakin, but I meant Kira. So that would
Mhm.
be 6 damage from Kira or 7 damage from Ogdo Bogdo. Both would be more than enough to wipe the board here.
That's why I almost like not attacking with this Nemec. It's hard to find answers. Uh, this attack is probably my least favorite because if you're getting a unit off of Bounty Hunter's Quarry, you're just giving another target for an overwhelming barrage. There's also an argument just to like attack with the red 5 and make it so he has to overwhelming barrage the Nemec away and your spy is going to be left afterwards. But decides to clear the Ogdo, wants to get the value off of the Bounty Hunter's Quarry before the Ogdo can potentially trade into something and heal, because if you attack Nemec into Kira, then the Ogdo gets to kill the spy and heal back up that damage.
Okay. So now Spy is on the board, and there's the Bounty Hunter's Quarry, bringing out. It looks like it might be another Nemec.
There's Nemec, I believe there's an Obi-Wan in there. There may be a blue leader I think I saw, although that's not ideal on this board. Looks like another copy of Nemec. I think that's all 3 of this game. And that's another part of the power of this Anakin deck is it sees a lot of cards between Cobb Vanth and Bounty Hunter's Quarry.
Yeah, now we see Kira clearing the spy token. No damage in return. Now, red 5 can swing in. If red 5 damages Kira, it sort of actually empowers Kira, which is a weird dynamic.
Hmm. But
That
it
is what
means
we see here.
the
But if
next
there's a
attack might just get to
barrage,
clear it.
I think it's worth it because it means that a spy could then clear Kira
Hmm.
from a barrage.
And I like this play from Dan. I was wondering if this was the follow up because now Barrage is a little bit weak. It's only dealing with like a red 5 and a Nemec, which is going to get you a spy back. And so now you get to deal with the red 5 in space, which is being annoying. And you get to set up another potential OB target, especially with the shield. That gunship is really good at holding an overwhelming barrage.
Yeah.
I think this is the most even it's felt in the matchup going into the flip turn. Um, Tyler, or at least Tyler's flip turn. Game one, Tyler felt pretty far ahead because of the double ramp left him with no board presence, Dan with no board presence, I should say, as well as the Vader miss. Whereas game two, Dan had double ramped, got a big board presence, was super ahead on resources post flip, and was forcing Tyler to claim early. But here feels relatively balanced.
Yeah, so the devastating gunship versus Karis Nemec. Both players with pretty similar amounts of damage on base, though very relevantly, Anakin has not flipped yet and Kira has.
Yes, that's the big difference here.
Now, Kira's ability has great synergy with Devastating Gunship. The ability to grant a shield there extremely effective because not only is this protecting the Devastating Gunship, but the damage on it is actually empowering its grit. So this Devastating Gunship can now swing for 5 damage to Tyler's base, putting the players on even life totals.
That does empower the Anakin even more, though, to be a 6 power unit. Although, notably, Tyler can't use the Anakin ability and then pump it up to 7 this turn as well. So it'll be stuck at 6 for the time being. Decides to flip
Anakin
out the
flips. We
Anakin.
don't have a rival's fall, but there's an entrenched for Anakin. Does Tyler? We know Tyler's playing some upgrade removal. Does he have it here to get that entrenched
I
off
do
the
think
board?
I think we saw one go by in one of those Cobb Vanth or Bounty Hunter Corey triggers. Doesn't look
Smuggled
like it's happening
Cassian
this turn.
Andor. Not gonna be an answer yet, but we could potentially see something later on that's going to break that entrenched free and allow Anakin to start swinging for the base. Looks like Dan doesn't have anything to do with his remaining 3 resources. A bit disappointing here, uh, but all things considered, I would say Tyler is a bit up, but not like overwhelmingly so at this point.
I would agree. That was a bit of a weak turn from both players, I'd say. And it kind of induced by both players. I imagine Dan has more resource efficient plays he could have made, but felt forced to entrench the Anakin there as to not take a huge damage with a potential blade. And Tyler reacting, saying, I was going to have some plans with this Anakin, but instead I'm kind of forced to do this maybe more underwhelming play of smuggling Cassian from my resource row.
Yeah, and Dan is going to go ahead and chunk another 5 damage onto Tyler's base with the devastating gunship. Tyler is going to keep up the pressure himself, swinging on in with a Cassian Andor, and now we have 17 damage on Dan's base, 16 damage on Tyler's base. I think Dan maybe passes and then gets hit by Karis Nemec here.
Yep. And part of the issue with this entrench on Anakin play is a lot of Kira's power plays are things like Darth Vader and Maul. And you can't really play those in the face of an entrenched Anakin because you're giving Anakin a target to hit, and that Anakin has overwhelm, and it has 3 additional power. So
Yeah.
you're risking a lot of extra damage.
Now Dan seems to be Dan passes all the way through.
Just keeps
He
passing.
doesn't spend a single resource that turn. I guess either he took the initiative very early or he just kept passing and then eventually claimed, not entirely sure which one, but that leaves Tyler with the opportunity to quite expand his board. And Dan is now Dan's now definitely not in a great spot. Even if he had a super laser blast, the Cobb, Vanth, and Karis Nemec are going to automatically repopulate the board, at least some, following that
Yep.
blast.
This has shades of game one in it, where Tyler was doing a great job setting up around that super laser blast with sticky units that bring something along with them when they die, as well as Cassium, which was played from Smuggle, so it's not costing you a card in your hand. And the
Yeah,
way that
and
Dan has been playing this game screams super laser blast.
if Dan were to bring out a Supreme Leader Snoke, that would deal with Nemec and Cobb Vanth. But the problem is, oh, and there's the blast. But
Yeah.
I, I think Mickey, you're on the money. I think we're gonna see maybe a revamp of Game One here with Anakin easily repopulating after this blast. And I'm not sure how Dan will deal with it. I mean, he may be stuck hoping for a second Super Laser Blast, quite
Yeah.
frankly.
But this Cobb could find another sticky unit like a Mina that draws a card when it dies, and we just repeat this cycle over again. I do think something Dan could have been playing for there actually is timely Darth Vader. If he manages to kill the Cassian with the ambush and then kill the Anakin with the on attack, he's left with a 5/6 Darth Vader and a 5/3 gunship against a Nemec and a Cobb Vanth. That's still a decent amount of pressure, and Tyler would have a full resources and hand to play with, but would give more push and pull to the board state instead of Tyler being able to flood the board here. Looks like we've seen the spy from the disclose, a Gungi off the Codvant, and then a home one returning. Are we going to see our fourth Karis Nimic this game? Return a Nimic with the home one? Looks like we are. I will say,
Nemec extremely effective, and as I was saying earlier, Dan might be left in the unenviable spot of having to go for a second blast here to try to clear things up.
but
Um,
of all the boards to have to use a second blast for, this one is relatively weak to it. You would just get a readied
yeah,
spy on the way back, so it's
that's
not
true.
terrible.
Yeah, so there's some built-in recovery for Tyler, but not as bad as on the previous turn. Maybe this is a chance, but does Dan even have it? Supreme Leader Snoke would also be relevant here, but at this
Yeah.
point, with home one on the board, oh, but here,
Is this
timely.
one
I think we're
Timely
gonna see
Vader?
timely intervention Vader that can clear home one plus one of these ground units.
Okay. This is not bad. This is you probably take out the you could take out the spy if you want to leave Vader with the shield. They're presenting the same amount
Right.
of pressure, but I don't like shields are good in this matchup. And I guess if you have like an overwhelming barrage to follow up next turn, you'd want to make sure this Vader sticks. But I think it's obviously you would rather have a 2 health unit on board to have as a target for OB rather than a 5 health one. So
General's Blade on the spy, so we're now threatening 6 total damage to the base. That could bring, or I'm sorry, not 6 total damage. It would be 8 total damage with the spy having raid. Dan now shielding the Vader. General's Blade swings in. Spy, of course, not a Jedi, so the discount's not live. We're up to
casting from the
30
row
damage on Dan's base, 31 damage on Dan's base. Does
looks like
Tyler
Tyler was
have a Daring
looking for
Raid or
it.
a Cassian or something to close this out?
Don't know if he'll need it. This is the Queen is a pretty good follow up threat, although no, because even if Dan Snokes, the Queen would still be a 3/1, and that would be enough
Yes,
for
the
lethal.
Queen would still be lethal even against Snoke. I don't know what Dan could have. Another Super Laser Blast wouldn't work unless Tyler somehow didn't have Disclose for Nemec.
Oh, looks like it is supposed to be 30 instead of 31. So I don't think
Oh,
that changes the math on the Queen. It does change the math on the Spy, but just going wide here, forcing, I
yeah,
believe,
okay.
another
So
Super
so
Laser
if we did
Blast.
get Supreme Leader Snoke, what we could do here would get everything off the board except for Sabine. And Sabine could only hit base for 1, but I guess he doesn't have it because there's the quick handshake. I think
I
Tyler
believe
has won, and we're gonna see a McClunky gaming player moving on to that finals.
I believe the General's Blade on the Spy would have been enough if there was a Snoke. So I think it would have had to have been something like a
Oh, yeah,
timely
yeah, that's right,
Snoke.
that's right. Because the General's Blade gives plus HP as well. I'm so silly.
Yes.
I was just envisioning the spy as having 2 HP,
Yep.
but the General's Blade would have covered that. So I don't know that there was much of an answer there at all then.
Yeah. That is a good match there, though. Congrats to Tyler making it to the finals, and congrats to Dan making it top 4. Very good run with a well-established deck here. That was a really interesting match, actually. We saw some good tension back and forth across all 3 games. Game 2, we really saw how Kira can win this matchup. Game 1, we really saw how Anakin can win this matchup, and then Game 3, really interesting with that entrenched on the Anakin, kind of that cat and mouse game for those couple of turns. And I liked the entrenched on the Anakin play, but it does really limit the amount of plays you can do as the Kira player there. And we saw that because he just burnt approximately 12 resources across 2 turns, and that's not a winning strategy. So we see here Wu or Ophir has won over Duncan Howard in the other semifinals. So we will have Tyler versus Wu, Anakin Data Vault versus Yoda Data Vault in the finals here.
Yeah, so that's gonna be two different command heroism decks, but with different other aspects and leaders. And I think the viewers might be happy to learn that we will not have an extremely long control game with Didra.
Yeah. It was an interesting deck. I think his only losses today were specifically Wu on Yoda Data Vault. So not a bad tournament
I
when
think
losing
I
against
think
one of
the
the best
Control
players in the
Dedra
way.
is a pretty real deck, but I dislike how long the games go.
Yeah. And I would be interested to see how it plays against the Green Hero decks. Looking at Duncan's previous games, he did beat some of the Green Heroes. Like I think he beat an Anakin Data Vault in round 1. But my instinct is that things like Queen Amidala and things like Kellerin Beck and Mina Bonteri are pretty hard for that style of deck to overcome. I could be wrong,
Mhm.
though. That is something that I think requires a lot of testing and a lot of intricacy, figuring out the exact lines you want to take. And I can see from the opponent's side, if you are the DJ Blue player, if they make like one or two wrong decisions in terms of they put 2 damage on their unit when they should let you draw, or vice versa, that can be enough to swing a game for sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting build, but it wasn't one that's going to make it to the finals this time. And it'll be a nice face-off between two very strong players. I
Yes.
think that Wu has quite the tournament record, as does Tyler. So two very experienced, skilled players going to be facing off in the finals, just the way we like it.
2 previous PQ winners. I don't, and a regional championship winner in Wu. I don't know if Tyler already has his invite this season. I know Ophir does because top 8 of Worlds or top 4 of Worlds got him his Worlds invite or his 100 points. So unsure of the status there, but either way, good amount of points for either player. Climbing up the leaderboard a little bit. Anakin Data Vault versus Yoda Data Vault is an interesting matchup. Is one where I know, at least in Seattle, the Anakin Data Vault players felt very favored into Raid Data Vault, um, which is a similar archetype, but with some different cards, a lot more small units in the Raid Data Vault deck to pump up, which I think could really swing the difference in the matchup compared to like a Yoda Data Vault, which plays very efficient units, a lot of ramp, a really impactful flip. Uh, I know Yoda Green Force was a deck I was personally exploring, and I think others as well. I think back to the T85 challenge episode of Show Me Your Deck with Bobby Sapphire over on KTOD. They did a little deck tech and interview over Yoda Green Force. And it's a strategy I think that can target this Anakin Data Vault deck, but it's a newer strategy and a newer archetype into this meta, and so there's a lot of lines to be explored there. I
Yeah,
personally would give the edge to Yoda, I believe, but it is very close. And this Anakin Data Vault deck is just filled with powerful cards.
yeah, I think I would give the edge to. I think I would be giving the edge to the Yoda deck as well, just like you say. But we'll have to see how it goes.
Yep. I think what favored Anakin into Rey, and I know John Tata has said, I believe he has figured out lines to make it, if not favored for Rey, at least more tenable as the Rey deck in this matchup. But when the Anakin super favored was a lot of Rey's strength comes in dominating the early game with those experience counters, but Anakin can kind of negate that with his leader ability to like efficiently trade off those units. And then when your units are dying, you're getting those spy tokens and those cards, and you're playing the same green hero cards, but with a bigger and scarier leader. Whereas compared to Yoda, oftentimes you want to be playing stuff in the early game, but you're not as reliant on getting ahead early in the game. And your leader flip does something immediately impactful, can clear the board. And so oftentimes you can get to the mid and late game relatively even, maybe a little bit behind, but you have the same bombs, but you have the blue removal as well. Whereas Anakin doesn't get any of the blue removal to answer your bombs.
Yeah,
Important to
it'll
note
be
that
interesting to see what happens there. I do think that we also saw in one of those previous Kira games kind of the issues that we can sometimes run into with the Anakin build when you don't have the I mean, when you don't have access to the removal options to deal
Mhm.
with the bombs like the capital ships that we saw from Kira.
Yep. And as well, Yoda is better at filtering out some of those late game dead draws. Let's say both players draw, like Anakin draws Outer Rim Constable and a Sabine unit, whereas Yoda draws a resupply and a Mina or something. That Yoda filtering ability, being able to churn through more of your deck, get to your bombs a little bit faster, a little bit more consistently, I think also really matters in the late game matchup here. So, but there are definitely some lines where I think Anakin can. You'd have to say you don't have Rival Squad, I don't believe you, but you can stick like a General's Blade on an Anakin, and that can kind of mow through the Grand Arena for a while. The Yoda deck does have
Yeah,
cards like Village Protectors to protect itself against that, but it's 3 cards out of 60.
3 cards out of 60. Yeah.
Looks like we are getting ready right into the finals here, game 1. I believe both players have kept their opening hands and have resourced. We start with an Outer Rim Constable into a Battlefield Marine. Not ideal for the Anakin, I wouldn't think, but units will trade off with each other.
Yeah. Could be could be worse. Could be worse.
Could be worse. Oh, another big factor in this matchup is Anakin doesn't run any ramp cards except for Champs and Dula, which is reliant on your opponent ramping. Whereas the Yoda deck runs a ton of ramp cards usually, and so they get to kind of dictate whether they want to play a ramp game or not, which I think can matter a lot.
Interesting point.
Tyler deciding to go base here, making Wu make the decision on whether he wants to trade or not. Decides just to go for a resupply immediately. This is kind of exactly what you want to be doing with the Yoda deck, is a 2-drop into a resupply. And looking at it now, I kind of would prefer if Tyler had traded, just because now what Wu gets to do is he gets to trade next turn, which can, but he decides to go for the trade now. But what he could do is he could trade next turn, which lets him set up the Yoda ability, and that can let him set up potential You're My Only Hope plays. Something like a turn 3 Luke would be possible in that scenario.
Hmm.
Whereas now he doesn't have any onboard way to have a unit leave play, and so he'll probably have to spend resources if he wants to turn on his Yoda ability, turning off the 7-drop You're My Only Hope lines. But
Let's
this is
see
kind of
here.
the classic for Yoda: is turn 1 guy, turn 2 ramp, turn 3 blue leader.
Hmm. Yeah, blue leader here, only unit on the board right now. Karis Nemec, classic. I mean, Nemec's really, really strong. It's funny how good a card Nemec is. We've seen it as something that's very relevant to play even quite late in the game. I think that's one of the reasons the card is so valuable.
Yeah, as a 2-drop that you're fine drawing on turn 7. Maybe fine is a strong word, but you're not unhappy to see it.
Yeah, it's not like, I don't know. There are a lot of cheaper units that aren't that relevant later in the game, but Nemec is
Yeah.
not one of them. Bounty Hunter's Quarry, and then we see a red 5, and Tyler using Anakin's ability to damage his own base, get that Anakin leader flip powered up. Bounty Hunter's Quarry in a very nice spot here for Tyler. He's going to be able to swing with red 5, defeat the opposing blue leader, and trigger that Bounty Hunter's Quarry without losing anything, although we'll see what Wu has to say about it first.
Yeah. This is a good setup for Tyler, though, given I think Wu has had close to the ideal start. Maybe other 5-drops he would have liked in that spot, like a Queen Amidala or even a potential Traitorous. But 2-drop ramp into 5-drop is about what you want to be doing in this matchup, and Tyler having a good on-board answer for it. Looks like Wu's tanking a little bit on this resource. Important turn.
Very important turn.
Looks like he's just going to trade off the blue leader. It does give Tyler a spy as well as a bounty hunter's quarry trigger, but doesn't want it to die for free off of the red 5 attack.
What do we have here?
Taking a look at our options, peeking at our hand, deciding what we want to get off of that bounty hunter's quarry.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's not going to be a total miss here for Tyler.
Don't think
We
it's a
did
total miss.
we did see a Vader miss earlier in the event.
We did, but
But no,
the
I mean, I
quarry.
think I think you're right. I think it's more likely that what we see here is a question of what to select. Ends up being a blue leader of Tyler's own. So that blue leader leaving the field is going to bring out another blue leader on the other side of the board. And it looks like Tyler is opting to spend those 2 resources to send that blue leader to the ground arena as a 5/5 rather than having it in the space arena as a 3/3, in which case he would not need to spend the resources.
Mm-hmm. Queen Amidala from Wu, slamming. That's a pretty good answer to a 5/5 blue leader on the ground there. Trade that queen, uh, sacking a spy, defeating the blue leader there. But Tyler's starting to take over the ground a little bit.
Yeah.
Both players doing just some actions at the end of the turn there. Yoda filtering with the Yoda ability. Tyler deciding to attack with the red 5 using the Anakin ability, putting a little bit more damage on his base. Pumping up the Anakin leader flip. Both players on their flip turns now.
Yeah. Could be a very important turn, as it often is in this game.
Yes. Navigating the flip turns one of the toughest things in pretty much any matchup.
I think the flip turns can be especially interesting when both leaders are going to be flipping at the same or around the same time. You
Yeah.
know, sometimes you have these situations where it's like, I don't know, Sabine versus Palpatine, some other scenario where the leader flips are going to be very separate just based on the timing differences that are involved. But this
Mhm.
is not one of those situations.
And it's a big deal in things like the Han mirror match. Oftentimes having initiative going into the flip turn, being able to dominate the flip turn can decide the entire match. So looks like we see a Yoda filter setting up a flip, killing the Nemec. Tyler does have a Sabine to reveal to create a spy token. Now, I believe the Anakin has not been used, so can use this Anakin ability to attack with the spy and defeat the queen. But decides to put 4 into Yoda. So most likely a blue leader follow up would be my guess. Ambushing into the ground arena. So if I'm Wu here, I'm thinking about potential blue leaders. If I have the option to throw down something like a village protectors, I would lean that way. If not, just get your attack in with your Yoda before he is defeated.
Anakin flips.
This
Cinta.
also works. Okay. So decides not a blue leader, but a flip with a Sin to be able to defeat the Yoda in one action.
I think that may be
Similar
the first time we've
concept.
seen Cinta this event. Is that right?
I think so. It feels
She's an interesting case. That's a card that I think people thought was going to be insanely overpowered. I remember people saying, "Oh, it's got to be banned, it's broken, etc." before the set came out. Once the set
Mhm.
was released, I think Cinta turned out to be certainly very good, but not insanely overwhelmingly broken.
It feels very much like a tech piece for a lot of these decks of you're not going to play it in 90-95% of your games, but the 5 to 10% of games you do, it can be game changing. This is a case where it's not necessarily game changing, but a nice little value piece, you know. It's like smuggling a card, so you effectively draw a card while also getting that attack off immediately, being able to deal with the Yoda.
Yeah, so now we're seeing Anakin go ahead and swing into Luke, inflicting 5 damage, and that is going to put Luke in position to be removed by that red 5 on attack ability.
And unless there's an eager escort fighter, I believe, it's hard for Yoda to have an answer to that blue or that red 5. Ooh,
Ooh,
traitorous
traitorous
though.
though. There's an answer. Let's see. Does Tyler have the upgrade removal? If he has it, this is massive. If he does not have it, that is a great answer. And he has it.
Oh,
Oh, that is so brutal. So
big
Traitorous
back
is
and
one of
forth.
the highest risk, highest reward cards in the game sometimes because you get into these situations like that one where Traitorous is offering massive value, but if the opponent has the counter, it's a huge blowout. So the Outer Rim Constable there scoring a mighty 2-for-1, not only clearing the Traitorous, but then Luke ends up swinging into the Outer Rim Constable to avoid just getting killed by Red 5. Huge value from that 2 resource card from Tyler.
Traitorous is a card right now that looks very, very good into the meta. There's a lot of pawn one green line running around, so pilot Chewies on Falcons and stuff you can steal. A lot of Cobb Vance and Red 5s to steal from this Anakin Data Vault deck, but there's also a lot of really good upgrades in the meta right now, such as Bounty Hunter's Quarry and General's Blade and the as I said earlier, that Chewbacca. So it's a very high risk card to be playing right now because I expect the meta to respond and have a lot of upgrade removal ready for it. So, like you said, very high risk, high reward. We have entered the late game now of throwing bombs at each other, it appears. Just attack each other's bases as first action. Tyler slamming a Caloran Beck.
Village protectors there do provide some cover, but now a Padawan Obi-Wan there from Keller and Beck providing a shield on Tyler's side. However, Wu plays a Rival's Fall against Keller and Beck, but this is the kind of situation where Kelleran can be so valuable because Wu spent a high-end removal piece to clear Keller and Beck, but Tyler still got some value with that Obi-Wan Kenobi hitting the board.
Yeah. But also, we're starting to see the value of Yoda's leader side ability taking over the game. Wu getting to draw a card, put a card to the bottom of the deck, starting to filter out his bad draws, keep all of his good removal and his late game bombs, whereas Tyler's kind of stuck with whatever he draws.
Yeah, Tyler is much more stuck in the top deck of Void here compared to Wu, but we'll see what he can do. Right now, he is a bit ahead on board, not a lot ahead on board, but a bit ahead on board. And we will see whether or not he can convert that into a victory. I think, though, the value of the cards that the players are drawing and potentially playing is going to be a lot higher than the value of the current board state in this sort of
Yes.
scenario. And there's a nice play from Wu. Bright Hope bouncing the village protectors now that their shield is removed. This is also going to allow Wu to draw a card. Now we do see Red 5 swinging into Bright Hope with Anakin's ability buffing it. That's a cool move because it means that Red 5 can swing into Bright Hope next turn and kill it with the on attack ability without dying to the retaliation damage. And now there's another Keller and Beck hitting the field from Tyler.
Doesn't matter if you can't filter your deck if you just draw the good ones. Like, this is a situation where I think I would side on Wu's side in terms of what seat I'd rather be in, but you still got to draw the cards, and it's far from over. And this is a situation where Tyler's making a very high impact play, and with only 5 resources available from Wu, you could ambush a blue leader or potentially play a Queen Amidala, and those would be relatively high impact, but Tyler has inched ahead on the board again this turn.
It's going to be a Cobb Vanth brought onto the field here from that Keller and Beck. And Wu is just going to go ahead and replay the Village Protectors that he had bounced with Bright Hope. Tyler still has 2 resources to play with. We could also just see initiative taken here by Tyler. Let's see how this one pans out.
We are kind of in Bo-Katan waiting room if you're both players. It's really giving Blue Hero a pseudo board wipe has really changed
Yeah, so a Bo-Katan here would be, like, insanely devastating. It would kill everything on the board for Tyler except for the Keller and Beck. It would get 4 bonus counters, and then, there might be some recovery from a Cobb Vanth, but
it's
Bo-Katan is absolutely what Wu wants to see here and would put him in a very good spot, a good way to punish all the weenie units that Anakin likes to play, but it appears to me that Wu does not have it because he's gonna lead off the turn with a swing from Bright Hope into the red 5.
yes.
Not the
Well,
highest impact play in the world. Uh,
no,
the the Village Protector is now cleared by a swing from Obi-Wan. There's something at least kind of big here. It's gonna be okay, that's a Vanquish to
Vanquish.
kill Keller and Beck, but Tyler has units on the board right now and Wu doesn't.
Yeah, so Tyler definitely clawed and head on board. If he can fade, these Sentinels really are a sticking point too, though. Having to trade actual units in just to deal with the shields. As we were talking about in the last match, shields are really hard for Anakin to deal with, and these I think Village Protectors, because of that, are kind of at an all-time high. They're a very, very good card right now.
Very solid, very efficient Sentinel, something that has been kind of a thorn in the side of more aggressive decks for a while. There are some answers, but I'm not sure that Anakin runs all of them. The best option, I think the best answer would probably be Sabine Explosives Artist.
Yeah,
Um, but
potentially
not a
like a
lot of
Marin or
Saboteur
King
or
decks.
other direct answers in these Anakin builds.
Yeah. Once again, kind of in Bo-Katan waiting room. If a Bo-Katan rolls off the top here for Wu, obviously, I think we can say he doesn't have it currently because I think it would have slammed it last turn. But
Yeah, slam it first action if you have it.
yeah,
Mina Cherry on the field now for Wu. Tyler brought out a Hu Yang, buffing his Cobb Vanth, allowing Cobb to swing and clear the shield from that Village Protectors without being defeated. Wu is pretty behind right now, but as we were saying, if he can find that Bo-Katan, it's massive. The question is, can he buy enough time for Bo-Katan to show up before getting overwhelmed? And he can. There she
oh,
is. Massive result here for Wu. That could be the game right there.
looks like 6 units are going away. So he's getting 6 experience. Gets to buff the Sentinel. Gets to buff Mina. Has an 8/8, a 6/6, and a 4/6. I think Bo-Katan has really shifted how these decks get to play the game because before, Blue Hero specifically didn't really have a board wipe like this. Blue Villain had Super Laser Blast, but Blue Hero, it was stuff like Nebula Ignition or
Yeah, I
Invasion of
mean,
Christophsis.
honestly, Blue Heroism didn't really have much of an end game. It had a really good Luke was a good like 7 drop. Luke is a really good card. He's always been a really good card. And then you did have Redemption Medical Frigate as a stabilization, but you didn't have something like this that can actually kill your opponent's stuff
hmm
and put you in a very strong spot like that.
Before this set, I think there was no way for Wu to no way strong, but it would be very difficult for Wu to claw back in a game like that. Whereas here, there's just one card that gets to answer the board and present lethal over 2 turns, a very quick clock. Been very
Yeah,
impressed
I
with this
mean,
card every time I've seen it.
yeah, so Tyler essentially went from being in an incredibly, I wouldn't say incredibly, he went from being in a pretty favored position to being in an extremely unfavored position as the result of that one Bo-Katan play.
hmm And this is the power of Yoda as well. Can't say for sure because we didn't see hands, but Yoda makes it, even if it's just a percent or two more likely to find that Bo-Katan in time over the course of a tournament, over the course of the match, even over the course of a game, that starts to add up.
Yeah. Tyler's repopulating his board, but now it's Wu who has the big board advantage with a 7/7 Sentinel, an 8/8 Bo-Katan, and a 4/6 Mina Bonteri, plus any unit defeated on Tyler's side of the board can be used by Wu to give out more experience. It is not looking great for Tyler at this time.
Yep. And Anakin doesn't have the same stall and stabilization tools that Yoda does. Those are mostly Blue Heroes toys. Getting a slam in for 7, and 19 plus 8 is 27, plus 4 is 31. So not lethal this turn, but all it would take is 2 removal spells, and Tyler can't even use the Anakin ability because it would set him up for lethal. Plus, any trades he make would buff Wu's board from the Bo-Katan ability, because it's anytime a unit dies, not just when a unit dies from Bo-Katan's ability. That's been my biggest takeaway, at least from this game, is Bo-Katan has really unlocked this archetype to a new level.
Yeah, I mean, things really have turned around here. What can Tyler potentially do to stabilize? I'm not sure.
I guess there's typhos as sentinels potentially, but those are really just paper walls for Bo-Katan to run over.
The strongest endgame option here in command heroism is probably the Yoda unit, but it's not going to be valid here because Tyler is not running a force deck. So we're
Yeah,
looking at things like, I don't know. So we could see things like home one just to get big. Like home
that
one
would
can
be the
get big
one.
value, but I'm not sure that it's enough value.
Yeah. We also really saw, looking back on this game, because I think this game is all but over for Tyler. I think Boo's gonna take game 1 here. Although never count your chickens, but it it's hard to see a comeback. Those village protectors did a lot of work in stalling long enough,
Yeah.
effectively healing like 10, 15 life over the
He's
course of the
scooping
game.
it up. Wu gets the win for this first game. As you were saying, Mickey, those village protectors were able to stall things out enough, slow Tyler down despite his advantage, and get to the point where Wu bought enough time for Bo-Katan to show up and reverse the situation.
Yeah. I think for Tyler, you have to take a more aggressive slant in this matchup. It's gonna be difficult potentially. Wu can have the removal and those village protectors we were talking about, which really prevented Tyler from taking that super aggressive slant. But I don't think you're gonna win a long game against Yoda here. We saw he was super far ahead on board and then just drew the Bo-Katan, slammed the Bo-Katan, and the game was over. So even if you get yourself to the mid to late game, you have to find answers to make the game end very fast. So something like, I don't know if the Anakin Data Vault deck plays this card, but something like a Crate Dragon, which can punish Wu for trying to stabilize the board, doesn't necessarily line up perfectly. But if you play a Crate Dragon, they play a Bo-Katan, kill all your units, sure, you take 9, and then I attack you with the Crate Dragon. That might be enough to get over the finish line. Overwhelming Barrage is actually, I do know that Tyler has 2 Overwhelming Barrage in his sideboard, and I think that might be the most important card he's bringing in. It's not nearly as powerful as Bo-Katan, but gives him a similar ability to fight back for the board after it's been taken over. Does require you to have a large unit in play, whereas Bo-Katan does all of its power when played, but it's the best tool you have available to do that type of thing.
Mm. Well, I think we're about to see whether there's going to be a stronger answer here.
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, do you think you just try to close the game before Bo-Katan can show up? Bo-Katan is really good against specifically a bunch of these like smaller units that the Anakin deck can normally get magnified value out of with the leader ability.
Yeah. It's really, really tough because I don't know if Anakin can, especially against a Yoda deck, which is presenting a lot of removal and sentinels and walling you along the way, as well as Anakin's ability inherently makes you so good at trading that you don't really want to sacrifice that and get too aggressive. But you do have to finish the game out. I just don't know if you can do it by the time Bo-Katan hits the board, so you may have to set up a late game board where you're not getting blown out by Bo-Katan. The issue with that is if you're setting the board up in that way, then things like Luke or even Blue Leader Ambush or just these big threats can punish you instead. So it's a tough dance you have to play in the late game.
Yeah. Now let's see here.
It's like both players have kept, at least Tyler has, and has resourced. And notably, okay, Wu's shipping it back. Notably, Anakin with initiative that last game. So Wu broke serve in this match, meaning if it does go to a game 3, he's going to get initiative. Normally, it matters a lot for Anakin whether he has initiative or not, but I think against something like Yoda, it's less important.
Yeah, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, if I'm Tyler, I think I am considering, can I close this out somehow before Bo-Katan potentially blows up my army? Or can I somehow
Hmm.
craft a late game board state that's more resilient to Bo-Katan than what I was building in the previous round?
Yeah. The problem is, I think every single game plan you take is going to lose to something. So
Right.
if you
You might
go
just have to
for,
say if he has it, he has it, you know.
yeah, like if you go for a souped up Anakin, I think that's potentially a way that can get stonewalled by Sentinels and just blown up by Rivals Fall. If you
Right.
go for a few bigger units, that can get again blown up by the Sentinels that wall you, as well as Luke's and big single target efficient removal. Um, and if you go wide,
I,
you get blown up by Bo-Katan.
I'm gonna be happy to see Rivals Fall rotate. I I think Leader Voltron is a cool playstyle, and I don't like that there's such a hard counter to it now.
Hmm.
Like, I liked the I mean, like, it wasn't even that good, but I liked the Chert Super Voltron, set 1 deck.
Hmm. We see similar-ish to game 1, although Tyler with a unit left behind, or a second unit left behind, which is pretty important here.
Yeah, so
Wu
the
ramping.
Anakin ability was used, allowing, Gunji to take out the Gonk droid. Then we saw a Spark of Hope to ramp, but there's the counter ramp with Cham
I
Syndulla,
think this
and
is a
Tyler was
big
also
card.
able to develop that red 5 on the previous turn. This is pretty good for Tyler.
Yeah, I think that's a big card in this matchup. Being able to match ramp so you get a flip a turn earlier than the Yoda if he ramps feels really, really important.
We see the village protectors take the field. Gunji clears their shield, but they are undamaged, so Red 5 can't use the on attack ability there. Tyler uses Anakin's ability on Red 5 just to inflict some damage on his own base in exchange for nothing, but he's trying to power up that Anakin flip, which is, you know, I think a good tactic if you're trying to make the game go faster.
And I think we're going to see him flip this turn. It's not necessarily the most threatening or potent Anakin flip, but you just need to pour on the pressure where you can in this matchup, I think. And especially if you have something like a General's Blade, maybe make Wu have the Rivals Fall here, or try and bait out some amount of resources before you get to soup up your Anakin leader. So at least your Anakin gets to hit for a turn. Jam also just hits for a lot. 5 is a good chunk of damage. I think this is how Tyler would want the game to start. Looks like he follows it up with the Queen Amidala. More pressure. Oh, we've seen this before, I believe from Wu's opponent in the quarterfinals, but home one from You're My Only Hope, getting back the Village Protectors, soaking up a lot of damage this turn, presenting a big space threat and some restore. But that ground arena is very scary for Tyler. Though Yoda's flip can help clean up some of it. Could do it blind to try and spike something first action, at the very least get a spy, or it can attack home one into the red 5, then set up a Yoda ability to get a better target. If I'm Tyler here, because of that, I think I want to attack in with my Cham and my Queen Amidala first to make sure I get that damage in, expecting a Yoda filter plus a flip, probably targeting one of those 2 units. We'll see Cham to start off, going to base for Tyler.
Yeah, the funny thing is, home one is very powerful, but this board is it definitely looks Tyler favored to me, despite a home one on the field, which is not something you say every day.
I would agree, although Yoda's flip does impact the board pretty heavily, so I
Yeah, I
think
mean
Tyler
he's
needs.
he's setting up that flip, but Queen Amidala is going to get a chance to swing before she potentially gets cleared.
Yes. And I think
17 damage now on Wu's base, and there's still several attacks left to go from Tyler if need be.
he's doing a good job getting as much pressure with the units he has out as he can before they go away. The home on restore, given restore to the whole team, might be its biggest contribution right now. Although Anakin does have a difficulty dealing just with tough space units. Big space units, I should say. Takedown dealing with the Anakin is big here from Wu, though. That takes a lot of pressure off the board.
Yeah, that's important. Rivals Fall gonna clear out the Queen Amidala. We can still see another attack to base. At minimum, there's gonna be the spy token there could go base, but it's actually Tyler not opting to swing with it, gonna play Kelleran back, maybe hoping to find a sentinel or something.
Could find a Sentinel's Protect, and if not, it means
Cobb
I might
Vanth,
just
okay.
I might just claim afterwards to make sure I get a hit for 7 off here.
Swing into the spy,
Restore
heal for
3.
2.
It'll be 3 with the home one
Wait,
though.
wait, it's a swing into the exhausted spy.
I think Wu is trying to bait Tyler into attacking so he can claim. I
Yeah,
think
and
oh, maybe not. Maybe they're
or
just
no, maybe he was
switching
saying,
the
"No, I meant
tokens.
the ready one," and they're just like, "Oh, whatever, we'll just exhaust this one."
Yeah.
Or either that or they missed damage or something. I think
I think
Tyler can
that's
just
what happened.
claim you have the Kelleran swing, but there's an Obi-Wan, but the Obi-Wan doesn't have Sentinel at the start of the turn.
This could be a big spot for something like that overwhelming barrage post board. Deals 4 to the
Oh
home
man,
one,
how sick
5
would
to
that
the
be?
Obi-Wan. And then it allows your Kelleran back to trade or kill the Yoda.
That would
You have to,
be pretty spicy as long as he didn't immediately get hit by Rival's Fall or something.
yeah.
Wu is really fighting back here. It was
Yeah.
looking like Tyler had a very strong force, but Wu had some good answers. Looks like Kelleran Beck gonna take out Yoda using the Anakin Skywalker leader ability, so that Yoda does go off the field. That's important both because those Yoda's a powerful combat unit and a restore source.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Still
if
has
there's another force unit, uh, we could see Obi-Wan becoming a sentinel and slowing things down a bit, especially with no Anakin ability available to trade for him.
this home one has been chunking in a lot of damage very quickly, and it swung the race. Now Wu ahead on damage on base, although that has quickly changed with this Cham attack, but keeping things even. And we're back in a spot where Bo-Katan here is backbreaking. Even Luke is tough to deal with. Which we see Wu play here. Although, Tyler's still with all of his resources and a home one of his own. Throwing haymakers back and forth.
Yeah. Home one versus home one. I
I
don't
feel
know
like
though. I think Wu kind of likes this.
I think so too. And especially we've been saying it pretty much every time we get to 9 resources and above. Bo-Katan would be insane here. It'd be
Yeah, I mean,
a
both
lot worse than the previous one, but it's still very good.
would still be an immediate double kill and experience. Uh, Looks like it's going to be a home one trade. Probably a favorable trade for Wu because his home one was damaged. And in addition, this trade means that he gets to be the one with the heal
Hmm.
from that restore on the attack. Now, we do still have Cham Syndulla. So Cham Syndulla could be used here with Anakin's leader ability to trade for Luke, which seems like a pretty reasonable move to me. What do you think about that?
I think you have to. There's definitely a want to go base, get him to 24, and you want to get the game over with before that Bo-Katan hits, or yeah, it would be 24. But if you think about it, you're hitting for 5, and then that Luke gets to kill something and heal for 3. You're only effectively hitting for 2, and losing out on some potential other damage from another unit. So I think you have to take the Anakin trade into the Luke there.
That restore 3 is a big deal.
Yeah. Luke's been one of the best cards since the game came out. It just needed to find a home early on, and now it's found plenty. Oh, there's that overwhelming barrage we were talking about last turn, though. Decides just to 1-for-1 trade with the Luke, as well as set up a potential swing to the base for 7. And I like this a lot because if Wu potentially plays another Force unit to give the Obi-Wan Sentinel, now he has the Anakin ability to use the Cobb Vanth and deal with the Obi-Wan.
Yeah. Okay. The that out of aspect overwhelming barrage making its presence felt.
Yeah, this
But
is
here comes Wu's play.
just a
It's a
vanquish on the red 5.
that's interesting. I wonder why he sent the Vanquish at the red 5 instead of the buffed Cham Syndulla here.
I wonder if he has some ground sentinels, and I think he just doesn't want to get potentially punked out in space over the course of a couple turns. And so while the Vanquish on the Cham might be the higher value play this current turn, it could, if Wu draws poorly potentially and doesn't find an answer for that red 5, it might be able to get Tyler the win over the course of 3 or 4 turns. So maybe take
Maybe
my
I'm just too
lumps
focused on
now.
the immediate moment. I don't know. I just look at those two and I'm like, Cham swings for 7, red 5 swings for 3. I don't know.
Yeah, it's more damage to your base, but I think he has enough restore. He's not as worried about the damage on the base. And something like a Village Protectors, really stone walls, or even a Typho, it lets the trade happen here. So,
Did this Cobb Vanth miss? No, it was a Sabine. Okay.
mhm.
Yeah, so now we could see I think we probably do see the trade. It's not
Yep.
optimal for Tyler, but it's like you got to get that off the field. He
And
is
if you
left
don't,
as the only one with a unit, and this Sabine Explosives artist could be a very important grab from Cobb Vanth because she can kill a village protectors through their shield with her on
yep,
attack ability. But the
that is,
problem is once again we're in the Bo-Katan waiting room.
yeah. Although, less insane here, it would only kill 1 unit and be as a 9/9. 9/9's easier to deal with than
Yeah.
what it was last time, but decides to go for,
Oof.
ooh, that's a great hit.
Sick pull from the Keller and Beck. Blue leader paying the extra 2. There's the ambush. Sabine off the field. Tyler in trouble here, but he still has all his resources. Let's see what he can put together.
He has 10 up, so it could be a Kelleran back of his own to find something juicy. Could be another home one to get something back from the yard. Um, could be a combination of things. Although the combination of things, again, then we get back into the Bo-Katan waiting room. And that Yoda filtering, making it all the more likely that Wu's going to find it. I think that's the math that Tyler's doing in his head right now. How much do I want to play around the Bo-Katan? How much can I afford to play around the Bo-Katan? Because he needs to get enough pressure on board to threaten Wu. Obviously, he does. Oh, maybe he does
Something
have one
big.
big thing. Another
Barrage.
barrage.
But it's only
Not
that one's really kind of low impact. That's not a great use
no.
of 7 resources.
That's the weakness of barrage in this matchup. We saw it be great or good at least, and then we saw it here where you need a unit on board to use it, and if your only unit's a 3-power unit, it doesn't feel great. It does set up.
It's a little cliche at this point because there's a show called this, but I used to call those underwhelming barrage. When someone plays one and it kills like 1 unit and doesn't give bonus stats that can be used that turn or whatever.
Very fitting for Tyler to have a underwhelming barrage.
Shout out to Tata if you're watching.
Tyler, one of the mainstay guests on the show as well. It does set up the Anakin ability to be able to use to hit the Nemec into the Caloran and trade it off, but getting 7 to the base is not great.
Yeah, and this is looking like a really good situation for Wu. You know, at this point, he's actually so technically he's going to be behind on board because there's going to be a spy here, and Anakin's ability is great, but he's ahead on base HP, and he is the one who has the stronger end game.
Yeah.
And home one, bringing back blue
Blue
leader.
leader.
There's the ambush again. Once again, Tyler's board is wiped. He has a lot of resources, but I don't know that he's going to be able to put something together that's going to get him the win here. Keller and
Exactly
Beck.
exactly at 26 as well. So that home one is one action lethal on the way back. I don't know what Tyler can find here. I don't think
Yeah,
there's a
he's got to
safe
do.
set
He's
bonus.
got to have like, unless he has like Keller and Beck into Bright Hope or something, Wu can just claim and win here. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. I guess. Yeah. I mean, I don't really see another way for him to stop that.
He can't
Home
get a home one
one.
of his own. He can't get a restore unit ready to attack.
Not a
F5
Bright
isn't
Hope. I
gonna
think
do
it's
it.
over. Just take the initiative and swing.
I think that's gonna be it.
Yeah. There's the initiative. Is there some crazy answer? Do we have like out of aspect
No good to me
entrenched?
dead. That wouldn't be enough.
No, he has a. I think he didn't realize it was lethal. Maybe he does a 3
Yeah.
damage ambush that does set things up for red 5, and then Wu just pushes forward the home one, indicating that he has lethal, and it's going to be another tournament conquered by Wu.
Congrats to Wu. Congrats to Tyler as well. Two great players playing a great match there. But we saw kind of the answer to Anakin Data Vault come out this week. And maybe it's Yoda Data Vault here. I saw in the chat the KTOD members saying this is why they liked Yoda this weekend is it had a great Anakin Data Vault matchup, and we saw it play out there. Two similar decks, but the blue removal really mattered and the filtering from Yoda really mattered.
Yeah, you know, I think this kind of reinforces. So I don't know exactly where you would put the Yoda Data Vault in terms of. I don't know exactly where you'd put it in terms of like mid range. I think it's either like big mid range or soft control, depending on how you want to evaluate it or whatever.
Yeah.
But you know, earlier on in the stream, I think I was discussing with Grumpy this whole concept of you want to be either way under your opponent or a bit over them.
Yep.
And I think this Yoda was a great pick for being a bit over the Anakin Data Vault deck
Mm-hmm.
and still having some good options and not like a total scoop against aggro or whatever, like you see with some of the really, really late gamey decks.
And it really makes me interested to see in the upcoming weeks, do players continue to go a bit over or a bit over? Maybe something like a Palpatine can go a bit over this Yoda. And
Right.
then when does it collapse down to going way under? When are we playing like a Kylo Tarkin Town, Kylo 2 Tarkin Town, or
Yeah,
a
yeah.
Vader
Look,
Yellow
I'll tell
again?
you, if people are playing like it, you know, if it gets to the point where people are playing Palpatine decks, I'd be very happy to be Sabine in that environment. So
Yeah.
I think there is sort of this self-correcting angle where aggro didn't necessarily do that well today, but if we keep seeing that bit over style of gameplay, aggro is going to get a window.
Yeah. And it's such a volatile meta right now because of that of these decks have answers, but the answers are pretty extreme right now. If you're not one of the green decks, I think the green decks are the most balanced, but if you're playing something like a Han 4 Tarkin Town, you're playing a pretty extreme game and you can kind
Yeah.
of trip over yourself. Same thing with like the Piets. Maybe the Piet is the next little bit over the Yoda Data Vault, but that deck can stumble on itself a little bit, and then the Sabines kind of come back into the meta as well
Yeah,
to answer
Piet can
these
really
Piet
suffer if
decks.
he can't curve out. One that I am interested in as I'm not interested in this as a exciting, fast-paced Star Wars Unlimited experience, but like the Dedra control deck is like a lot over. But Wu
Yeah.
was able to beat it with his Yoda build. I think that type of deck, I think it has some strengths, but it can struggle when the opponent has the ability to repopulate a board with a bunch of units quickly.
Yeah. A home one, like if you're going super late game, you have so many cards in your deck because of Data Vault. You're 10 cards up,
Yeah.
so then the game's a little trickier. And then you get to so many resources. You can home one a Keller and get a queen, and it's a one card. You have to have a fourth super laser blast or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's really quite funny. Data Vault is arguably an upside if if their main plan is to execute the Vigilance endgame.
Yes. Looks like we're gonna have the winners
Now,
interview.
you know, some of these decks will try to bring out Avengers and Crate Dragons or whatever and close the game that way. And I do think
Yeah.
that's probably a better strategy right now. But even still, there's just so many ways to repopulate the board. And here is Woo, our winner for the event. How's it going, Woo? Congratulations.
Thank you. How are you?
We're doing well. We're doing well over here. We were actually just discussing. I'll lead us off. You know, I believe you were matched up against the Dedra kind of harder control deck, and you were able to beat it. What did that matchup look like for you?
You know, I think hero green decks are really good against control decks right now. They have so many units that, like, make units, right? Queen Amidala, Home One, Kellerin, and then even, like, Mina Bonteri is, like, drawing a card when she dies. Bright Hope is, like, resetting units and drawing cards. Like, it's just a lot for a deck that's, like, focusing on 1-for-1 all game. Like, one thing that isn't a 1-for-1 is Super Laser Blast. So if you just don't extend into that, and like, it's funny, you can like play a Home One that brings like a Queen Amidala and you put 4 units into play. If they blast you, you still just traded 1-for-1 on cards. And if they don't blast, like, now it's just eating up their whole hand. And that you have to play it very slowly. Like, all the games went into like 10 cards left in deck. It's just, they kind of run out eventually. Like, every turn you get like 2 damage or 3 damage or 4 damage in.
Yeah.
And it's just hard for them to keep up with Green Hero, in my opinion, right now. We played twice, actually, once in the Swiss in round 5, and then again in the top 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Green
we were just saying Data Vault arguably an upside against those decks if they're going to try to take you to the Vigilance Mill endgame, and you just have more stuff and can just keep bringing out more units, and it's tough for them.
Yeah, I don't board over 60. Like, I don't want to bring in like chaff into the deck, but it's just like a little extra insulation. I think you get, when you're playing Data Vault, especially post board, you have access to more finishers. It's just because you're upping the ratios of everything in the deck, instead of, like, it matters in like non-control matchups because you're like diluting your deck, but in a matchup you're expecting to see 90% of your deck, you now just have more effective copies, right? Like,
more ammo.
Yeah, we're just talking about quantity of cards at this point.
Green Hero seems to be probably the best color combo in the game right now, most well positioned. So going to Yoda Green makes a lot of sense, going over the top of these Anakin Data Vault decks that are trying to take advantage similarly. What was the decision between Data Vault versus 30 versus Force? Was there any thought process divided between those two, or was it pretty clearly Data Vault in your mind?
Well, 30 was not really a consideration. It was always going to be between Force and Data Vault. I just, with like slow mid-range or control decks, I just think that life matters. Yoda's also not really a deck that it's not like trying to like do anything in particular early in the game. It's not even really trying to ramp necessarily early in the game. Often, like, you want to just ramp on 6R with a carrier or with like a resupply plus a 3-drop. So you have plenty of time. Yoda fixes some of the issues too with its draws. Force, on the other hand, I like that a lot. It's just that the whole Force thing is just about Yoda, the 8-drop. Like, that's really the only reason you're doing it. Even early in the game, you often don't even have the Force. These decks don't even really play Turret anymore a lot of the time because they can't keep it online. So it's like Itinerant Warrior, which is also not really like brawling that well into all the 5 health units around. So yes, Yoda is like a monster, but I think Bo-Katan is better.
That's what I was about to say. I did notice one thing. I've been playing a bit of Yoda Green Force because of the Yoda unit, but Bo-Katan just slots in perfectly in that kind of position.
Bo-Katan is like legitimately absurd, and I really underrated that card. Like, I mean, you can see in the finals what happened when I played Bo.
100%.
And I didn't see. No, I don't think I saw a Bo in the second game. Like,
but we were talking
at any point, if I would ever draw that card, I keep that card in my opener. Like, it's a 9-drop that I just keep in my opening hand. It is a nuts card. And if I want to, like, yes, you can play it in the Force deck too, but like, how many 8s and 9s and 7s
well, that's the
can
thing
you fit?
With Data Vault is it gives you extra room to squeeze in some extra top in, like the Bo-Katan.
I think I play the same amount of main deck top end as the force decks do. It's about 10, and I only play 10. I have a third Keller and third home one in the sideboard, so like I actually am not playing that greedy. Like main deck, my ratio is actually a little lower for top end.
Sure.
But if you wanted to fit
But you're
bow
also
in,
replacing the Yodas, which is big.
yes,
That gives
with
you extra
yes,
space.
the Yodas become the bows, but you can put the bows in the force deck. It's just really tough. Like, what are you cutting? Are you just gonna play like 14 7+ units in your in your
That's a bit
deck?
tough.
So like, it's like, I know it's not exactly like this, but Data Vault just spots you the 5 health that Yoda does when you play it. So like,
Yeah.
let's just do that instead. And Data Vault, I played both a lot. Data Vault just felt better into all the space aggro and into Green Han. Like, in fact, into Green Han, it was performing incredibly well, primarily because of the extra health. Like, it changed a lot of how they had to play. Like, no longer could they like Keller and Blaster you from 20 and kill you. Like, they have to play a little differently when you're like out of reach all the time. Like, they can't just like use that surprise strike with 1 unit to kill you. So they can't like claim early. They have to keep playing like for real. And that's really like that effective health with Data Vault. It's very hard to quantify because it's not really about the games where you like live with 31. That's not like proof that it worked or didn't.
100%.
It's like sometimes you win with like 17, but it's because of Data Vault, because they
didn't get to claim the
like,
previous turn to blaster you to kill
yeah,
you.
like so they never actually attacked you, and then like you won at 20 health and you're like, oh, I didn't need a Data Vault. Nope, you would have been dead if you didn't have it. So it's tough though. Like that card is kind of, it aggravates me because I can't prove one way or another that it's better. So it's just like sits there and like taunts you.
Like in principle, you could play like hundreds of games with the 30 HP and hundreds of games with the Data Vault and like try to maintain all your ratios and then but like even then your sample size isn't that good.
And you have to play against the same opponent most likely and like the same deck. So like,
yeah, it'd be really hard to test it properly.
Yes, it's very difficult.
But yeah, Bo-Katan was a real hero. I mean, we were talking about this earlier. It's really a very interesting capability because traditionally speaking, Vigilance heroism did not have good endgame. It had Luke, who's a 7, and it had Redemption Medical Frigate, which is a good stabilization card against smaller decks. But it did not have like a closer. And Bo can be a huge closer against some things.
Monster unit. Like the experience she gives, she just breaks the game wide open in any of these like unit-based decks.
The fact that you
really
can give the
well-suited
experience to other units as well is big. Being able to like, all right, wipe your board. I'm going to give my Village Protector 2 extra experience. So your Shrunk Luke now doesn't get to kill my Village Protectors for free. It's a busted card.
Yep.
I think Mickey had called game 1 the Bo-Katan waiting room when you were just throwing out those Village Protectors and stuff and just trying to slow him down and buy time.
Yep, there's 3 in the deck. You got Yoda's Filter. You're seeing 3 cards a turn. It actually took a long time to find it, but when it
there was a turn previous, like 2 turns before you played the Bo-Katan. I was like, if he has Bo-Katan, he's just slamming it, and you didn't play it. So I was like, all right, well now we're in the Bo-Katan waiting room because you didn't slam it that turn, so you got to dig for it. And like you said, it's 3 out of 60, but you're finding 3 extra cards, 5 extra cards over the course of the entire game. You're that much more likely to find it, kind of mitigating Data Vault's downside, like you said.
Yeah, a little bit. And you don't always get there, but like you also don't always get there with 50 cards. So like, who's to tell you?
Exactly.
It's like you don't always draw Yoda in 50. So like,
it's tough. What were the rest of your matchups like throughout the day? Take us through the rest of the Swiss. You had mentioned the Han 1 green matchup you like.
I didn't play against Han 1 green, but
okay.
I played against a Vader yellow to start. Those were 2 games where Bo-Katan just ended the game on the spot. I played against Cad. That was also streamed. I like blue green in general into Cad Bane. Round 3 was a unique one. It was a Poe Cunning. Space aggro, and then round 4 was Boa Data Vault. So I did play a lot of space, and Boa Data Vault's a tough one. Really, 3 really close games. Had me at 32 in the last one, so that's one where I can prove to you that Data Vault fixed it. But then round 5 was the Dedra. That was Duncan, who we played again. And shout out to him for getting in there with what I think is the tough grind of a deck.
yeah.
And then then the
Agreed.
double draw, and then the mirror into Dedra into Anakin.
Cool. What do you expect from the meta going forward? So we saw Beatle kind of set the meta with Hanwha Green and Anakin, maybe some splashes of like Piet in there. Now we've kind of seen the answer in Yoda Data Vault. Where do you expect we go next? Do we go a little bit taller? Is it time to start ducking under?
Well, if you want to go taller, it's like you look at Palpatine right now, although that's still really tricky because it's like the Anakin doesn't have a really bad matchup into Palpatine, I don't think. It's like very aggressive and like lots of units that make units. But like that could be like Villain's way of trying to go over mid-range, but
I was testing some Palpatine and it didn't feel like it felt very 50-50 into Anakin, but you had to tailor your main deck. Like a lot of no good to me dead, some main deck upgrade removal, and you have to rely on like the change of hearts and stuff as well. It's tricky, but I agree that's kind of the next step up a little bit.
And then like I Palpatine I think is like maybe not always like because like space is always kind of lurking there, and like it's different kinds of space aggro, including like Boba Data Vault and Piet, which are kind of also both like space aggro decks, but they're very different in how you combat them. So it's hard. Basically the meta is exactly what I thought it would be. It's like a lot of green hero varieties, Piet and Boba as like ramp big stuff decks, and like a like splash of like various space aggro decks. And I think like there were a bunch of Gars at this tournament, but I think it might have been like one crew. But Gar might be like a decent answer into Anakin because like shielded units are impossible to trade up into. But yeah, like I think green hero is so far and away the best color right now, like not close at all, that I'd be looking at like finding ways to exploit that. Which is usually like green blue or green red, because green yellow has never been like amazing in hero.
No, it's just Han, which is for different reasons. It's not the color with Han, it's the ability.
Yeah, like sorry, of course, like green yellow. I'm being silly. Like that is, I don't think of him as like a green yellow deck.
Yeah,
like
no.
But
he's not a green yellow deck. He's a yellow deck that cheats out your stuff and you play the good green cards.
Yeah. I guess the 7s in yellow are decent.
Yeah, but that's unique to Han. It feels like he gets to exploit that better than anybody.
Yes, for sure. I don't love the Tarkin Town decks right now. They just don't have great Anakin matchups or green hero matchups in general. Love Quinlan. Did play it at Beatle, but now it doesn't feel like the right place to be.
As Quinlan's biggest fan, potentially, I was very down on him this week. If I was going to go to a PQ and couldn't go, but there was no world I was playing Quinlan this weekend. So I agree with you there. But yeah,